undemonstrative master into a bear hug, pressing his face into the doctor's stiffly starched waistcoat. My astonishment was compounded when Worthrop returned the gesture, stooping a bit to wrap his leaner, longer arms around the shorter man's back. With tears shining in his eyes, von Hellrung cried softly, "Pellinor, Pellinor, mein lieber Freund, it has been too long. Ich habe dich vermisst." "Meister Abram," murmured the monstrumologist with genuine affection. "Ich habe dich auch vermisst. Du siehst gut aus." "Oh, no, no," remonstrated the thick-set Austrian. "Es ist nicht wahr. I'm old, dear Pellinor, and near the end of my days, but danke, thank you." His flashing eyes fell upon me, and his joyful grin returned. "And this must be the illustrious William Henry, conqueror of the wilderness, of whom I've heard so much." I bowed, extended my hand to him, and carefully repeated the greeting the doctor had taught me. "It is a pleasure and honor to meet you, Herr Dr. von Hellrung." "Oh, no, that will not do!" cried von Hellrung. He brushed aside my proffered hand, pulled me into his arms, and proceeded to crush the air from my lungs. "The honor is mine, young Master Henry." He released me. I took a long, shuddering breath, and he looked long and deeply into my eyes, his gaiety giving way to gravity. "I knew your father, a brave and loyal man who died too young, but alas, such is the fate of many a brave and loyal man. A grievous loss, a tragic end. I wept when I heard the news, for I knew what he meant to mein Freund Pellinor. Unsere Herzen sind eins. His tears, mine. His heartbreak, ours. You have his eyes, I see that, and his spirit, I have heard that. Remain faithful to his memory, mein Junge. Serve your master as your father served him, and your father will smile down at you from paradise." As if paradise were a cue, a rumble and a clatter erupted from the hall behind us. It sounded like an entire regiment was thundering down the stairs. Bursting into our midst in a storm of white lace and verdant velvet, her raven ringlets pulled back from her round face and gathered into a crimson bow, was a young girl, perhaps a year or two older than me, with eyes the same remarkable shade of blue as our host. She froze when she saw us, an abrupt halt nearly as violent as her charge. She recovered quickly, however, turned upon von Hellrung, and, in a ringing, unaccented voice, made clear her indignation. "They're here? Why didn't you tell me?" "They've only just arrived, mein kleiner Liebling," replied von Hellrung reasonably. "Dr. Worthrop, may I present my niece, Miss—" "Bates," interrupted the girl, thrusting her hand palm down toward the monstrumologist, who accepted it graciously, bowed low, and waved his lips in its general vicinity. "Lillian Trumbull Bates, Dr. Pellinor Worthrop. I know who you are." "Evidently," returned the doctor. He nodded toward me. "Miss Bates, may I present—" "William James Henry," she finished for him, and turned upon me those eyes saturated in blue. "Will, for short. You are Dr. Worthrop's apprentice." "Hello," I said shyly. Her stare was all too frank. From the first, it unnerved me. "Uncle says you are my age, but if you are quite undersized. How old are you?" "I'm 13. In 2 weeks I shall be 14, and Mother says I may go on dates. I like older boys, but Mother says I shan't be allowed to date them." She paused, waiting for my response, but I was completely at a loss. "Do you go to school, or does Dr. Worthrop instruct you?" "Neither," I replied, in a kind of squeak that sounded embarrassingly bird-like to my ears. "Really? Why? Are you thick-headed?" "Now, Lily," remonstrated her uncle, "Will Henry is our guest." He patted her shoulder gently and said warmly to my master, "Come, Pellinor, sit with me. There are fresh cigars from Havana in the humidor. We will talk about the old days and the new and exciting ones to come." Then, turning back to his niece, he said, "Lily, mein kleiner Liebling, why don't you take William to your room and show him your birthday present? We'll ring up when dinner is served." Before either the doctor, who did not smoke cigars, or I, who did not wish to see Lillian Trumbull Bates's bedroom, could protest, I was yanked from the room, hauled up the stairs, and flung into her room. She slammed the door, threw the bolt, and then sailed past me to belly flop upon the canopy bed. Rolling onto her side, she rested her round, dollish face upon her palm and studied me frankly from beneath her delicate brows, with an expression not unlike the doctor's upon ripping out the heart of Pierre Larose. "So, you are studying to be a monstrumologist," she said. "I suppose I am." "You suppose you are, don't you know?" "I haven't decided. I did not ask to serve the doctor." "Your father asked?" "My father is dead. He served the doctor, and when he died—" "What about your mother? Is she dead too? Are you an orphan? Oh, you're Oliver Twist, and that would make Dr. Winthrop Fagin." "I like to think of him as Mr. Brownlow," I said. "I have read everything that Mr. Dickens has written," Lily averred. "Have you read Great Expectations? That's my favorite. I read all the time. It's practically all I do except bicycling. Do you like to bicycle, Will? I bicycle practically every Sunday. And do you know I've seen Lillian Russell 7 times on her gold-plated bicycle riding with her beau, Diamond Jim Brady? Do you know who Diamond Jim Brady is? He's very famous, you know. He eats everything. Once at breakfast, I saw him eat 4 eggs, 6 pancakes, 3 pork chops, 5 muffins, and a beefsteak, washing it all down with a gallon of orange juice, which he called golden nectar. Uncle Abram knows him. Uncle knows everybody who is anybody. He knows Buffalo Bill Cody. 2 summers ago, I saw his Wild West show in London when it played before the Queen. I know her, too. Victoria. Uncle introduced us. He knows everyone. He knows President Cleveland. I met President Cleveland at the White House. We had tea. He has a love child because he's married and couldn't be with his true love. Her name is Maria." "Whose name?" I asked. I was having some trouble keeping up. "The love child's?" "No, his true love's name. I don't know his daughter's name. I think it's a daughter anyway. Are you an only child, Will?" "Yes." "So you have no one?" "I have the doctor." "And he has no one. I know that. John Chandler married his true love." "I don't think... He's never said... I can't imagine the doctor ever being in love," I said. I remembered his remark to Sergeant Hawk in the wilderness. "He says women should be classified as a different species." "I'm not surprised he said that," Lily said, and sniffed. "After what happened." "What?" "Oh, you must know. He must have told you. Aren't you his apprentice?" "I know they were engaged, and he somehow fell off a bridge and got sick, and that's how she met Dr. Chandler." She threw back her head and laughed with abandon. "I'm just repeating what he said," I protested, ashamed and angry at myself for the indiscretion. It was not a story the doctor was particularly proud of, and I knew he would be mortified if he knew I had shared it. "I thought you were going to show me your birthday present," I continued, hoping to change the subject. "Oh, my present! I forgot." She hopped from the mattress and scurried halfway under the bed to retrieve it, a weighty tome that she plunked down on the floor between us. Its leather cover was stamped with the title, in ornate script, Compendia ex horrenda maleficii. "You know what this is?" she demanded. It sounded like a challenge. With a sigh and a sinking heart, I answered, "I think so." "Mother would kill Uncle if she knew he gave it to me. She hates monstrumology." She flipped rapidly through the book's flimsy pages. I glimpsed gruesome depictions of human bodies flayed open, dismembered torsos and decapitated heads, the ironic leering grin of a skull whose frontal and parietal bones had been smashed to pieces, a tangle of rotting entrails in which squirmed what appeared to be gigantic larvae or maggots, anterior and posterior views of a woman's corpse, her flesh ripped free from the underlying muscles and tendons, and hanging like strips of peeling paint from the abandoned cathedral of her mortal temple. Page after page of macabre, lifelike illustrations of human havoc wreaked. over which Lily bent low with nostrils wide and cheeks flushed, her eyes aflame with voyeuristic delight. Her hair smelled like jasmine, and it was a dizzying juxtaposition, the sweet odor of her hair against the backdrop of those disgusting drawings. "Here it is," she breathed. "Here's my favorite." She tapped her finger on the page, where the nude corpse of a young man was displayed in an obscene parody of Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, arms and legs outstretched, head thrown back in a silent howl, with what appeared to be a tentacle or perhaps a snake, though it may have been some of his intestines, issuing from his abdomen. Mercifully, Lily did not elaborate on why she liked this drawing so much. She stared at it for a few seconds in silence, her eyes shining with macabre wonder before looking up. A sound from downstairs had captured her attention. "They're fighting," she said. "Hear it?" I could. The doctor's strident voice, von Hellrung's insistent response. "Let's go listen." She slapped the book closed. Without thinking, I grabbed her arm. "No," I protested. "We shouldn't spy." "Do you hate him?" "Who?" "Dr. Worthrop. Is he your enemy?" "Of course not." "Well, then, you can't spy on him. It's only spying when they're your enemies." "I don't need to spy on him," I said, trying to think quickly. "I know what they're fighting about." She stared intently at me for a moment with narrowed eyes. "What?" I could not meet her gaze. I dropped my eyes and said softly, "The old one." There was literally no holding her back after that unfortunate admission. She ignored my frantic protests and crept down the hall, stopping at the top of the stairs to lean over the banister, her curls falling to one side as she cocked an ear to eavesdrop. It was a dramatic gesture. The two monstrumologists were arguing loud enough to be heard in Queens. "Ashamed of yourself, Meister Abram," the doctor was saying. "To indulge that theater person. You judge before you know all the facts, mein Freund. Facts! Facts, you say? And what facts might those be? Creatures neither alive nor dead, who live off the blood of the living, who transform themselves into mist and bats and wolves, chicken and pigs too, I suppose, why not? Who sleep in coffins and rise each night with the moon? Are those the facts to which you refer, Meister Abram? Pellinore tales of the vampire stretch back hundreds of years. So do tales of leprechauns, and we do not study those. Or are they next? Are we to include magical sprites in the canon? We might as well. Henceforth let us devote ourselves to determining how many fairies can dance upon the head of a pin, or perhaps in the vacuum that exists between your ears. You wound me grievously, mein Freund. And you insult me, mein Meister. If I had proposed such a thing when I was your pupil, you would have boxed my ears. Why is it? Have you gone daft? Are you drunk? What in the name of God would compel you to pursue this madness? You credit me too much power, Pellinore. I can only suggest it is up to the society to decide. I credit you with the death of 2 innocent men, and the attempted homicide of another. I do not count Will Henry and myself. We took that risk with no compunction from you. I did not tell John to go. He offered. You didn't have to tell him, you wicked old fool. You knew he would go if he thought it would please you. He said the case had never been fully explored. He insisted. The doctor cursed loudly, and I heard the hard thud of something being slammed to the thick carpet. Instinctively, I started down the stairs, and Lily pulled me back. "Wait," she whispered. "It is nothing," I heard von Hellrung say. "It can be replaced." "I hold you fully responsible for what happens to him," returned the doctor, refusing to be mollified. "And I freely accept that responsibility. I shall do all within my power, though I fear it is too late." "Too late? What do you mean?" "He is in the state of becoming." "Oh, for the love of... Has the whole world gone mad? Am I the sole sane person left in the cosmos? The state of becoming what? No, don't you dare say it. If you say it, I shall break the other one over your thick Austrian head. You are understandably distressed. So, what is your plan? Keep him alive long enough to present him as a leptolaconus specimen, then shove a silver dagger through his heart? Burn his body upon a bloody pyre? I shall turn you over to the police. I shall see you prosecuted for cold-blooded murder and watch you hang. You must come to terms with certain facts. Facts! Oh, wonderful. We are back to the facts. Worthrop laughed harshly. The first of which is, regardless of what you think of my proposal, that John will die, probably well before I can present my paper. And why do you say that? Because he is starving to death. For a moment there was no reply. I could well imagine, though, the expression on the doctor's face. He cannot eat? He will not eat, because what is offered is not what satisfies. Lily hissed between her teeth and yanked me backward, for the doctor had appeared below, practically running toward the front door. "Will Henry!" he bellowed. "Pellinor, Pellinor, mein lieber Freund, where are you going? Please, I beg you." The stocky Austrian scurried after him on his thick-set legs. "Where I'm going is none of your damn business, von Hellrung, but I'll tell you anyway. To John. I'm going to see John." He sidestepped his old master, and stopped short when he saw me standing above. "Snap to, Will Henry," he snarled. "Visiting hours for the asylum are over." "You should not go, Pellinor," von Hellrung said. "And why not?" Von Hellrung sighed. "Because he is here." The doctor stiffened. He stepped toward von Hellrung, and said in a tone he had used often with me, stern, uncompromising, and intolerant of dispute, "Take me to him." He was being kept in a bedroom at the far end of the second floor, 4 doors from Lily's room. Von Hellrung, noting the lateness of the hour and expressing concern for our appetites, instructed Lily to escort me to the dining room so we might begin without them. Worthrop would have none of it. "Will Henry stays with me," he told our host. Lily protested too, saying if I stayed, she should stay. It was entirely unfair. Von Hellrung would have none of that. He had no say-so over me, but he did over her, and he ordered her downstairs. She shot me a hateful look as if it were all my fault, and traipsed down the stairs, her arms flopping loosely at her sides, lifting her knees high to slam her feet upon each step. Von Hellrung knocked on the door twice, paused, and then twice again. I heard the heavy tread of a large man crossing the floorboards, and then the sound of several bolts being drawn back. The door creaked open. Standing on the other side was Augustin Scala, a massive paw stuffed into the pocket of the old peacoat. He nodded silently to his employer and stepped to one side so we could slip past his mountainous bulk. The room was small, a bed, a dresser and washstand, a single window and a fireplace in which a few damp sticks smoldered. A lamp sat on the mantel, begetting spastic shadows that jerked upon the dark carpeting and jittered across the muted wallpaper. I felt as if I had stepped into a cave. Chandler reclined in the bed beneath a heavy quilted coverlet, eyes hidden under quivering lids, the lashes fluttering at the speed of a hummingbird's wings. His swollen, blood-red lips were slightly parted, and I could hear his deep, wheezing breath from my spot on the other side of the room. "Why have you moved him here?" asked the doctor softly. "We thought it best," answered von Hellrung. "We?" "The family and I." "And what did his physician think?" I am his physician. When did you become a medical doctor, von Hellrung? In the sense that he's been entrusted to me, Pellinor. And Muriel agreed to this? The old Austrian nodded, and added somberly, There is nothing more she can do for him. I can hear you, you know. The subject of their discussion seemed to have not moved a muscle, but his eyes were now open, blood red like his lips, shining with an overabundance of tears. Is that you, Pellinor? He asked, with a swipe of his tongue over his suppurating lower lip. It is I, said my master, approaching the bed. Then who is that with you? Not little Philly. Will Henry, the doctor corrected him, motioning for me to come closer. Biddle Philly, Chandler said, with a flick of his glowing eyes in my direction. Congratulations, Willy Billy. He caught you, but hasn't killed you yet. You know that's the plan, don't you? Same as your father, he'll see you die. Then donate your remains to the society. Put you on display in the beastie bin, where he puts all the nasty creatures he catches. He coughed. It's where all you nasty things belong. I am disappointed in you, John, Warthrop said, ignoring the delirious tirade. I expected you to be on your feet by now. You missed an excellent scrimmage last night. Who won the pool? Gravois. That squirrely frog. Don't tell me, he played bookie, too. I won't tell you then. Do you remember the time he hid behind the band and the tuba player vomited on him? Which in turn made him sick, and he threw up all over his date, that dancer. Ballerina, Warthrop said. Yes, that's the one, with the skinny legs. You called her the stork. No, that was you. No, I called her Katerina. Why did you call her that? It was her name. With some effort, Chandler managed to laugh. Damned literalist. Stork is better. The doctor nodded absently. I fully expected to see you there, John, but it seems you've taken a turn for the worse. I can't shake it, Pellinor, his friend admitted. I felt a little better for a while, and then I fall back again, like Sisyphus and the rock. How do you expect to get better, though, if you refuse to eat? A look of anger flashed across Chandler's face. Who told you that? Warthrop glanced at von Hellrung, who was studying his patient with an expression of intense concern. Why can't you eat, John? Persisted the doctor. I would eat. I'm hungry enough, so hungry I can hardly stand it, but they won't give me anything. Now, John, von Hellrung scolded him, you know that isn't true. Tell you me true, shouted Chandler. Tell me you true. He closed his eyes and grunted in frustration. He spoke with great deliberateness, plucking each word clean from the tangled undergrowth of his thoughts before allowing it past his lips. Don't tell me what's true. Anything you'd like. Anything. Only name it, and I will see that you get it within the hour, said Warthrop. Chandler was trembling. Fluid dripped from the corners of his eyes. The doctor reached down to wipe away the tear, and his friend jerked violently beneath the covers. Don't touch me, Pellinor. Name it, John, the doctor insisted. Chandler's head rocked from side to side. His eyes continued to leak tears. The pillowcase was stained with them. I can't. The Monstrumologist and von Hellrung withdrew to the fireplace to confer out of earshot. "This is unconscionable," Warthrop told von Hellrung. "The man needs a doctor. The only question is, shall you summon one, or shall I?" "I heard that," Chandler called. "His condition is beyond the scope of—" began von Hellrung, but his former pupil would have none of it. "He should be in Bellevue right now, not wasting away here with this baboon in a peacoat." "Shit!" The two men started at the expletive. "Worse than the hunger, Pellinor," John Chandler called. "The shit. Every hour on the hour, buckets and buckets of shit." Warthrop glanced at von Hellrung. "He has been incontinent," explained the Austrian apologetically. "So, dysentery too. And you still don't think he needs a doctor? It will kill him in a week." "Do you know what that's like, Pellinor?" shouted Chandler. "To lie wallowing in your own shit?" "We changed the sheets immediately," protested von Hellrung. "And you could use the pan, John. It's right there beside you." He turned to Warthrop and said beseechingly, "I try to make him as comfortable as possible. Understand, mein Freund, there are things that—" The doctor brushed him aside and returned to the bed. "The wrong metaphor," gasped Chandler. "The wrong hell. Not Sisyphus. Not Greek. Christian. Dante's rivers of shit. That's what it is." "I'm taking you to the hospital, John," Warthrop told him. "If you try, I'll shit on you." "No doubt you will, but I'm taking you anyway." "That's all, is it?" "It is, Pell. But we forget." "I don't understand, John. What do we forget?" Chandler lowered his voice, pronouncing the word with great solemnity, as if he were sharing a profound truth. "Shit." He giggled. "It's all shit. I am shit. You are shit." His eye fell upon the simian features of Augustin Scala. "He is definitely shit. Life is shit. Love is shit." Warthrop started to speak, and von Hellrung cut him off. "Don't, Pellinor. It is not John who speaks now. It is the beast." "You don't believe me," said Chandler. "You haven't bathed in it yet, that's all. The minute it sullies your unadulterated ass, you jump into a river, don't you?" He coughed, and thick green bile broiled in his mouth and bubbled over his lips. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed it back down. "You disgust me," Chandler said. "Everything about you is repulsive, nauseating. You sickening, mealy-mouthed piece of snot." The doctor said nothing. If he remembered that he himself had spoken these words before, he did not show it. But I remembered. Pellinor, being perfect is such a chore. Do you remember that one?" Chandler asked. "Yes," answered the doctor. "One of the kinder ones, as I recall." "I should have let you drown." Warthrop smiled. "Why didn't you?" "Who would I have played my jokes on, then? It was all for show, anyway. You didn't really mean to drown yourself." "How do you know?" "Because I was with you, you stupid bugger. If you'd really meant it, you would have waited till you were alone." "An error owing to inexperience." "Oh, don't worry, Pell. You'll get there. One of these days. All of us. Suffocating in shit." His eyes rolled toward the ceiling. The lids fluttered. The doctor looked at me and nodded. He'd heard enough. He pointed toward the door. We'd crossed halfway to the exit when Chandler called out in a loud voice, "It won't do any good, Pellinor. He'll finish me before the ambulance leaves the gates." The doctor turned. He looked at von Hellrung, and then swung his eyes in Scala's direction. "What do you think he's got in his pocket, Chandler said. "He'll have it in my heart the minute you close that door. He pulls it out when nobody's around and cleans his nails with it, picks his teeth, scrapes the crud off his crusty bunghole." Chandler was grinning ghoulishly. "Amateur," he sneered at the stoic bohemian. "Don't you know anything? That's a job for the Ogima. Are you, Ogima? You stinking immigrant monkey?" At the use of the Yinawak word, Warthrop stiffened. "How do you know that word, John?" Chandler's head lolled upon the pillow. The eyes rolled back in their sockets. "Heard it from the old man in the woods." "Jack Fiddler?" asked the doctor. "Old Jack Fiddler pulled on his pipe, stuck it up his arse, and gave it a light." "Pellinor," von Hellrung touched the doctor's arm and whispered urgently, "No more. Call the ambulance if you like, but do not push." Warthrop shrugged off the hand and strode back to John Chandler's side. "You remember Fiddler?" he said to him. Grinning, Chandler answered, "His eyes see very far, much farther than yours." "And LaRose? Do you remember Pierre LaRose?" I heard a snatch of the same nonsense he'd spouted in the wilderness. "Gudsnathnesht, Gebgung Grudge Petch Krishank." In a loud voice, Warthrop repeated the question, adding, "John, what happened to Pierre LaRose?" Chandler's demeanor abruptly changed. A look of profound dismay, eyes welling with tears, the fat lower lip quivering like a child's when confronted by inexpressible loss, transformed his vaguely bestial appearance into one of heart-wrenching pathos. "You don't go doing it, Mr. John," he told me. "You don't go peeking up the grand lady's skirts. You don't look in them woods for the things that are looking for you." "And he was right, wasn't he, John?" asked von Hellrung, for Warthrop's benefit more than his own. My master shot him a withering look. "He left me," Chandler wailed. "He knew, and he left me." Blood-flecked tears trailed down his hollow cheeks. "Why did he leave me?" "Pellinor, you've seen them. The eyes that do not look away. The mouth that cries on the high wind. My feet are on fire. Oh, good Christ, I'm on fire." "It called your name," murmured von Hellrung encouragingly. "LaRose abandoned you to the desolation, and the desolation called to you." Chandler did not reply. His mouth, its sores ripped open by the contortions of his despair, glistened with fresh blood. He stared vacantly at the ceiling, and I remembered Muriel's remark. He is there, and he is not there. "Gudsnathnesht, it's cold. Gebgum Grudgepetch. It burns. Slow down. For the love of Christ, slow down. The light is gold. The light is black. What have we given?" His hand emerged from beneath the covers. His fingers seemed grotesquely long, the nails ragged and encrusted with his own filth. He reached desperately for the doctor, who gathered the withered claw into both his hands. And it was with utter astonishment that I saw tears shining in my master's eyes. "What have we given?" Chandler demanded. "The wind says it is nothing to say nothing. In the center, in the beating heart, the pit, the yellow eye unblinking, the golden light black." The doctor rubbed his hand, murmured his name. Shaken by the melancholic scene, von Hellrung turned away. He crossed his arms over his thick chest and bowed his head as if praying. "You must take me back," the broken man pleaded. Mr. Wethano, he knows. Mr. Wethano, he will pull me out of the shit. He glared at the doctor with unalloyed animosity. You stopped him. You stole me from Mr. Wethano. Why did you? What have you given? With that question lingering in the air, John Chandler fell back to the fevered dream of the desolation. That gray land where none can save us from the crush of the soundless depths. Worthrop did not take him back to Mesnawethano. He took him by ambulance to Bellevue Hospital, leaving me in the care of von Hellrung, with instructions, as if he were boarding his horse, that I should be fed and given a proper bath before being put to bed. I will come by for him later tonight, or in the morning, if not. I want to stay with you, sir, I protested. I won't hear of it. Then I'll wait for you at the hotel. I'd rather you not be alone, he said, with a perfectly straight face. The man who left me alone for hours, sometimes days at a stretch. Chapter 18. What have I to live for? I supped on warmed-over lentil soup and cold-roasted lamb that night, sitting in the von Hellrung kitchen with the butler, Bartholomew Gray, who was as kind as he was dignified, and who thoughtfully distracted me from my distress with 100 questions about my home in New England, and with stories about his family's progress from slavery in the Deep South to the great shining city on a hill, New York. His son, he proudly informed me, was abroad, studying to be a doctor. During my dessert of custard and fresh strawberries, Lily appeared to rather officiously announce I would be sleeping in the room next to hers, and she hoped I didn't snore, because the walls were quite thin and she was a very light sleeper. She still seemed miffed that she had been banished, whereas I had enjoyed an audience with the stricken John Chandler. I thought of her uncle's gift and the glow in her eye at its macabre contents. I suspected she would gladly have traded places with me. At a little past 1 the following morning, my fate caught up with me. The doom that demanded I be disturbed at precisely the moment I was drifting off to sleep. The door to my room opened, revealing the fitful dance of a candle's flame, followed by Lily in her dressing gown. Her voluptuous curls had been freed from their ribbons and cascaded down her back. I pulled the covers up to my chin. I was self-conscious of my appearance, for I was wearing one of von Hellrung's nightshirts, and, though he was a small man, he was much larger than me. We regarded each other for a moment by the flickering candlelight. And then she said, without preamble, "He's going to die." "Maybe he won't," I answered. "Oh no, he's going to die. You can smell it." "Smell what?" "That's why Mr. Scala is keeping watch. Uncle says we have to be ready." "Ready for what?" "You have to be quick, very quick, and you can't just use anything. It has to be silver, so that's why he carries the knife. It's silver-plated." "What's silver-plated?" "The knife! The pearl-handled Mykov switchblade knife! So when it happens—" She made a slicing motion over her heart. "The doctor won't let that happen." "That is very odd, Will, the way you talk about him. The doctor, all whispery and fearful, like you're talking about God." "I just meant if there's any way he can help it, he won't just let him die." I confided to her the most striking thing about that most striking scene in the sick room. The tears in the monstrumologist's eyes. I've never seen him cry, ever. He's come close before. I am a mote of dust. But it was always for himself. I think he loves Dr. Chandler very much. Do you? I don't. I don't think he loves him at all. Well, I don't think you know him at all. I was becoming angry. And I don't think you know anything at all, she shot back. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Fell into the Danube by accident. He jumped off and nearly drowned. I know that, I said, and Dr. Chandler saved him. But do you know why he jumped, and do you know what happened after he jumped? He got very sick, and that's when Muriel and John met over his sickbed, I said, with a note of triumph. I would show her who didn't know anything. That isn't everything. It's hardly nothing. They were engaged to be married, and I know that too. All right, but do you know why they didn't? The doctor is not constitutionally suited for marriage, said I, echoing Warthrup's explanation. Then why did he propose in the first place? I don't know. See? You don't know anything. She smiled broadly. Her cheeks dimpled. Okay, I sighed. Why did he propose? I don't know, but he did, and then the next day he jumped off the Kronprinz Rudolf Bridge. He swallowed a gallon of the Danube and got pneumonia and a case of putrid sore throat, coughing up blood and vomiting buckets of black bile. He nearly died, Uncle said. They were madly, desperately in love. They were the item, here and on the continent. He is quite handsome when he cleans himself up. And she is lovelier than Helen, so everybody thought it was a perfect match. After Dr. Chandler fished him out of the river, she came and sat by his bed day and night. She called to him, and he called to her, though they sat right beside each other. She ran her fingers through her thick fall of curls and stared dreamily into the distance. Uncle introduced Pellinor to Muriel, so he blamed himself for what happened. When your doctor didn't get any better after 2 weeks in Vienna, Uncle shipped him off to a balneologist in Teplitz, and that's when things got really bad. She paused for dramatic effect. I found myself fighting the urge to grab her by the shoulders and physically shake the rest of the tale out of her. How often does our desire spring upon us unawares, and from what unexpected hiding places? There was so much about the man that was hidden from me. Hidden to this day, I will confess. To now have even the smallest of peeks behind the heavy curtain. He stopped eating, she continued. He stopped sleeping. He stopped talking. Uncle was desperate with worry. For a whole month this went on, Pellinor in silence wasting away, until one day Uncle said to him, "You must decide, will you live or will you die?" And Pellinor said, "What have I to live for?" And Uncle answered, "That only you can decide." And then he decided. "What?" I whispered. "What did he decide?" "He decided to live, of course." "Oh, I'm beginning to think you are thick-headed, William Henry. Of course he decided to live, or you wouldn't be here, would you?" It wasn't the perfect ending. The perfect ending would have been him deciding the opposite, because it's the best kind of love that kills. Love isn't worth anything unless it's tragic. Look at Romeo and Juliet, or Hamlet and Ophelia. It's all there for anyone who isn't so thick-headed he can't see it. The doctor returned shortly after 10 that morning. His morning suit slightly rumpled. The black cravat that had to be tied just so, now hanging limply over his collar, and dotted with a dark greenish stain, most likely the regurgitations of his friend. When I asked how Dr. Chandler was faring, he replied tersely, "He is alive," and said no more. The day had dawned overcast with a blustery wind from the north that brought a plethora of bad memories with it. Von Hellrung and Lily walked us to the curb. Warthrup turned to his old mentor upon seeing Bartholomew Gray in the driver's seat of the hansom. "Where is Scala?" he demanded. Von Hellrung muttered a vague reply, and the doctor's face darkened in anger. "If you've sent him over there like some apish angel of death, Meister Abram, I shall have him picked up by the police." I did not hear von Hellrung's response. Lily had collared me. "Are you going to be at the Congress today?" she asked. "I suppose," I said.
Good. Uncle has promised to take me, too. I'll look for you, Will.
Before I could extend my hearty thanksgiving at this piece of wonderful news, the doctor pulled me into the cab. "Straight to the society, Mr. Gray," he called, knocking sharply against the roof with the heel of his walking stick. He sat back and closed his eyes. He didn't look much healthier than his dying charge at Bellevue. Thus we are entwined with each other in a fateful dance, until one falls, and we must let go, lest we both go down. I spent the majority of that rainy day on the third floor of the old opera house, in a cavernous room that may have once been a dance studio, while Worthrop attended a meeting of the editorial board of the Encyclopedia Bestia, the Society's exhaustive compendium of all malevolent creatures great and small, to which he was a contributing member. The gathering was chaired by a lanky Missourian by the name of Pelt, who possessed the most impressive handlebar mustache I had ever seen. Throughout the meeting, Pelt munched on salt crackers, and I marveled at his ability to keep the crumbs from lodging in his mustache's complicated tangles. It was this same Dr. Pelt who would later admit that he was the author of the anonymous letter that had launched our latest foray into the singular wilds of monstrumology. Having hardly slept the night before, I dozed off in my chair to the droning of the learned men, while the latest treatises were discussed, debated, and dissected against the pleasant background music of the drumming rain upon the high-arched windows. It was in this state of sweet semi-stupor that I received a sharp jab to my shoulder. Jerking awake, I looked up to see Lily Bates beaming down at me.
"Here you are," she whispered. "I've been looking everywhere for you. You might have told me where you'd be."
"I didn't know where I'd be," I said honestly. She plopped onto the chair beside me and watched glumly as a phlegmatic little Argentinian with the rather remarkable name of Santiago Luis Moreno Acosta Rojas droned on about the poor composition skills of monstrumologists in general. "I understand they are not men of letters, but how can they be such unlettered men?" "This is dreadfully boring." Lillian stood abruptly and held out her hand. "I can't leave the doctor," I protested.
"Why? He might need a footstool?" she asked sardonically.
She pulled me to my feet and dragged me toward the door. I glanced back at my master, but he was oblivious, as was usual, to my plight.
"Quiet now," she whispered,
leading me to a door across the hall, over which a sign had been posted. Absolutely no admittance, not an exit. The door opened to a flight of stairs that dove downward, the darkness beneath swallowing the pitifully small light of the jets that burned on each landing. "I don't think we should be going down there," I said. "The sign—" She ignored me, pulling me behind her as she descended this little-used shaft, hardly concerning herself with the narrow treads or the fact that there was no railing. The walls, moist and festooned with long strips of peeling black paint, pressed close on either side. Another door confronted us at the bottom landing, 2 stories beneath the street, and another sign. Members only. No unauthorized admittance. "Lily," I began.
"It's all right, Will," she assured me. "He falls asleep every afternoon around this time. We just have to be very quiet."
Before I could ask why it was all right, despite the signs that gave every indication it was not, or ask who fell asleep every afternoon around that time, she forced open the door with her shoulder and flapped her hand impatiently at me to follow, which, for reasons still inexplicable to me, I did. The door clanged shut, plunging us into absolute darkness. We stood at the threshold of a forgotten hallway that led directly to the Holy of Holies of natural history's abhorrent darker side. Its official title was the Monstrumarium, literally, the House of Monsters, for it housed thousands of specimens collected from the four corners of the globe, from Gigantopithecus's malevolent cousin Kangchenjunga Rakias of the Himalayas, to the microscopic but no less terrifying Vasterus hominis, its name literally means to lay waste to humans, of the Belgian Congo. In 1875, a wag had nicknamed the monstrumarium, in a fit of sottish wit, the Beastie Bin, and the name had stuck. The so-called lower monstrumarium into which Lily and I now made our shuffling way, trailing our fingertips along the damp subterranean walls to keep our bearings in the dark, had been added to the original structure in 1867, a warren of winding passageways and claustrophobic low-ceilinged rooms, some no larger than a closet. The lower monstrumarium was the repository for thousands of yet-to-be-catalogued specimens and macabre curiosities. In room after room, shelves groaned under the weight of thousands of jars wherein unidentified bits of biomass floated in preserving solution, where, for all I know, they still sit to this day. A tiny percentage carried labels, and those contained only the name of the contributor, if known, and the date of the donation. The rest were innominate reminders of the vast constituents making up the monstrumological universe, the seemingly inexhaustible panoply of creatures designed by an inscrutable God to do us harm. We entered a small antechamber, where Lily grabbed a lamp that was hung upon an iron pike embedded in the concrete wall. The atmosphere was cool and musty. Our breaths pooled in the lamplight. "Where are we going?" I asked.
"Quiet, Will," she said, raising her voice slightly, "or you'll wake Adolphus." "Who is Adolphus?"
Immediately I was convinced that the dungeon was guarded by some gargantuan man-eating creature.
"Hush, just follow me and be quiet."
Adolphus, as it turned out, was not in the lower monstrumarium that day. His business rarely brought him down there, for he wasn't a monstrumologist and didn't consider himself a zookeeper. He was, rather, the curator of the monstrumarium proper. Adolphus Ainsworth was a very old man who walked with a cane, the head of which was fashioned from the skull of the extinct Ocelli carpendi, a nocturnal predator about the size of a capuchin monkey, possessing 6-inch razor-sharp fangs protruding from its upper jaw, and a partiality for the human eyeball, if that of other primates was not available, particularly the eyes of children, which the ocelli would rip from their sockets while they slept. Adolphus had named the skull Oedipus, and thought himself quite clever, despite the inconvenient detail that Oedipus had plucked out his own eyes. Adolphus Ainsworth was well into his 40th year underground in that fall of '88, and the sunless years had taken their toll upon his complexion. His eyes were weak and rheumy, magnified threefold by his thick spectacles, and his coat was threadbare, the sleeves an inch too short and tattered. He trudged about the narrow corridors in a pair of old open-toed slippers, his toenails glimmering like polished bronze in the dim light. A maxim emerged during his tenure as curator of the monstrumarium: "You can smell Adolphus coming," referring to a development or event easily predictable, along the lines of "as surely as night follows day." The aroma of those subterranean floors, a foul mixture of formaldehyde, mildew, and decomposition, seemed to seep from his very pores. A certain monstrumologist who was close to him politely suggested the smell was being absorbed by his profusive mutton chops, and perhaps he should shave. Adolphus rebuked the man, protesting that, since he was as bald as a billiard ball, he intended to maintain what hair he could, and, moreover, he cared not how badly he smelled. Though he was well into his 8th decade, his memory was prodigious. A researcher, after hours of wandering through the labyrinthine corridors and claustrophobic dusty chambers housing thousands of samples, his patience tried by the seemingly inchoate systems of unmarked drawers and unlabeled crates stacked floor to ceiling, would find his complaints answered by a simple question. Have you asked Adolphus? Suppose you wish to examine the phalanges of the rare Iceman of the Svalbard archipelago. Adolphus would lead you right to its little compartment, indistinguishable from all the others in the cabinet, and would hover about you as you examined it, lest you return it to the wrong place and thus throw off his entire catalogue. His office was located a floor above us, where he napped behind a desk buried in papers and books and pieces of calcified material that may or may not once have been living. The office itself was as disheveled as he, stacks and stacks of materials occupying every available surface, including most of the floor. A small winding pathway through the mélange afforded the sole artery into his roost. One floor beneath where he snoozed that rainy November afternoon, Lily's lamp supplied what little light there was to navigate the forbidding snarl of dusty, narrow halls of the lower monstrumarium, with their faint odor of formaldehyde, their patina of dust, and the occasional fitfully waving cobweb. We came to a juncture of two corridors, and Lily hesitated, swinging the lamp this way and that, chewing on her bottom lip. "We're lost," I said. "I thought I told you to be quiet." She took the passage to the left, and, with little choice in the matter, I followed. She had the only light, after all, and I might have wandered those Acheronian halls until I collapsed of exhaustion and died of slow starvation. Presently, we came to a door labeled, ominously, I thought, Unclassified 101. This is it, Will. Are you ready?" "Ready for what?" "I asked for this for my birthday, and instead I got a stupid old book." She pushed open the door, and a very familiar smell charged into the narrow hall. I'd been assaulted by it many times in my service to the Monstrumologist, the unmistakable evidence of biological functions, the smell of animal waste and rotting meat. Lining 3 walls of the small chamber were steel cages stacked on top of one another, most of which were empty, but for a bit of damp straw and a dry watering dish in each. But a few had occupants that scurried to the comforting shadows of their prisons, or pressed their snouts hard against the mesh, slobbering and snarling with bestial rage at our intrusion. What manner of organisms they were, I could not say. The cages were not labeled, and I did not possess the entirety of the monstrumological canon inside my head. I saw the flame reflected in furious eyes here, a snatch of fur or scaly hide there, a talon yanking at the steel wire, the tip of a serpentine tongue exploring the latch as if for weakness. Lily ignored the clamor and made straight for a table placed against the far wall, upon which sat a rectangular container made of thick glass. She set the lamp down beside it and motioned for me to come closer. Within the terrarium I spied a 3-inch layer of fine sand, a saucer filled with a viscous liquid that resembled blood, and several large rocks, a desert landscape in miniature. I could not see, however, anything living, even after she removed the heavy lid and instructed me to look closely. "It's just a baby," she said, forced by the din to bring her lips to within an inch of my ear. "They grow as big as 5 feet, Uncle says. That's it there, that big lump. He likes to do that, bury himself in the sand, if it is a he. Uncle says they're very rare and worth a great deal of money, especially alive. They don't do well in captivity. There, did you see him move? He hears us." The hidden thing undulated under its blanket of ochre grains. "What is it?" I breathed. "Silly, you're the monstrumologist in training. I've given you enough clues. It lives in the desert, grows to 5 feet, very rare and very valuable. I'll give you another clue. It's from the Gobi Desert." I shook my head. Her mouth dropped open in astonishment at my ignorance, and she said,
I knew right away what it was, with fewer hints than that, William Henry. You haven't learned very much under Dr. Warthrop, have you? Either he's a very bad teacher, or you're a very poor pupil. I know more than you, I'm beginning to think. Uncle says women aren't allowed into the society, but I will be. I will be the very first female monstrumologist. What do you think of that? Look, I think he's poking his snout out. Indeed, something was emerging from the undulating sand. A quarter-size puckered ring with a pitch-black center, crowding into which appeared to be tiny triangular teeth. It was undoubtedly the creature's mouth, but that is all I could identify. It had no eyes or nose or any other distinguishing feature, only the little mouth opening and closing like a suckerfish. The Mongolians are so frightened of them that even saying their name brings bad luck, Lily said. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. It's an Algoi Korkoi. She watched my face, waiting for it to light up with the shock of recognition. Ah, of course, the Algoi Korkoi. Without thinking it through, still smarting from her disdainful disparagement of the quality of my training, in one of those moments we are doomed to regret, I slapped my forehead hard, as I'd seen the doctor do 1,000 times, and cried, Ah, of course, the Algoi Korkoi, I didn't think of that. They are very rare, so it never occurred to me that you might actually have a living specimen. This is really something. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. So you have heard of it? Yes, I have. Didn't I just say so? I could not meet her gaze, though. Would you like to hold it? Hold it? Yes, so we may sex it. Sex it? Why are you repeating everything I say? We have to know if it's a boy or girl so we can name it. You do know how to sex a Korkoi, don't you? Of course I do. I waved my hand dismissively, again as I'd observed the doctor do innumerable times, and snorted. It's like eating pie. Good, she cried. I've decided Mildred if it's a girl and Howard if it's a boy. Pick it up, Will, and let's see. There was no escape now. What excuse was available to me? I might have claimed to have a severe allergy to the things, but she would have seen through that instantly. I might have feigned expertise in sexing a Korkoi by the shape of its mouth, and thereby negate the need to touch it. But that, too, could backfire, confirming her original suspicion that I didn't know a Korkoi from a hole in the ground. Thus, having chosen the iron chains of deceit, bound, as it were, by my own buffoonery, I reached into the terrarium and gently slid my hand beneath the undulating worm, careful to keep my fingers far from its contracting mouth. It was heavier than I thought it would be, and thicker, about the circumference of my wrist, making it difficult to grasp with one hand. The task was made more problematic by the immediately apparent fact that the Korkoi did not like to be held. It writhed in my palsied hand, twisting and turning the end with the mouth. I could not call it its head, for there was no delineation between its forefront and hindquarters but for the orifice. Its body was reddish-brown, and reminded me in its appearance and texture of cow intestine. "Use both hands, Will," she whispered. So intent was I in maintaining my hold upon the creature that I did not notice she had scooted away, putting distance between herself and me in my charge. It seemed a prudent suggestion. The creature must have been more than 6 inches long. I had picked it up toward the tail end, and the little puckering mouth bobbed and weaved freely in the air. Carefully, I reached with my left hand to grab it. How the thing sensed, without eyes or nostrils, my approach, I do not know, but sense it the Korkoi did. Faster than I could blink, it struck, more like a rattlesnake than a worm. Only later would I discover it was indeed a member of the reptile family. It coiled and then snapped whip-like directly at my face, the diminutive mouth expanding to twice its original size, revealing row upon row of tiny teeth marching backward into the lightless tunnel of its gullet. Instinctively my head snapped back, which saved my face, but exposed my neck. The last thing I saw before it attached itself were the teeth emerging from the recesses of the yawning pit of its mouth. I did not feel the bite at first. Indeed, I felt an enormous pressure as, by means of its rubbery lips, it affixed itself with leech-like determination. And then there was the slap of its body against my chest, for it had pulled free from my hand. It coiled itself part way around my neck and immediately began to squeeze, cutting off my air, as simultaneously something fire-hot scorched the spot beneath its anchored mouth. A Korkoi, I would later learn, does not eat the flesh of its victims, nor does it, in the strictest sense, drink their blood. More like the spider, it uses its toxic saliva to liquefy the flesh of its prey. Its teeth are vestigial relics from its evolutionary past. The choking behavior is used, like the web of the arachnid, to immobilize. It goes without saying that it is very difficult to defend oneself while unconscious. Mad with panic, I clawed at the monster. Lily recoiled in horror. Her little game had spun out of control, and now she seemed paralyzed by its denouement. I stumbled against the table, lost my balance, fell. Dark flowers blossomed in my field of vision. She screamed, her cries coming to me as if from a great distance. And it was through the veil of that spinning, ever-growing garden of raven blooms that I watched her run from the chamber, taking the light with her, leaving the darkness and the crazed residents of Unclassified 101 of the Lower Monstrumarium with me. Chapter 19. Whom did I betray? I was in that darkness for quite some time. And when the darkness went away, the Monstrumologist was with me. "Are you awake now?" he asked. I tried to speak. My effort was rewarded with searing pain from my throat to my lungs, which felt as if a great stone had been laid upon them. At first my mind was completely blank. Then I remembered where I was, and for that I was glad, because the pillow under my head was very soft. Much softer than my pillow at Harrington Lane. The hotel bed was much larger than the one in the little loft, and for that I was glad too. There was even a warm rush of what I hesitate to call, but having no better word to describe it, pleasure, when his lean face swam into focus. "Hello, sir," I croaked. "Tell me, Will Henry, do you think you are in a little trouble or a great deal of trouble?" "A great deal, sir." "And you're fortunate that your luck is not commensurate with the amount of trouble. By all accounts, you should be dead." "It would not be the first time, sir." I touched the thick bandage wrapped around my neck. That small touch, like my first attempt at speech, was rewarded with agonizing pain. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you," he said. "Yes, sir," I managed to gasp. "Why is it that every time I leave you to your own devices you end up seriously injured? I'm beginning to think I shall have to cart you around with me like an Indian babe in a papoose." "It wasn't my idea, sir." "No? Miss Bates placed the Korkoi around your neck?" "No, sir, she didn't touch it. I picked it up." "And can you tell me why in the world you would pick up a Mongolian deathworm?" "To sex it, sir." "Dear Lord, Will Henry, don't you know Korkoi are hermaphroditic? They are both male and female." "No, sir," I choked out. "I didn't know that." "By now I'm sure it's occurred to you that the price of ignorance in monstrumology can be quite steep." "Oh, yes, sir." "Ignorance could cost your life. Did you weigh that cost against the exigency of sexing the worm?" He did not wait for my answer. "I think not. Why did you do it, Will Henry? Why did you go somewhere you clearly had no business being?" Lily... Lily! What, did she bop you over the head with a chair and carry you down to the Monstrumarium? She said she wanted to show me something. A word of advice, Will Henry. When a person of the female gender says she wants to show you something, run the other way. The odds are it is not something you wish to see. Thank you, sir. I didn't know that. He nodded gravely, but through my tears of pain, did I see his eyes dancing merrily in the lamplight? There is still much you do not, he said, about science and more esoteric phenomena. Esoteric phenomena? Females. In this instance, the same girl who brought you to the edge of death also yanked you back. If not for her quick thinking, your indispensable services would have been quite dispensed with. She ran straight to Professor Ainsworth and roused him, with no small amount of effort, and to his subsequent annoyance from missing his nap on account of two silly children playing where no child should ever play. It was Adolphus who saved your life, Will Henry, and to whom you owe all gratitude, which I suggest you express to him at your earliest convenience, at a safe distance, for I believe it is his intention to wrap his cane around your neck if you step foot in his dominion again. I nodded, and winced, for the motion caused a hot bolt of pain. The doctor fished a cloth from the wash-basin on the bedstand. He wrung out the excess water and began bathing me, starting with my sweating forehead and working his way down. He bent to the task with his usual level of intense concentration, as if there existed the absolute ideal of giving a recalcitrant apprentice a sponge bath, a precise procedure he was determined to follow to the letter. "The next few days are critical," he began in that lecturing tone I'd heard 100 times before. "Your good fortune includes the fortuitous fact that Adolphus keeps a supply of the absolute ideal of giving a recalcitrant apprentice a sponge bath, a precise procedure he was determined to follow to the letter. "The next few days are critical," he began in that lecturing tone I'd heard 100 times before. "Your good fortune includes the fortuitous fact that Adolphus keeps a supply of Korkoi anti-venom on hand in the heretofore unlikely event of 2 children sneaking into the lower Monstrumarium for the purpose of sexing something that by its nature cannot be sexed. However, the extent of that good fortune is mitigated by the nature of the venom. It is extremely slow-acting. In the wild, the death worm may go for months without eating, so it relies on its venom to keep its prey more or less immobile while it feasts, for days, upon its living flesh. The venom is a narcotic, Will Henry, known for its hallucinogenic attributes. Native tribesmen harvest it and ingest it in small doses for its opium-like effects, sometimes by diluting it in distilled liquor or, which is more common, by smoking rabbit weed that has been treated with it. You must tell me immediately if you start to see things that by all reason should not be there, and I will have to keep a close eye on you for indications of paranoia and delusional thinking. The latter poses the greater threat, since one might argue it's your normal mode of operation. You'll be fine one moment, and the next you may be convinced you can fly, or that you've sprouted a second head, which in your case would not be a particularly bad thing. Another brain could not hurt." He was examining the earlier wound, the spot on my chest where John Chandler's teeth had bored into me. "What else?" he asked rhetorically. "Well, you may experience an intense burning sensation when you urinate. In particularly sensitive individuals, circulation is lost to the extremities, gangrene sets in, and the appendage must be amputated. You may lose your hair. Your testicles might swell. There have been cases of spontaneous hemorrhagic bleeding from the orifices, particularly the anus. Your kidneys could shut down, your lungs could fill with fluid, and you could literally drown in your own mucus. Am I leaving anything out?" "I hope not, sir." He wrung out the cloth, pulled down my nightshirt, and arranged the covers around me. "Now, are you hungry?" "No, sir." "Do you think you can manage to stay out of trouble while I check on my other patient?" Lily? For some reason, my heart fluttered with dread. As is so often the case, the instigator of the misdeed has escaped unscathed. I was speaking of Dr. Chandler. Oh, no, sir, I'll be fine. If you do get hungry later, ring the front desk and have them send something up. Soft foods, Will Henry, and nothing too spicy. The phone in the outer room rang, startling him. He was not expecting a call. He left to answer it and returned a moment later, running his fingers through his hair. I'm closing the door, Will Henry. Try to sleep now. I promised I would try. I closed my eyes dutifully. Presently I heard voices coming from the sitting room. Were they real? I wondered. Or was this the venom talking? One was low-pitched, a man's. The others register higher, clearly a woman's. Muriel, I thought. Muriel has come to see the doctor. Why? Had something happened to Dr. Chandler? Had he finally succumbed? I fancied I heard the sound of her crying. The end has come, I thought, my heart going out first to her and then, with a stabbing rush of grief, to my master. I saw him in my mind's eye trudging for mile after mile in the unforgiving wilderness, cradling her husband in his arms. I heard the desperate existential cry shouted in the sound-crushing atmosphere. Why did you come here? What did you think you would find? Why had he gone into the wilderness? In Rat Portage he had seemed to mock von Hellrung's proposal, and the man he claimed was responsible for it. Why then had he gone in search of something he did not believe existed? Had it been, as the doctor had theorized, a sycophantic act, or an overly zealous show of filial devotion to a beloved teacher? What had driven Chandler to risk his life for something he himself admitted was a chimera, a fairy tale? The voices without rose and fell, like the currents of a spring-fed mountain stream. Yes, I decided, it was their voices, the doctor's and Muriel's, most definitely. After a while, I convinced myself of their verity. They did not exist solely between my ears, but outside them. I am not proud of what I did next. A short hall led from our rooms to the living quarters. Thankfully, the jets here were not lit, and I navigated the distance in semi-darkness. Slowly, oh so slowly, lying upon the floor on my belly like an advancing marine, I slid forward until, while comfortably reclining on my stomach, I could observe unseen from the shadows. She was sitting on the divan, wearing a fashionable riding cloak over a lavender gown of taffeta and velvet. Though from my vantage point her lovely emerald eyes appeared dry, she worried with a handkerchief in her lap. I could not see the doctor, but following her gaze, I determined he must have been near the fireplace, standing if I knew Worthrop. In moments of stress, the doctor either stood or paced about like a caged lion, and this was definitely a stressful moment. "Confess that I am having some difficulty understanding why you've come," he was saying. "They're insisting upon discharging him," she said. "That's ridiculous. Why wouldn't they want him there? Do they wish for him to die?" "It's Archibald, his father. He's furious at you for taking him there without his permission, and he's terrified the papers will get wind of it. That's why we didn't commit him in the first place. Archibald would hear none of it." "Yes, how foolish of me," the doctor said sarcastically, "not to consult the great Archibald Chandler before saving his son's life." "You know how he's always felt about John's profession. It embarrasses him, brings shame to the family. He's very proud, not a man who takes ridicule easily. You should be able to understand that, at least." "It would be prudent of you, Muriel, to avoid insulting me while on a mission to enlist my aid." She forced a smile. But you make it so easy to do. No, you find it too easy to do. If I retract it, will you help me? I will do, as I have always done, everything within my power to help my friend. That's all I can ask. Is it? His voice dropped. Is that all you can ask? Perhaps not. But it is all that I will for now. His long shadow stretched over her, falling across her face. The downcast eye, the slightly lowered chin, the broken look of loss. She rose. Shadow met the man, and I saw him approach her, stop. With his back to me, he obliterated her from my sight. Are you prepared, Muriel? They may not be able to save him. I have been prepared since Rat Portage. I do not say since he came back, because he never came back, Pellinore. John never came back. She fell into him. He rocked back on his heels, not expecting it, and his long arms enfolded her instinctively. He looked down at her. He could see her upturned face, of course. I could not, and wished that I could. "Where is he?" she asked. "Where is John?" Muriel, you know Oh, I do. I know exactly what you're going to say. You're going to say, I'm being hysterical, that I'm a hysterical female, and I shouldn't worry my pretty little head, that I should let the strong and capable man take care of things. You're going to tell me there is a perfectly rational scientific explanation for why my husband has become a monster. Your husband is suffering from a well-documented form of psychosis, Muriel, named for the mythical creature he was foolish enough to go hunting after. It has been exacerbated by physical hardship and deprivation, perhaps even torture. She pulled from his arms, straightened her hat, and said with a laugh, "See, I knew you would say that. You're so damn predictable that I wonder how I ever thought I loved you." Millions love the sun. The sun is predictable. Was that an attempt at humor? I was merely being logical. You should take care with that, Pellinore. Your logic may kill someone one day. She was pressed between the divan and Warthrop. As she stepped to one side to make her escape, he shifted with her, blocking the way. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Acting unpredictably." She laughed nervously. "I can think of only one other time when you did that." John accuses me of putting on a show. That I jumped in order to be rescued. Still, it surprised me. I was shocked when I heard the news. Which part, my jumping or his saving me? I never understood why, Pellinore. We share in that, Muriel. I still don't understand why. He stepped to one side, and I could see her again. Though her exit had been unblocked, she remained. "Should I leave?" she asked. I could not tell if she was asking him or herself. She was looking toward the door as if it stood at the end of a 1,000-mile journey. "It probably would be best," he answered softly. "It's something you would do," she said with a note of wistfulness. "Entirely predictable. And perfectly logical." I missed who moved first. Whether a trick of the light or the result of my poisoned anatomy, it seemed that neither moved first. Their hands did not touch, and then their hands touched. She remained half-turned toward the door, Warthrop half-turned toward the window opposite, and her hand lightly brushed the back of his. "I hate you, Pellinore Warthrop," she said without looking at him. "You are selfish, and you are vain. Even rescuing him was an act of vanity. He is twice the man you are. He risked his life because he loved you. You risked yours merely to prove him wrong." The doctor did not respond. He stood ramrod straight, head slightly bowed, in an attitude of prayer. "I pray every night that there is a God, that there is judgment for our sins," she went on in a level voice, now running her fingers, feather light, up and down his arm. "So you might spend an eternity in the deepest pit of hell with all the other betrayers." "Whom did I betray?" he wondered aloud. He did not sound angry, only curious. "I brought him out." Her hand fell away. He stiffened as if the loss of her touch were a blow. "You sent him there. If not for you, he never would have gone." "That's ridiculous. I didn't even know about it until you told me." "He always knew there would be a reckoning. He wouldn't admit it to himself. He was not an introspective man like you. But in his heart, he knew there would be a price, and that he would be the one to pay it." "A price, you say? A price for what?" "For love, for you loving me, and—" her voice faltered. "And for my loving you." "But you hate me. You just said so." She laughed. "Oh, Pellinore, how can a man so intelligent be so utterly dense? Why is John Chandler my husband?" He did not answer. She moved closer. He still would not look at her. "John knew the answer to that question," she said, "and John is not half as bright as you." "I can think of a better question. Why are you his wife?" She struck him across the cheek. He received it with more stoicism than he had when she'd withdrawn her touch. He barely moved. "I wish you had died there," she said matter-of-factly. "You nearly got your wish." "Not in Canada, in Vienna. If you had died in Vienna, I could have played the grieving fiancé and prostrated myself upon your premature grave. John would now be happily married to some bird-witted New York socialite, and I would have fallen in love again. I would not be in this hell of loving a man whom I despise. For as long as you walk this earth, I shall love you, Pellinore. As long as you draw breath anywhere, here or 10,000 miles from here, I will love you. I can't help loving you. So I choose to hate you, to make my love bearable." You should not. Muriel, there are certain things we should never. For the first time in my memory, the monstrumologist struggled for words. "You should not tell me these things." "No, I want you to hear them. I want you to know I still love you. I want you to think about it for the rest of your pitiable life. You abandoned me for a cold and heartless mistress, and on the day Will Henry finally leaves you for good, I want you to think about it, and each day thereafter until you are old and dying alone on your deathbed, until the debt is repaid, until the final reparation for your cruelty." Like a falling man who grabs whatever might be nearby, no matter how flimsy, he said, "Will Henry will never leave me." I was back in bed when he opened the bedroom door. Through slitted lids I watched him watch me. The door eased closed. Then it opened again. He said my name. I did not answer. He shut the door. I heard their voices pick up again, or thought I did. I was terribly hot suddenly, and my breath was quick. I wondered if I was coming down with a fever. Perhaps it was not voices I heard at all, but the echoes of them, the memory made tangible by the death worm's venom. I had retreated to my bedroom when he'd walked her to the door. Surely Muriel had gone. I began to sweat. Paranoia, delusions, burning urine. I ticked them off one by one. Gangrene, bleeding. I reached under my nightshirt and gingerly touched my testicles. Had they grown any? How would I know if they had? It was not as if I measured them every morning. In the outer room, the murmuring gently swelled, receded. Closing my eyes, I had the sensation of something slipping, a loosening, like a poorly tied knot unraveling, and the voices undulating in what had been loosed in me, a sensuous undercurrent beneath the surface of the vast sea in which I found myself floating. The latter poses the greater threat. You'll be fine one moment, and the next you may be convinced you can fly. I cannot attest to things my eyes have not seen, and I do not mean to disparage them. I know I was not myself. I know in my blood swam the poison. But in the outer room there were voices, and then there were none. There was no closing of the door or the bidding of good night. In the outer room the voices fall and do not rise again. In the empty space where they had been, a woman lifts her emerald eyes. In them, the mirror that defines him, that gives him shape and substance. Without their light, his shadow has more substance than he. What have we given? He stumbles alone through a broken landscape. The wind whistles in the dry bones. There is no water. In her eyes, the spring. What have we given? He has seen what the yellow eye sees. He has prayed in the abandoned cathedral among the dry bones, kneeling in the ruins. He has heard his name spoken by the high wind, by the dry limbs strumming the sterile air. He has known these things. He is the monstrumologist. Too long he has been in the desolation. Now, in her eyes, the abundance. Some would judge them. I do not. If it was a sin, it was sanctified. The trespass consecrated by the act itself. He met himself in the purity of her eyes and obtained absolution upon her altar. In the outer room their shadows meet and become one. The starving man eats. He drinks his fill from the pure waters overflowing. Her sweet breath, her skin golden in the firelight. For a moment, at least, he tastes what his enigmatic mistress, the one for whom he rejected this love, cannot provide. In the abundance of her emerald eyes, Pellinore Warthrop found himself in another human being at last. Folio 6. Reparation. A quote from Jacob Riis. In this metropolis, let it be understood, there is no public street where the stranger may not go safely by day and by night. Chapter 20. A beautiful day. He burst into my room early the next morning, bearing a tray burdened with eggs, toast, pancakes, sausages, cranberry muffins, apple cobbler, and orange juice. My startled expression upon this completely unexpected and uncharacteristic display of largesse did not go unnoticed. He laughed aloud and placed the tray before me with a flourish. He even snapped the napkin open and arranged it with great formality around my bandaged neck. "Well, Master Henry," he cried in a disconcertingly joyful voice, "you look terrible." He strode to the window and threw back the curtains. Brilliant sunlight flooded the room. "But it is a beautiful day, a beautiful day. Truly the kind of day that stirs the slumbering poet in a man. We've been much too long in the doldrums, you and I, and we must work to remedy our dour outlook. Without hope, a man is no better than a draft horse pulling the heavy dray of his woes." He laid a hand upon my forehead. He measured my pulse. He examined my eyes. He chuckled when I stared with near incomprehension at the feast laid before me. "No, you are not suffering from a hallucination. Eat up! I have decided to skip this morning's colloquia and explore a bit of this marvelous city. You know, I have been coming here for 15 years and have barely seen it. I wear a path from the hotel to the society and back again, blinders firmly in place like the dray horse of my metaphor, never venturing off the beaten path. Too much in love with routine. And routine is a kind of death, too. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Does your throat hurt too much to speak?" "No, sir." "How is your stomach? Do you think you can eat?" I picked up the fork. "I think so, sir." "Marvelous. I've been thinking. First, we should take the ferry over to Liberty Island to have a look at Monsieur Bartholdi's statue. You know, he is a friend of mine. Not Bartholdi, the builder, Eiffel. Well, not precisely a friend, more of an acquaintance. An interesting little story about Eiffel. As you know, the international exhibit is next year in Paris, and the government wants to commission a suitable monument to commemorate the centennial of the Revolution. Well, Eiffel wrote to me about his plans to—" The ringing of the telephone interrupted him. He dashed from the room. I sipped my orange juice, golden nectar, Lily had called it, and heard him say, "Yes, of course. I shall be right down." He appeared in the doorway, his entire being transformed. Gone were the uncharacteristic sparkle in his eye and the rare spring in his step. "I must go," he said. "Why?" I asked. "What's happened?" "It is— You should stay here, Will Henry. I don't know how long I'll be." I placed the tray to one side and threw back the covers. He watched impassively as I struggled out of bed and stood swaying in my stocking feet. "I feel fine, sir. Really, I do. Please take me with you." A young officer of the Metropolitan Police Department came forward as we stepped off the elevator. Short of stature, dressed in a freshly starched uniform, with a shock of red hair and a round baby face sprinkled with freckles, he looked much too young for the role, like a child playing dress-up. He saluted Dr. Worthrop smartly and introduced himself as Sergeant Andrew Connolly. We followed him to a brougham carriage waiting at the curb. Worthrop had been right. It was a beautiful day, chilly but cloudless, the bright morning sun etching sharp shadows and chiseling the buildings into exquisite relief. As we rattled south within sight of the choppy waters of the East River, I glanced at the doctor, wondering if I should risk asking him again what had happened, though I was certain it could be only one thing. John Chandler was dead. Our carriage drew up before a block-length structure on the banks of the river. Bellevue, the nation's oldest public hospital. We followed Sergeant Connolly through a side door, up the dimly lit stairs to the 4th floor, and then down a long, narrow corridor, whose walls had been painted a ghastly institutional pale green. Connolly knocked once upon the door at the terminus of this depressing passageway. We were admitted at once by another uniformed officer who, with Connolly, stood at rigid attention by the door throughout the tense scene that followed. The room was icy cold. The autumnal wind whistled through the broken window over the bed. A knot of plainclothes detectives were gathered around the foot of it, watching two of their colleagues crouching over something on the floor. One of the men, an imposing figure with an impressive chest and an equally impressive mustache, turned when we entered. He scowled, his full lips clamped tightly around an unlit cigar. "Warthrop, good. Thank you for coming," he said in a thick Irish brogue. His gratitude was expressed gruffly, a formality to be promptly dispensed with. "Chief Inspector Burns," the doctor returned tightly. "But what's this?" asked Burns, glowering at me. "Who is this child and why is he here?" "He is not a child, he's my assistant," returned the Monstrumologist. I was a child, of course, in most men's eyes, but the doctor saw things differently from most men. Burns grunted noncommittally, studying me from beneath his bushy eyebrows, the right side of his prodigious mustache twitching. Then he shrugged. "He's over here," the chief detective of the Metropolitan Police said. "Watch your step. It's slippery." The men at the foot of the bed moved aside, like a human curtain pulling back. Lying on his back in a pool of coagulating blood was Augustin Scala, or what was left of him. I might not have recognized him if not for the size of the man and the tattered peacoat, for Augustin Scala had no face and no eyes. The empty sockets sought out the blank canvas of the off-white ceiling tiles. His shirt had been torn open, exposing his hairy torso, in the middle of which yawned a hole the size of a pie plate. Protruding from the hole's jagged lip was a portion of his dislodged heart, partially ripped from its moorings and missing large, bite-sized chunks. It was the heart that drew Warthrop's attention. He knelt beside the body, heedless of the tacky blood, to examine it. "The nurse found him around 7 o'clock this morning," said Burns. "Where have you taken Chandler?" the doctor asked, not turning from his task. "I haven't taken him anywhere. Dr. Chandler's gone." "Gone?" Warthrop looked up at him sharply. "What do you mean? Gone where?" "I was hoping you could help with the answer to that question." The door flew open, and von Hellrung hurried into the room, his wide face flushed, hair flying willy-nilly around his square head. "Pellinor, thank God you're here. Oh, this is terrible, terrible." The doctor rose, his pants now soaked in Scala's blood. "Von Hellrung, where is John?" "Dr. Chandler has disappeared," said Burns before von Hellrung could answer. He nodded toward the shattered window. "We think through there." Warthrop stepped over to the window and looked down 4 stories to the ground below. "Impossible," he murmured. "The door was locked from the inside," Burns rumbled. "Chandler's gone. There's no other explanation." "The laws of nature demand another, Inspector," snapped the doctor. "Unless you propose that he sprouted wings and flew away." Burns glanced at von Hellrung, and then curtly told his men to wait outside, leaving the 4 of us alone with the remains of Augustin Scala. "Dr. von Hellrung has informed me of the particulars of Dr. Chandler's case." Warthrop threw up his hands and said, "John Chandler is suffering from the mental and physical effects of a particular dementia, Inspector, called the Wendigo psychosis. It has a well-documented history in the literature." "Yes, he mentioned this Wendigo business." "It is finished," von Hellrung put in gravely. "He has gone fully to Utico now." Warthrop groaned. "Inspector, I beg you not to listen to this man. I appeal to your reason. What man, much less a man in John Chandler's condition, could withstand a fall from a 4-story window without suffering such injuries as to make escape impossible?" I'm not a doctor. All I know is that he's missing, and that window is the only way out." "He rides the high wind now," pronounced von Hellrung. "Shut up!" cried Warthrop, jabbing his index finger in the older man's face. "You may have enlisted Burns in this madness, but I will have no part of it." He turned to Burns. "I wish to speak with the nurse." "She's gone home for the day," answered Burns. "She's quite shaken, as you might imagine." "He must have walked out." "Then he made himself invisible," countered the chief inspector. "There's always a nurse on this floor, and doctors and orderlies going about besides. He would have been seen." "There may have been some eyewitness accounts of—" von Hellrung began. "Not another word," Warthrop growled at his old master. He turned back to Burns. "Very well. I will allow for the moment that he somehow managed to endure the fall without losing the ability to ambulate. I assume you have men searching for him. He could not have gotten far in his condition." A man came into the room at that moment, around von Hellrung's age, but taller and more athletic of build, well dressed in a tailcoat and top hat, with piercing eyes and a thrust-forward chin. "Warthrop!" he cried, marching straight to the doctor and striking him with the back of his hand. The doctor touched the corner of his mouth and found blood. The blow had opened up his bottom lip. "Archibald," he said, "delighted to see you again, too." "You brought him here," John Chandler's father shouted. The sole policeman in the room did not try to intervene. He seemed to be enjoying the show. "This is a hospital," replied the doctor, "the usual spot for the sick and injured." "And your spot as well when I'm finished with you. How dare you, sir? You had no right." "Don't speak to me of rights," Warthrop shot back. "Your son had the right to live." The elder Chandler snorted angrily and whirled on Inspector Burns. "I want him found post-haste, with as little fuss and bother as possible, Detective. The quicker this matter is resolved, the better. And under no circumstances are you or anyone in your department to speak to the press. I will not have the Chandler name dragged through the muck-raking penny dailies." Burns concurred with a brief nod, his lips curling around the dead stogie with disgust. "I'll shoot any man who even whispers a name, sir." Chandler confronted the doctor again, saying, "I'm holding you fully responsible, Warthrop. I've already spoken to my attorneys about your unconscionable negligence in regard to my son's treatment, and I can assure you, sir, there will be a reckoning. There will be reparations paid." He turned on his heel and stormed from the room. Warthrop gave an exaggerated sigh. "His concern is touching." He turned to von Hellrung. "Does Muriel know yet?" "I sent word through Bartholomew," answered von Hellrung. "He's bringing her to my house. She should be safe there." "Safe?" the Monstrumologist echoed. "Safe from what?" He didn't wait for an answer. "Detective, I shall for the moment accept the ludicrous proposition that John walked away from a fall out that window, and suggest you confine your dragnet to the immediate vicinity. He could not have gotten very far." "There are certain other measures we should discuss first," von Hellrung put in urgently, "for the well-being of your men." "Abram, this is not the time," began Warthrop. "It cannot be brought down by ordinary bullets," von Hellrung said, speaking over him. "They must be silver, and then only by a shot to the heart. You may fill its skull with 20 rounds and still fail to drop it. It has gone into hiding till nightfall. Look to a high place well away from human traffic, but don't confine your search to the immediate vicinity. It could be miles away by now. Spare no man. Enlist every able-bodied officer in the hunt. I would suggest you contact the state militia as well." Burns grunted. "I cannot very well mobilize the entire state of New York, Dr. von Hellrung. You heard Mr. Chandler. I'm to keep this as quiet as possible." "Oh, for God's sake!" Warthrop cried. "You can find him in 5 minutes with a single policeman and a bloodhound." "I defer to your judgment, Inspector," said von Hellrung, as if Warthrop hadn't spoken. But you must prosecute the matter with all alacrity. These hours are critical. It must be found before night comes." Burns's eyes widened at the injunction. "Why? What happens when night comes?" "It will begin to hunt. And it will not stop hunting. It cannot stop, for now the hunger drives it. It will kill and feed until someone kills it." The doctor shook his head vehemently and spoke to Burns. "But before you do any of that, Detective, I suggest you speak with his attending physician and enlighten yourself as to John's physical condition." "Not so frail he couldn't overcome Augustin Scala," von Hellrung noted triumphantly. "And how with such speed? Scala was alive and well when the night nurse checked on John at the end of her shift. 7 minutes later, her relief walked into this." "It proves nothing, von Hellrung." "Does it not? Mortally wound a man twice his size, cut free the heart, remove the eyes and the face, all in 7 minutes? I could not do it. Could you?" "I most certainly could." "That's very interesting," Burns put in, smiling dangerously around his cigar. "Quite talented, you monstrumologist, aren't you?" Von Hellrung urged the doctor to accompany him to his house. "Muriel is there. She needs you now, Pellinore," he said. But Worthrop refused to leave before he examined the alley from where Burns insisted Chandler must have made his getaway. He found nothing to sustain his objections to the absurd suggestion that this was the mode of escape. It was as if Chandler had somehow sprouted wings and flown into the blue. Worthrop did note a drain pipe that passed within a foot of the window. "Perhaps he climbed up to the roof," he mused. "By your own logic, impossible," pointed out von Hellrung. "If he was as impaired as you say, Pellinore." The monstrumologist sighed. "You examined him, von Hellrung. You know as well as I the extent of his impairment. It is confounding to me why you insist upon choosing the outrageous explanation over the rational one. What has happened to you? Have you suffered some kind of brain injury? Are you under the influence of a narcotic? Why do you persist, Meister Abram, in this bizarre and wholly disconcerting behavior? It's quite embarrassing to hear you prattle on to the authorities about silver bullets and men riding the wind like swallows." "As the times change, so must we, Pellinore, or face certain extinction." "Science is about progress, von Hellrung. The things you are talking about belong to our superstitious past. It is a step backward." "Let us just say there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy." The monstrumologist snorted. He scrubbed the bottom of his shoe upon the pavement. The broken glass from the shattered window crunched beneath his foot. "My philosophy does not extend that far, Meister Abram. Heaven I leave to the theologians." "If so, I do pity you, mein lieber Freund. If the theologians are right, and if I am in this, you will live to regret it." Worthrop looked at him sharply, but he smiled ruefully. "I already live with that," he said. Chapter 21. I do not think we will find him. Muriel Chandler was waiting for us in the von Hellrung parlor. She rushed to Worthrop, threw her arms around him, and pressed her face into his chest. Worthrop murmured her name. He stroked her auburn hair. Von Hellrung turned his head and coughed politely, ending the moment. The two withdrew quickly from each other's arms. "Have they found him yet?" she asked. "If not, it will be soon," the doctor said firmly. "In his condition, he could not have gotten far." "Muriel, Liebchen, perhaps you would like to find little Will something to eat?" suggested von Hellrung. "He is looking very pale to me." "I'm not hungry," I said. I was, I will admit, deeply concerned about the doctor's mental state. I'd not witnessed him this close to breaking since those awful days in the wilderness. "I hope you're right," Muriel was saying to him now. "And I hope Meister Abram is wrong. I hope it was someone else who murdered Scala." "He is in the wrong about practically everything," the doctor allowed. "Except that." She turned her lovely face away. Warthrop raised his hand as if to console her, then allowed it to fall. "I'll see to it he has the best defense possible, Muriel," he promised. "And of course I will testify on his behalf. I'll see to it a proper place is found for him." "An asylum," she whispered. "Please, please, you must be strong, Muriel. You must be strong for John," said von Hellrung, taking her by the elbow and guiding her to a chair. "Here, sit. You will listen to your Uncle Abram now, yes? There is a time to grieve, but that time is not yet. What shall Bartholomew bring you? Would you like some brandy? A glass of sherry, perhaps?" She looked past him to Warthrop. "I want my husband." The doctor demanded a word alone with von Hellrung. They retired to the older man's study and shut the door. After a moment, I could hear their row. The doctor was upbraiding him for telling the police they were hunting a mythical beast when their quarry was nothing more than a terribly disturbed man. I looked over and found Muriel smiling at me through her lingering tears. "Whatever happened to your neck, Will?" she asked. I avoided those penetratingly beautiful eyes, casting my own upon the Persian carpet and mumbling, "It was an accident, ma'am." "Well, I didn't think it was something deliberate." She laughed in spite of herself. "It isn't easy, is it, serving a monstrumologist?" "No, ma'am, it is not. Especially if his name happens to be Pellinor Warthrop." "Yes, ma'am." "So why do you?" "My father served him, and when he died, I had nowhere else to go." "And now I shall guess you are indispensable to him." She smiled at my startled expression. "Oh, yes," she said. "I have little doubt he's told you that. He used to tell me the same thing, but that was a very long time ago." "Do you love him, Will?" The question rendered me speechless. Love? The monstrumologist? "I shouldn't ask that," she went on. "It is none of my business. I know he is all that you have. He was once the same to me. But a house cannot be built upon sand, Will. Does that make any sense to you? Do you know what I mean?" I shook my head slowly. I did not. It used to comfort me to think he was incapable of love, that in no way should I take what happened between us personally. But I think I understand now. It isn't love he lacks. He loves more fiercely than any other man I've ever known. It is courage. "Dr. Warthrop is the bravest man in the world," I said. "He's a monstrumologist. He's not afraid of anything." "I understand," she replied gently. "You're just a boy, and you see him through different eyes." I had nothing to say to that. For some reason I heard his voice, echoing in a snowbound clearing. "You disgust me." I lowered my head and felt the memory of his arms pulling me close, his warm breath on my neck. She sensed my distress, and her heart was moved with pity. "He is quite fond of you, you know," she said. I searched out her expression. Was she teasing me? Oh, yes, she continued, smiling. Worries about you like a mother hen. It's quite sweet, and quite unlike him. Just last night he was saying... She stopped herself. She looked away. I saw that she was blushing. By the time the two monstrumologists had suspended their debate, she was ready to leave. Though von Hellrung pleaded, there was nothing he could say that would change her mind. I will not hole up here like a frightened kitten, she said. If they don't catch him first, he'll find his way home, and I want to be there when he does. I will come with you, the doctor said. She avoided his eyes. No, she said simply. But Warthrop would not let it go. He followed her to the door, pressing his case urgently while he helped her with her wrap. You should not go alone, he said. Don't be silly, Pellinore. I'm not afraid of him. He is my husband. He is not in his right mind. A defect not uncommon among you monstrumologists, she teased him. She spoke to his reflection. She was adjusting her hat in the hall mirror. Can we be serious for a moment? Describe a moment when you were not. You will be safe here. My place is at home, Pellinore. Our home. He was taken aback by this. He did not attempt to hide it. He said, Then I am coming with you. To what purpose? She demanded. She turned from the mirror, the color high in her cheeks. To protect me from my own husband? If he is as sick as you say, why should you feel the need? He had no ready answer. She smiled and lightly touched his wrist with her gloved hand. I am not afraid, she repeated. Besides, it would not do, a married lady in my position entertaining a gentleman without my husband present. What would people think? I don't care what they think. I care about... He would not, or could not, finish the thought. He raised his hand as if to touch her cheek, quickly dropping it again when he saw me out of the corner of his eye. Will Henry, he snapped, why are you constantly hovering about me like Banquo's ghost? He turned back to her. Very well. Your blasted stubbornness has worn me down, madam. But surely you can't protest to Bartholomew staying with you. Von Hellrung thought it was a capital idea, and Muriel relented to mollify them. She seemed amused by their concern. And you will ring me when you've arrived. Don't make me worry, Liebchen, Von Hellrung called to her from the doorway. He waited until the hansom had melted into the traffic, before closing the door. With a heavy sigh, he ran a pudgy hand through his hair. My heart is troubled for her, Pellinore. Dear Muriel is in shock. The truth has not yet sunk in that John is lost to us forever. I do wish you'd stop with that melodramatic drivel, my master said. It grates on my nerves. He may be lost, as you say, but it will be for considerably shorter than forever. I expect Inspector Burns will be calling within the hour to notify us of his death or capture. The call did not come that hour, or the next, or the next. Shadows crept across Fifth Avenue. Von Hellrung smoked cigar after cigar, filling the room with the noxious fumes, while the doctor paced, obsessively flipping open his pocket watch. Warthrop would occasionally pause before the window to scan the street for the chief inspector's brougham. At 4:15, with the sun slipping toward the Hudson, the maid poked her head into the room to inquire if the doctor and his ward would be staying for supper. Warthrop shuddered at the question. It seemed to break inertia's hold upon him. I think Will Henry and I will head over to Mulberry Street, he said. We can wait for word at police headquarters as well as here. Ring for us there if you hear anything, my Sir Abram." The cigar fell from the old man's mouth and rolled across the expensive carpet. "What?" he cried, leaping out of his chair. "Lieber Gott, what is the matter with me? How could I be so stupid?" He rushed to the front door, calling for the maid to have Timmy, the livery boy, bring around the calash. He patted his pockets frantically, finally withdrawing from some inner recess of his jacket a pearl-handled derringer. "What is it?" Warthrop demanded. "It may be nothing, or it may be everything, Pellinor. In my distracted state I completely forgot, and now I pray it means nothing. I do pray so. Here." He pulled a long-bladed knife sheathed in leather from another pocket and pressed it into the doctor's hands. "Remember, aim for the heart, and never, never look into its eyes." He flung open the door and raced to the curb, where a boy not much older than me sat holding the reins to a low-slung calash. We hurried after him. "Tell me what you forgot, von Hellrung," Warthrop demanded. "Muriel, mein Freund, Muriel! She never called." Situated a few blocks north of the Plaza Hotel at Central Park, the Chandler residence sat squarely in the middle of Millionaire's Row, palatial abodes lining Fifth Avenue above 50th Street, mansions of such staggering size and architectural extravagance that they perfectly reflected the ethos of their owners. Here lived the titans of American capitalism and avatars of the Gilded Age, families with such names as Gould and Vanderbilt, Carnegie and Astor, to whom Muriel was now, by marriage, distantly related. The Chandler house was not the largest of these estates by any means. Still, compared to the housing in which the other half of the city lived, the crowded and filthy tenement buildings, it was a castle in the style of a 15th-century French chateau. With surprising agility for a man of his years, von Hellrung jumped from the calash, and he dashed through the front gates, attacking the steps 2 at a time. He pounded his pudgy fist against the door for several seconds, shouting, "Muriel! Bartholomew! Open up! It is I, von Hellrung!" He turned to the doctor. "Quickly, Pellinor! We must break it down!" The doctor responded reasonably, "Perhaps they are upstairs and simply don't—" "Ach!" the old monstrumologist groaned. He shoved Warthrop roughly to one side, stepped back to give himself a running start, and threw himself against the door. It bowed, but did not give way. "Dear God in heaven!" he shouted, gathering himself for the next blow. "Give!" Slam. "Me!" Slam. "Strength!" The door gave way with a final desperate wallop of his shoulder, the splintered remains crashing into the wall inside with the force of a thunderclap. Von Hellrung's momentum carried him into the entryway, but he maintained his balance, lunging several steps into the cavernous space, where the crystal chandelier splintered the light of the setting sun into 1,000 glittering pieces. I smelled it the moment I stepped inside. The sickly sweet odor of death, the unmistakable perfume of decay. The doctor reacted to it immediately. He pushed past his winded companion and strode to the grand staircase. Von Hellrung, now holding the derringer, grabbed Warthrop's cloak with his free hand and pulled him back. "We stay together," he whispered harshly. "Where's the knife?" Warthrop clucked impatiently, but took out the knife and handed it to me. "I have my revolver," he said. "Good, but you will need these." Von Hellrung held out several shining silver bullets. They clinked softly in the eerie silence. Warthrop pushed the offering away. "I think my ordinary ones will do, thank you." We followed Warthrop up the grand staircase, past portraits of the Chandler clan's progenitors, the occasional marble statue of a Greek god, and the bust of some anonymous personage glaring down from its perch upon the pedestal. Upon the first turning of the stair, we found the body of a young girl in a chambermaid's uniform, lying face up, but she was upon her stomach. Someone had twisted her head completely around. Her eyes and face were gone. Her skirt was pushed up around her waist, exposing her naked backside. There was nothing but a gaping wound where her buttocks should have been, and the air was saturated with the smell of excrement. Von Hellring recoiled in shock, but Warthrop hardly took note of the gruesome find. He hopped over the pitiful creature and continued up the stairs, shouting Muriel's name at the top of his lungs, his eyes wide with panic. Von Hellring and I took more care in our ascent, carefully squeezing around her before continuing after him. I told myself not to look down, but I did, and I nearly swooned with disgust. For what I saw exceeded everything I'd ever witnessed in my tenure as a foot soldier in the service of Warthrop's exacting mistress. Someone, or something, had carefully arranged her facial mask, including her bright brown eyes, inside her evacuated bowels, so she appeared to stare up at me from the violated depths. "Stay back, Will," whispered Von Hellring. I nearly ran into the doctor upon the second turning of the stairs. Another body lay in our path, lying on its back with legs together and arms spread wide, the same position in which we'd discovered Sergeant Hawk. He had been eviscerated. His organs, still shimmering with bodily fluid, lay in disarray, as if they had been rummaged through to find a special prize, which might have been the heart. I could see its half-eaten remains, or perhaps the intestines, which had been cleaved from his abdomen and wound about his faceless head like a crown. It was Bartholomew Gray. The monstrumologist barely paused. He barreled onto the second floor, bellowing her name, kicking open doors with such force that their hinges splintered. Von Hellring caught up with him, touched his shoulder, and cried out when Warthrop swung around and jammed the end of his revolver against his forehead. The older scientist pointed to a door at the end of the hall, over which someone had scrawled this, perhaps with blood, perhaps with the contents of the poor girl's bowels. Life is. Von Hellring called softly, "No, Pellinor," but the doctor was already at the door, which stood slightly ajar, his revolver held at the level of his ear. He pushed open the door, and something fell from its hiding place above, a chamber pot brimming over with a sludgy mass. The pot had been balanced between the top of the door and the wall, a trap my master had fallen for years before. Only this time, the joke wasn't a pail filled with the Tanzanian Ngoliko's blood. It was a chamber pot filled with human feces. Life is. Warthrop stumbled backward, gagging and spitting. His mouth had been slightly open. His cloak and hair saturated in stinking excrement. He recovered himself quickly, however, and rushed into the room. Von Hellring and I followed close behind. Reposed upon the bed was a third body, wearing the same green dress she had worn when I danced with her, legs obscenely spread, arms folded over her head. On the headboard had been scrawled the words, "Good job." Warthrop rushed toward the bed with a strangled cry of despair, and abruptly stopped, a look of nearly comical bewilderment upon his haggard features. "Oh, no," he murmured. I peered over his shoulder and into the face of Bartholomew Gray. The beast had stripped it off and laid it over her face. Beside me, Von Hellring gave a small, horrified sob. The doctor took a deep breath, set his jaw, and pulled the makeshift mask away. The beast had left the face beneath intact. "Regina," whispered von Hellrung. "It is Regina, the cook." Worthrop turned, and his eyes were flint-hard. He pushed past us and strode to the opposite side of the room, to the remains of a window. The frame still held a few wickedly gleaming broken shards. He gazed past them, down to the small courtyard below. "We'll search the rest of the house," he said, "but I do not think we will find him." He turned around to face us. I looked away. The expression in his eyes was unendurable. "His business here, I think, is done." Chapter 22. The Story of a Lifetime. The doctor's prediction proved to be correct. We did not find John Chandler, or the thing that once had been John Chandler. Neither did we find Muriel. Either she had escaped, or he had taken her. We searched every room from the damp cellar to the dusty attic. While von Hellrung remained inside to call the police, Worthrop and I explored the grounds, focusing our attention on the small courtyard beneath the broken window. We found nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if John Chandler had taken to the high wind. The arrival of the black and white police wagons drew the attention of the neighborhood almost immediately. The small crowd outside quickly swelled until 2 detectives had to be pulled from their grisly work to keep the human tide from flooding the front lawn. The chief inspector appeared shortly thereafter. He commandeered the library to question the 2 monstrumologists. Von Hellrung was deferential, even apologetic, knowing to what lengths Burns would go to make an arrest for the crime. His brutal methods were legendary. The older monstrumologist understood his interrogator better than Worthrop, who was surly and combative, asking more questions than he answered. "Have you found John Chandler?" Worthrop demanded. "You and I wouldn't be having this conversation if we had," answered Burns. "Did you use dogs?" "Of course, Doctor." "Witnesses? His appearance is certainly something that would draw attention, even in New York." Burns shook his head. "None we've turned up." "Flyers!" barked the doctor. "Plaster every corner. And the newspapers. Who is that muckraker with the huge following? Reese, Jacob Reese. Within the hour he can have something in the evening edition." Burns was slowly shaking his massive head, smiling a small, enigmatic smile. "And put John Chandler at the top of that list of yours," Worthrop feverishly continued. "What do you call it? The Rogues Gallery? Within 24 hours we can make him the most famous man in Manhattan. Even the little old lady's dogs will know what he looks like." "Those are all wonderful ideas, Dr. Worthrop, but I'm afraid I can't do that." Before the doctor could ask why, the door behind him flew open, and the answer to that question barged into the room. "Where is Worthrop? Where is that—" Archibald Chandler's hand flew to cover his nose. "Good God, man, what is that smell?" He eyed with disgust the doctor's filthy cloak. "Life," answered the doctor. Scowling, John Chandler's father turned to Burns. "Inspector, isn't it the usual procedure to handcuff persons under arrest?" "Dr. Worthrop is not under arrest." "I think the mayor may have something to say about that." "He may indeed, Mr. Chandler, but until he does—" Burns shrugged. "Oh, he will. I assure you he will." He whirled on Worthrop. "This is entirely your fault. I shall do everything in my power to see you prosecuted to the full extent of the law." "What is my crime?" asked the monstrumologist. "That question is better put to my daughter-in-law." "Then I shall put it to her, the moment she is found." Chandler stared at him, and then looked quizzically at Burns. "Mrs. Chandler is missing," the chief inspector informed him. "John has taken her," Worthrop opined, "but I have hope that he will not harm her. If that was his intention, he would have done it here." He addressed Burns urgently. "Time is of the essence, Inspector. We must get the word out immediately." "The word, as you say, will most certainly not get out," snapped Chandler. "And if I see a single mention of the Chandler name in the obscurest fish wrapper, I shall sue you for everything you have. Do you understand? I will not have the name of Chandler besmirched or sullied in any way." "It isn't a name," answered my master. "It is a human being. Would you have her suffer the same fate as those we found in this house?" Chandler brought his face close to Worthrop's and snarled, "I don't care what she suffers." The monstrumologist exploded. He seized the larger man by the lapels and slammed him into a bookcase. A vase toppled off and shattered on the floor. The object of my master's wrath did not fight back. His cheeks glowed. His eyes danced wickedly. "What are you going to do? Kill me? That's what you so-called monster hunters do, isn't it? Kill what frightens you?" "You mistake disgust for fear," said Worthrop to Chandler. "Pellinor," von Hellrung pleaded. "Please, it solves nothing." "She deserves it, Worthrop," growled Chandler. "Whatever she receives, she has earned. If not for her, my son never would have gone on that hunt." "What are you talking about?" the doctor demanded. He gave Chandler a violent shake. "What is her fault?" "Ask him," said Chandler, with a jerk of his head toward von Hellrung. "All right now, boys, let's play nice," rumbled Burns. "I don't want to shoot either of you. Much. Dr. Worthrop, if you please." Worthrop released his captive with a frustrated groan. He whipped away, took a few steps, then turned back. He punched his finger in the direction of Chandler's nose. "I am not frightened, but you have every reason to be. If there is any credence to our notions of heaven and hell, it will not be me who spends all eternity wallowing in shit. May God damn you for loving the precious name of Chandler more than the life of your own son. Explain that upon the day of judgment, which may come sooner than you expect." "Are you threatening me, sir?" "I am no threat to you. What visited this house is the threat, and it remembers Chandler. If I understand what drives him at all, you are next." We returned to the von Hellrung brownstone, where the doctor washed the filth from his face and hair and disposed of his ruined riding cloak. Von Hellrung was clearly shaken to his marrow, burdened with guilt. If only we had made our expedition earlier when Muriel had failed to call. And with grief. Bartholomew had been with him for years. Worthrop was nearing the end of his considerable endurance. Several times he literally stormed the door, vowing to search every avenue and street, backyard and alleyway until he found her. Each time he made as if to flee. Von Hellrung pulled him back. "The police are her best hope now, Pellinor. They will spare no man to find her. You know this, mein Freund." The doctor nodded. Despite, even because of, Archibald Chandler's influence, no man would remain idle while John was loose. And Chief Inspector Burns had a reputation for ruthlessness. It was Burns, after all, who had invented that special form of interrogation called the third degree, which some critics rightfully characterized as torture. "What was Chandler talking about?" the doctor asked von Hellrung. "That nonsense about this being her fault." Von Hellrung smiled weakly. "He was never very fond of Muriel, you know," he offered. "He wishes to blame anyone else but John." "It's brought to mind something Muriel said," the doctor continued, his bloodshot eyes narrowing at his old mentor. "She told me it was my fault, that I sent him into the wilderness. It is exceedingly odd to me, Meister Abram, how everyone involved in this matter blames someone other than the person who actually did send him there. I did not tell John to go. It was entirely his idea. He volunteered to risk his life in search of something that he had no faith existed. I showed him my paper, but I never suggested— Good God, von Hellrung, can we quit these silly semantic games and speak frankly to each other? Is our friendship unworthy of the truth? Why would Muriel blame me, and why would Archibald blame Muriel? What do either of us have to do with John's madness? Von Hellrung folded his arms over his thick chest and bowed his head. He swayed on his feet. For a moment I feared he might keel over. "All seeds must take root in something," he murmured. "What the devil does that mean?" "Pellinore, my old friend, you know I love you as my own son. I should not speak of these things." "Why?" "It serves no purpose but to cause pain." "That's better than no purpose at all." Von Hellrung nodded. Tears glistened in his eyes. "He knew, Pellinore. John knew." Warthrop waited for him to go on, every muscle tense, every sinew taut, steeling himself for the blow. "I do not know all the particulars," his old master went on. "On the day he left for Rat Portage, I asked him the same question you now ask me. Why? Why, John, if you do not believe?" Tears now coursed down the old monstrumologist's cheeks. Tears for John, for the doctor, for the woman between them. He held out his hands beseechingly. Warthrop did not accept them. His own hands remained clenched at his sides. "It is a terrible thing, mein Freund, to love one who loves another. Unbearable to know you are not the beloved, to know the heart of your beloved can never be free from the prison of her love. This is what John knew." In a rare moment of disingenuousness, Pellinore Warthrop feigned ignorance. "I am surrounded by madmen," he said in a tone of wonder. "The whole world has gone mad, and I am the last sane man alive. Muriel came to see me before she left. She said, 'Do not allow him to go. It is spite that drives him. He would humiliate Pellinore, make him the fool.' And then she confessed that she had burdened him with the truth." "The truth," echoed Warthrop. "What truth?" "That she loves you still. That she loves you always. That she married him to punish you for what happened in Vienna." "Vienna was not my fault," Warthrop cried, his voice shaking with fury. Von Hellrung flinched and drew back, as if he feared the doctor would strike him. "You were there. You know this to be the truth. She demanded that I choose marriage or my work, when she knew my work was everything to me. And then, in the ultimate act of treachery, she ran to the arms of my best friend, demanding that he sacrifice nothing." "It was not treachery, Pellinore. Do not say that of her. She chose the one who loved her more than he loved himself. How can you judge her for this? She had been scorned by the one she loved, for a rival against whom she could never prevail. You are not a stupid man. You know Utico is not the only thing that consumes us, Pellinore. It is not the only spirit that devours all mankind. Her broken heart drove her to John, and John's drove him into the wilderness. I think now he went never meaning to come back. I think he sought out the yellow eye. I think he called to it before it called to him." He fell into his chair, giving way to his sorrow. Warthrop made no move to console him. Though von Hellrung begged him not to leave, The doctor insisted on returning to our hotel. His logic was brutally efficient. If he is, in fact, exacting some kind of twisted reparation for the past, he will look for me next. Better to be in the place he expects to find me. I will come with you, von Hellrung said. No, but if you're concerned about your own safety— Nein, I am an old man. I have lived to the fullness of my days. I am not afraid to die. But you cannot be both bait and hunter, Pellinor. And Will Henry? He should stay here. I can think of no worse idea, shot back my master. He would brook no more arguments or entreaties. Timmy brought the calash around, and in short order we were disembarking at the plaza. Worthrop stopped abruptly outside the lobby doors, his head down and cocked slightly to one side, as if he were listening to something. Then, without a word, he took off, leaping over a hedge and tearing down the lawn toward the 58th Street entrance to the park, running as fast as his long legs could carry him, which was very fast indeed. I raced after him, convinced he had spotted his quarry lurking along the low stone wall. I fell farther and farther behind. He was simply too fast for me. By the time I entered the park, he was 100 yards ahead. I could see his lanky silhouette darting between the arc lights. Worthrop's prey veered off the path and into the woods. The doctor followed, and I lost sight of both for a moment. The racket of their scuffle led me to where they rolled on the ground, locked in each other's arms. First the doctor on top, then his opponent. I stopped a few feet away from the tussle and drew the silver knife von Hellrung had given me. I did not know if I would be able to actually use it, but it gave me comfort to hold it. I would not need it for anything other than comfort, for I quickly— first the doctor on top, then his opponent. I stopped a few feet away from the tussle and drew the silver knife von Hellrung had given me. I did not know if I would be able to actually use it, but it gave me comfort to hold it. I would not need it for anything other than comfort, for I quickly discerned the man was not John Chandler, but the same raggedy figure who had been stalking us since our arrival in New York. He fought bravely enough, but he was no match for the Monstrumologist, who had by this point managed to straddle him, one hand clutching his scrawny neck, the other pushing down on his narrow chest. "Don't hurt me!" the man squealed in a high-pitched English accent. "Please, Dr. Worthrop!" "I'm not going to hurt you, you fool!" gasped the doctor. He released the man's neck and sat back upon his chest with his legs thrown on either side of his torso. The doctor's catch turned his light gray eyes beseechingly in my direction. "I can't breathe," he wheezed. "Good! I should squeeze the life out of you, Blackwood," said the doctor. "What in the devil do you think you're doing?" "Trying to breathe." The doctor heaved an exaggerated sigh and pushed himself to his feet. The man clutched his stomach, sat up, cheeks ablaze, sweat shining on his high forehead. His nose was extraordinarily large. It dominated his pinched face. "You've been following me," the doctor accused him. Blackwood was staring at me, or rather, at the deadly object in my hand. "Could you ask the young man to put away the knife?" "He will," said the doctor, "after he runs you through with it." The Monstrumologist held out his hand to Blackwood, who accepted it, and Worthrop hoisted him to his feet. Then the thin man's face split open into a wide, unabashed grin, as if they had dispensed with some kind of bizarre preliminaries. He thrust his hand toward the doctor's chest. "How have you been, Dr. Worthrop?" Worthrop ignored the gesture. "Will Henry, may I introduce Mr. Algernon Henry Blackwood, a reporter who masquerades as a spy when he isn't a spy masquerading as a reporter." "Not much of either, really." "Is that so? Then why have you been lurking outside my hotel since I got here?" Blackwood grinned sheepishly and lowered his eyes. "I was hoping for the same thing I always hope for, Dr. Worthrop." The doctor was nodding slowly. "That's what I suspected, and what I hoped. Blackwood, you look terrible. When was the last time you had something decent to eat?" The monstrumologist had an idea. And so it was that I found myself, a half-hour later, sitting on a sofa of rich velvet in the lavishly adorned sitting room of a private gentlemen's club, as such organizations were called in that day, situated within sight of the more famous Knickerbocker Club. Like the Knickerbocker, the club to which Worthrop belonged prided itself on its exclusiveness. The membership was limited, exactly 100, not one more, not one less, and the identities of its members were a closely guarded secret. No man in my memory ever publicly acknowledged his membership in the Zeno Club, and its existence, as far as I know, was never exposed or advertised. Normally, guests were not allowed within the rarefied atmosphere of the club, but certain members, Worthrop among them, were a bit more equal than others. His knock was answered by the doorman, who glared down his nose at us through the small trap-door situated beneath the brass plaque with the initials Z.C. He took in Blackwood's ill-fitting suit, and it was clear he was not pleased. But without a word he turned and escorted us into the deserted sitting room, where Blackwood seemed to shrink before my eyes, intimidated, perhaps, by the Victorian excess of the decor. Our orders were taken by another member of the staff with the same moribund attitude as the doorman: a gin and bitters for Blackwood, and a pot of Darjeeling tea for the doctor. Our waiter turned to me, and my mind went blank. I was thirsty, and a glass of water would have been most welcome, but, like Blackwood, I was somewhat intimidated by the surroundings, and the barely disguised disdain of the staff. Worthrop rescued me, whispering something into the waiter's ear. The man glided silently away with a tread as measured and sedate as an undertaker's. A few moments later he returned with our drinks, setting before me a tall, clear glass in which a caramel-colored liquid bubbled. I eyed my drink doubtfully. Why would someone serve a boiling beverage in a glass? And the doctor, who missed nothing, smiled slightly and said, "Try it, Will Henry." I took a tentative sip. My attendant delight must have been evident, for Worthrop's smile broadened, and he said, "I thought you might like it. It's called Coca-Cola, invented by an acquaintance of mine, a gentleman by the name of Pemberton. Not to my taste, really. Too sweet, and the inclusion of carbon dioxide is an inexplicable and not altogether pleasant addition." "Carbon dioxide, did you say?" asked Blackwood. "Is it safe to drink?" Worthrop shrugged. "We shall observe Will Henry carefully for any negative effects. How do you feel, Will Henry?" I told him I felt very good, for I, with half of the fizzy concoction already in me, was feeling very good indeed. Blackwood's gray eyes darted about. His hands moved restlessly in his lap. He was waiting for Worthrop to take the lead. The great scientist had never so much as granted him the time of day, and now here he sat across from him at the most exclusive club in New York. It was a wonder, and a riddle. "Blackwood, I need your help," the monstrumologist said. The Englishman's eyes widened at this confession. It was clearly the last thing he'd expected Worthrop to say. "Dr. Worthrop, sir, you know I have only the deepest admiration and respect for you and your important work." "Spare me the sycophantic drivel, Blackwood. For the past 2 years you've been hounding my every step, to what purpose I can only guess, though I suspect it has more to do with scandal and gossip than admiration and respect." "Oh, you wound me, Doctor. You cut me to the quick. My interest goes far beyond the necessities of my employment. Your work comes so close to my true passion, the universe that lies beneath, or within, I should say, the hidden universe of human consciousness. the metaphorical equivalent, if you will, of your society's monstrumarium.
Henry, I care not for your theories of consciousness or the universe within. My concern is far more practical.
But it is only by extending ourselves past the ordinary that we journey to the undiscovered countries of our boundless potential.
You'll forgive my lack of enthusiasm, replied the doctor. I've had my fill lately of undiscovered countries.
The ultimate truth does not lie in science, insisted the amateur philosopher. It lies in the unplumbed depths of human consciousness, not the natural, but, for lack of a better word, the supernatural.
Worthrop laughed. I really must introduce you to von Hellrung. I think the two of you would hit it off splendidly.
Then the Monstrumologist got down to business. He leaned forward, crooked his finger at his flushed-faced companion, and whispered conspiratorially,
Henry, I have a proposition for you. I need someone to break a story for me in tomorrow's papers. It is scandalous, it is sordid, and it involves one of the city's most prominent families. It is certain to make you a pretty penny, at least enough for you to buy yourself a decent suit. It may even earn you steady employment. A good thing, because it is obvious to me you have too much time on your hands.
Blackwood nodded eagerly. The gray eyes sparkled. The magnificent proboscis flared with excitement.
With this proviso, Worthrop went on, you are not to reveal your source to anyone, even to your editors.
Of course not, Doctor, whispered Blackwood. Oh, I must tell you, I am intrigued. What is it?
What you've been waiting for, Blackwood. The story of a lifetime.
On the way back to the plaza, the doctor confided,
I may live to regret my bargain with Blackwood, but we must trust what aid fate puts in our path. His story in tomorrow's papers will set the city ablaze, mobilizing millions to our cause. And the good name of Chandler be damned.
He looked utterly exhausted. His face was a ghastly yellow by the light of the street lamps, and he was more tired and careworn than I had ever seen him, even worse than those terrible days in the wilderness, borne down by the weight of his burden. That burden he had set down in Rat Portage, but now he carried another, far greater one.
I should have gone with her, Will Henry, he confessed. I should have listened to my instincts.
It isn't your fault, sir, I tried to console him.
Don't be stupid, he snapped at me. Of course it's my fault. Did you not hear a word that Meister Abram said? The entire affair is my fault. I told you we should be honest with each other. More important by far is that one be honest with oneself. I have always been, and it has cost me dearly, he added bitterly. Nothing matters but the truth. I have dedicated my life to the pursuit of it, no matter where it hides. That is the heart of science, Will Henry, the true monster we pursue. I gave up everything to know it, and there is nothing I will not do, no place I will not go, to find out the truth.
I did not have to wait long for proof of this vow. Hardly had we stepped foot into our digs when the doctor directed me to fetch his instrument case.
We've one small matter to resolve before the night is out, he informed me. It involves a modicum of risk and could lead to certain difficulties with the law. You may wait for me here, if you wish.
The thought of being alone after the day's gruesome events rendered the suggestion intolerable. The burden of accompanying him on whatever dark errand now beckoned was far more preferable than the burden of a solitary vigil while the high wind sang outside the windows. Upon that final terrifying flight through the malefic wilderness, he had shouldered the burden he'd inherited, but he was not the only one so borne down. I declined the offer. In short order, we were disembarking our taxicab at the 23rd Street entrance of the Society's headquarters.
A diminutive figure stepped out of the shadows to greet us. "You are late, mon ami," murmured Damien Gravois. His eyes widened at the sight of the bandage around my neck. "There has been an accident?"
"No," answered the doctor. "Why do you ask?"
The Frenchman shrugged, removed a snuff-box from the pocket of his fashionable short-tailed jacket, and partook of the powdered tobacco with a noisy snort. "It is all arranged," Gravois said, "except the portage charge. I would have paid it myself, but such was my haste to comply with your request that I completely forgot my purse." The monstrumologist scowled. He had just completed a lengthy negotiation with our driver over the fare.
"Did you agree upon a price?"
Gravois shook his head.
"I merely told him we would make it worth his while. You might know, Pellinor, but I do not know the going rate for body snatching."
The doctor sighed heavily.
"And the weapon? Or did you forget that too?"
Gravois responded with a wry smile. He reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and removed a pearl-handled switchblade. He pressed the button with his thumb, and the 6-inch blade sprang out with a wicked click.
"A Makov," he said, "identical to the one wielded by our Bohemian bodyguard."
On the second floor of the old opera house, the Society had constructed an operating theater, where lectures, demonstrations, and the occasional dissection were conducted upon a small stage specially built for the latter purpose. The floor was concrete and slightly concave, with a drain installed in the center for the conveyance of blood and other bodily fluids. The room itself was bowl-shaped, the seats arranged on steep risers that surrounded the stage on 3 sides in order to provide the participants unobstructed views of the gruesome proceedings. 2 large metal rolling tables occupied center stage, and upon each lay a body. The 2 cadavers were of nearly identical proportions. Both were male, and both were as naked as the day they were born. I recognized immediately one of the corpses. It was the eyeless, faceless remains of Augustin Scala. A burly man heaved himself from a seat in the front row upon our entrance, nervously patting his pockets as if searching for a bit of change. Gravois made the introductions.
"Frederico, this is my colleague, Dr. Walthrop. Walthrop, this is Frederico."
"Just Frederico, please," the man interrupted. His eyes darted about the theater. He was clearly suffering from a bad case of the jitters. "I brung him." He jerked his head unnecessarily at the stage. "You brung the money?" Had time not been a crucial factor in his investigation, I am sure the doctor would have indulged in a lengthy negotiation over the orderly's fee for the illicit removal of 2 bodies from the Bellevue morgue. Still, Warthrop expressed outrage over the man's asking price, deeming it exorbitant past all reason. The man had not delivered the crown jewels, after all, but a couple of bodies, and on loan to boot. It wasn't as if we expected to keep them. But time was of the essence, so the monstrumologist relented, and the man, once the money was counted and safely ensconced in his pocket, effected his retreat, informing us he had no interest in observing the proceedings. He would wait for us in the hall outside. We began with Scala. Under the harsh glare of the electrified lighting, the doctor examined first the hollowed-out eye sockets, then the remnants of the face, and then the wound in the chest and the mutilated heart.
As I initially thought, Will Henry," the doctor murmured. "Nearly identical to the wounds of our friend Monsieur Larose. Note the scoring of the ocular bone and the appearance of denticulated trauma to the heart."
"Except the face," I said. "Larose's face hadn't been stripped off."
Warthrop nodded. "The skinning is reversed. With Larose it was the body, with Scala the face. But that could be owing to the factors of location and time. He had to work quickly with this one."
"But not with Larose," observed Gravois, who stood a bit to one side, looking somewhat sick to his stomach. So why leave his face?
The doctor shook his head. There may be a pathological factor involved here, a reason that makes sense only to the author.
Or La Rose was mutilated by someone else, and Chandler employs his own interpretation upon the theme, Gravois replied.
A possibility, Warthrop allowed, but one that raises more questions than it answers. If not John, then who?
You know what von Hellrung would say, teased Gravois.
Warthrop snorted. His lip curled up into a derisive snarl. I spoke up to snuff out the fuse of his temper.
It couldn't have been Dr. Chandler, sir. La Rose left him. That's what Dr. Chandler said. Left him with Jack Fiddler. He couldn't have been the one who killed La Rose.
John did say he was abandoned, admitted my master. But we do not know if Fiddler had him when La Rose was murdered. He may have wandered into the succor encampment after the crime. He sighed and ran his gore-flecked fingers through his hair. Well, we can speculate till dawn and still be no closer to the truth. Some answers only John can provide. Let us keep to our purpose, gentlemen. He stepped over to the other body procured from the Bellevue morgue. I'll take that knife now, Gravois. He pressed the button. The blade whipped from its compartment and glittered wickedly under the bright lights. How long did von Hellrung say that John had? 7 minutes? Damien, keep time, please. Upon my mark. Warthrop plunged the blade into the middle of the dead man's chest. The blow strikes true, the monstrumologist said, puncturing the right ventricle. 30 to 60 seconds for the victim to lose consciousness, and Scala collapses to the floor. He pulled the blade free and thrust it in my direction. Here, you must do the rest, Will Henry. We should approximate John's weakened condition.
Me, sir?
I was appalled. Quickly, the clock is ticking. He pressed the switchblade into my hand and forced me to the table.
6 minutes, Gravois announced.
The eyes first, Warthrop instructed. Based on the amount of blood in the ocular cavities, Scala's heart was most likely still beating when John removed them.
You want me to cut out his eyes? I was having some difficulty grasping it. Surely the doctor didn't expect me, of all people, to do such a thing. The doctor misread my horror at the prospect as a question over procedure.
Well, he didn't gouge or pry them out with his bare hands. You saw the scoring as well as I did, Will Henry. He must have used the knife. Snap to now.
May I point out that a 2-year-old could remove someone's eyes? Asked Gravois. Strength has very little to do with it, Warthrop.
Very well, the doctor snapped.
He grabbed the knife from my hand, pulled back the upper lid, and inserted the knife into the spot above the corpse's right eye. He rotated the blade around, severing the optical nerve, and unceremoniously pulled the eye free with his bare fingers. He turned to me, and I instinctively raised my cupped hands to catch the prize, which he dropped into them. I looked around desperately for somewhere to put it. The doctor stood between me and the table, and dropping it onto the floor seemed disrespectful, even sacrilegious. Warthrop leaned over the table and removed the left eye in the same manner. That one, too, he dropped into my hands. I willed myself not to look, lest I find those lifeless eyes looking back at me.
Time, called Warthrop.
5 minutes, 45 seconds, answered Gravois. The monstrumologist grimly proceeded to hack open the alabaster chest, widening the initial wound with quick, savage strokes, mimicking the viciousness of the attack. He flung the knife upon the table and turned back to me.
Now, this part you must do, Will Henry.
Which part? I squeaked. His hands are full, Gravois pointed out. Warthrop scooped up the eyes and absently dropped them into his coat pocket. He pushed me toward the table.
Reach inside and grab the heart.
My stomach rolled. I burned and shivered as if with fever. I blinked back hot tears and stared beseechingly at him.
Quickly, Will Henry, These 2 ribs, here and here, were broken from the sternum. Can you do it?"
I nodded. I shook my head.
4 minutes?
"This is monstrumology, Will Henry," the doctor whispered fiercely. "This is what we do."
I nodded a second time, took a deep breath, and, willing my eyes to remain open, plunged my hands into the chest. The cavity was surprisingly cold, colder than the surrounding air of the auditorium. The ribs were slippery with their covering of periosteum, but once I had a good grip, they broke off easily. It required no more effort than snapping a stick in 2.
"Do you see the heart?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good. Now, with both hands, it's slippery. Pull it straight toward you. That's it. Stop.
Here, take the knife now. No, keep your left hand beneath the heart to support it. John is right-handed. Now chop. Carefully, for God's sake. Don't bring the blade so high, or you will slice open your wrist. Vary the angle. More.
Deeper. What, are you afraid of hurting him? 3 minutes?
Enough, cried Warthrop. He pushed me back and snapped his fingers at me.
"The knife! Stand back. If you're going to be sick, kindly use the drain, Will Henry."
The monstrumologist then proceeded to remove the face, an incision just below the hairline, then sliding the thin blade between the dermis and the underlying musculature. It was not easy work. There are many delicate muscles in our faces, the authors of a myriad different expressions: joy, sorrow, anger, love. Removing the facial mask while leaving what lay beneath unmolested required the fine touch of an accomplished student of anatomy. A monstrumologist, in other words.
1 minute, cried Gravois. The nurse is coming down the hall.
Warthrop cursed softly. He had only cut down to the mandible. He twisted the loosed, slick flesh of the face into his fist and ripped the rest free.
"Done," he cried. "Now out the window and up or down the drain pipe. He doesn't have to make it to the alley or the rooftop, as long as he is out of sight when she opens the door."
He was gasping for breath, the skin of the anonymous corpse protruding from his clenched fist, congealed blood quivering on his stained knuckles like the morning dew upon rose petals.
"What about the face?" wondered Gravois. "And the eyes? They were not found in the room. What did he do with them?"
"He took them, obviously."
"Took them? How? He was dressed in a hospital gown."
"He dropped them outside and retrieved them once he had descended."
"This scenario leaves very little room for error," Gravois observed. "And you weren't able to finish the job properly. John was."
"He was always better with the knife than I," countered Warthrop.
"But in a maddened, weakened state?"
Warthrop waved the objection away. He was completely satisfied with the demonstration.
"The wounds approximate scalas," he insisted. "The scoring of the eye sockets, the triangular cuts of the heart resembling those made by fangs or teeth, all proving superhuman strength and speed, aren't required to inflict the damage suffered. Von Hellrung is wrong."
"There is one obvious objection to your little demonstration, Pellinor," Gravois said. "The knife. How did a man in Chandler's condition manage to wrest it from a man twice his size?"
"He merely had to wait for him to fall asleep."
"But Scala was awake when the night nurse looked in at the end of her shift."
"Then he took it earlier in the evening while he slept, before she checked on him," barked Warthrop. "Or he lured Scala to his bedside under some pretense and picked his pocket. He knew where it was kept."
Gravois looked dubious, but did not press the issue. He simply said,
"Perhaps so. But do you think this is enough to disprove von Hellrung's theory?"
The monstrumologist sighed and slowly shook his head.
"Do you know why I think he clings to it with all his heart and soul, Gravois? For the same reason our race clings to the irrational belief in Wendigos, and the vampires, and all their supernatural cousins. It is very difficult to accept that the world is righteous, ruled by a just and loving God, when mere mortals are capable of such unthinkable crimes. He nodded toward the desecrated corpse upon the gleaming stainless steel table. The monstrous act, by definition, demands a monster. It was well past midnight when we returned to our rooms at the plaza. The doctor seemed on the verge of collapse, and I urged him to rest. He resisted at first, and then saw the reasonableness of it, relenting only after he barricaded us inside. He pushed the divan against the bedroom door and, after contemplating the 8 stories between us and the ground, pulled the large dresser over to block the window. He laughed mirthlessly. "Madness! Madness!" he muttered.
Dr. Worthrop, may I ask a question, sir? In the wilderness, you told me perhaps there might be some creature like the Wendigo. Could it be that Dr. Chandler was attacked by one and perhaps infected with something like I am? Something that gives him great strength and speed and... He surprised me by taking the suggestion seriously.
It has occurred to me, of course. Certainly some rather mundane organisms can cause madness and homicidal rage, jungle fever and other maladies that fall well outside the purview of monstrumology. But I reject von Hellrung's interpretation for a simple reason, Will Henry. It spits in the face of everything to which I have dedicated my life. The reason I turned my back upon...
He let the thought die unfinished.
We are doomed, Will Henry, if we do not set the past aside. Superstition is not science, and science will save us in the end. Though some might say it damned John, and not only John.
The words caught in his throat. He looked away and added softly,
My faith in it has cost much, but true faith always does.
I waited for him to go on. There seemed to be something he was leaving unsaid. I can only guess what it was. But with great age comes perspective, and, if we are lucky, a dollop of wisdom. The Monstrumologist could never have admitted to the transformation of his friend into a supernatural beast. To do so would have been an acknowledgment that the woman he loved was doomed. He had to believe John Chandler was human, for if he wasn't, the woman they both loved was already dead. Chapter 23. I should have known. The venom of the Khoikhoi, the doctor had warned me, was slow-acting. A victim might feel perfectly fine one day, and plunge into complete delirium the next. It may have been the deathworm's poison. It may have been that I had not slept more than 4 hours in total that night, or that those hours had been devoted to a twilight sleep, adrift in a horizonless sea. Whatever the cause, I must confess my memory of the next few hours is vague, perhaps mercifully so. I remember the bell ringing just before dawn, and the doctor stumbling around in the dark. "Snap to, Will Henry, snap to." I remember Connolly standing in the lobby, and the dizzying sense of déjà vu at seeing him. "Dr. Worthrop, you must come with me." The cold pre-dawn air, the stars fading in the indigo sky, the black brougham, the blur of darkened storefronts along Fifth Avenue, the shoveling of the white-coated sanitation workers calf-deep in the sidewalk filth, a noxious mixture of human and animal excrement, deposited daily on the streets of the greatest city on earth. Indeed, this was the hour of filth, when thousands upon thousands of chamber pots were emptied of their night soil directly onto the street from the brownstone and tenement windows, when the 2 million pounds of manure, produced the day before by 100,000 horses, lay piled in stinking 4-foot-high drifts, high enough in some neighborhoods that a man might enter his second-floor walk-up without using the stairs. The hour when carts slid along ruts cut into muddy refuse, carrying the remains of the horses that had decayed enough to be broken apart and transported to the rendering house. The average horse weighed 1,500 pounds, too cumbersome to remove while whole, and so it would be left to rot on the street where it had died, a bloated, reeking feast for the queen of the dung heap, the typhoid fly, until the horse could be dismembered easily and carted away. It was the hour of filth. The average workhorse produced 24 pounds of manure and several quarts of urine every day. The sheer enormity of that waste threatened the human population with extinction, as the waste bore the poisoned fruits of cholera, typhoid, yellow fever, typhus, and malaria. People literally dropped like flies, 20,000 each year, most of them children, while the flies themselves prospered. Each morning the manure was collected and hauled to special staging areas, called manure blocks, to await transport over the Brooklyn Bridge. The largest manure block was located on 42nd Street, 1 block away from where 100,000 people got their drinking water, the Croton Reservoir. The doctor's haggard profile, the cold wind off the river. I should have known. I should have guessed. In spring, the rains turned the streets into quagmires of mud and manure, and, crossing sweepers, cleared paths for the well-to-do ladies in their sweeping skirts, lest their finery be soiled. In dry weather, dust storms of pulverized manure blew through the broad avenues or floated like the volcanic ash of Pompeii, piling half an inch deep upon windowsills and the stalls of the fruit vendors and sausage sellers, particles fine enough to be inhaled. In this, the proudest city in America, you literally breathed shit. The cries of the teamsters, the curses of the dray drivers, the harsh call of crows, and the doctor beside me. I should have known. I should have guessed. The dizzying stench of the 6-foot-high city-block-long banks of spilth, a foul miasma of garbage, excrement, and animal parts, and the maddening hum of 1,000,000 blowflies. A burly black-clad figure appeared against the backdrop of that worm-infested replica of Dante's Hell, the largest manure block, on 42nd Street. The Monstrumologist leapt from the carriage and accosted Chief Inspector Burns. "Where?" Warthrop demanded. Burns pointed to the top of the hill, and Warthrop started up the slick slope to the top. It was a hard climb. He sunk to his calves in the muck. "No, stay here," he called to me when I started to follow. Burns must have concurred, for he laid a huge hand upon my shaking shoulder, his full lips working the expired stump of his cigar. I saw the doctor's head disappear over the horizon of waste. Only a moment must have passed, but it seemed an eternity before I heard his cry. A sound unlike anything else I have ever heard. It was difficult to imagine a human being producing such a sound. It did not belong to our race, but to the poor beast in the slaughterhouse. That anguished scream was more powerful than the big man's hold upon me. It pulled me toward it, but Burns caught me by the back of the coat before I could get very far, and hauled me back. "Don't worry, boy. He'll come down. There's nowhere else for him to go." And he did come down. Not the same man who had gone up that hill, but a man who looked like him. Not unlike the way John Chandler had retained the vestiges of his humanity, my master's facade was intact. But my master's eyes were empty. As empty and soulless as Pierre Larose's or Sergeant Hawke's eye sockets, considering the end of the desolation he would never reach. "Eleanor Warthrop," Burns formally intoned, "I am placing you under arrest for suspicion of murder." Though I wailed and screamed, kicked and punched, they separated us, throwing me into the brougham carriage, which took off at once for police headquarters. I turned around and saw them leading the doctor away in handcuffs. I did not see him again for some time. The city was coming to life, albeit a life wholly foreign to a young boy from a small New England town. Tramps lingered in doorways or loitered around the smoking ash barrels, eyes glowering beneath ratty hats and hands tucked inside the fraying sleeves of their second-hand coats. Ragpickers pushed wooden carts along the sidewalks, scavenging in the narrow recesses of dark alleys and in the piles of trash that seemed to gather like autumn leaves against stoop and storefront. Here the slouching tenements, with acres of laundry fluttering on lines strung from rooftop to rooftop. Here the stale beer saloons. Drunks passed out in their basement doorways, while urchins knelt beside them, picking their pockets for change. Here the gambling house, eerily quiet at this hour. There the concert hall with posters plastered on its blackened windows, advertising the latest burlesque. And at Mulberry and Bleecker, the disorderly house, where young women, their faces heavily painted, leaned out the open windows calling down to anonymous passerby and uniformed policemen alike. At the station house, Connolly took me to a small, windowless room furnished with a table and 2 rickety chairs. He was not unkind. He offered to find me something to eat, but I declined. Food was the farthest thing from my mind. He left me alone. I heard a bolt being thrown, and I noticed the door had no handle on my side. An hour passed. I wept until I was too weak to weep. I swooned at one point and smacked my forehead on the tabletop. It might not be true, I thought. It might not have been her. But I could think of no other explanation for that inhuman cry. At last I heard the bolt being thrown back with a loud screech. Chief Inspector Burns came into the room, threatening to overwhelm the space with his prodigious bulk, followed by another large man wearing a bowler hat and an overcoat a size too small for him. "Where's the doctor?" I asked. "No need to worry," said Burns with a patronizing wave. "Your doctor's resting very comfortably." He nodded to the man beside him. "This is Detective O'Brien. He has a boy about your age, I believe. Don't you, O'Brien?" "Yes, sir, I do," answered his subordinate. "His name's William, too, only we call him Billy." "You see?" Burns beamed at me as if a significant point had been made. "I want to see the doctor," I said. "Oh, now we don't want to rush things, do we? All in good time, all in good time. Will you be wanting anything, Will?" "We'll bring you anything you like, anything at all." "What can we bring you, Will?" echoed O'Brien. "The doctor," I answered. Burns glanced at his cohort, and then turned to me. "We can do that." We can bring you to the doctor. We just need you to be honest with us and answer some questions.
I want to see the doctor first.
Burns's smile faded. Your doctor is in a bad way, Will. He needs your help now, and the way you can help him is by helping us.
He didn't do anything wrong.
O'Brien snorted. Didn't he now? Burns laid a hand on his forearm. He kept his small, piggish eyes on me, though. You know who was up on that manure block, don't you, boy? You know what your doctor found? I shook my head. I willed my quivering bottom lip to be still. And now we've got a problem, Will, and so does he. We've got a problem, and your doctor's got a bigger problem. This is serious business, boy. This is murder.
Dr. Worthrop didn't murder anyone.
Burns dropped a paper sack upon the tabletop. Go on. Look in there, Will. Trembling with dread, I peeked inside the sack, then pushed it away with a soft cry.
He had forgotten about them, had dropped them into his pocket in the operating theater and forgotten completely.
It's interesting, don't you think, Will? What a man keeps in his pockets. I carry my wallet and a comb, some matches, but it's a rare man who carries eyeballs about.
They aren't hers, I gasped.
Oh, we know. Wrong color, for one. Burns jerked his head toward the door, and O'Brien opened it,
admitting the man I knew as Frederico. His face was deathly pale. Clearly he was terrified.
Is this him? Demanded Burns, pointing at me.
The big orderly nodded violently.
That's him. He was there. Burns said, You see, Will, we know the doctor's been brushing up on his technique.
That isn't what he was doing. That isn't it at all.
He held up his hand to silence me. And one other thing you should know. There's another crime besides murder. It's called being an accessory. That's just a fancy way of saying you have to talk to us, Will. If you don't want to see yourself behind bars till you're as old as me, and I'm pretty old.
I sank into the chair. My thoughts refused to be still long enough to form a coherent sentence.
You know who was up on that manure block, don't you, boy?
It was Mrs. Chandler, wasn't it? I asked, when my tongue could fashion the words.
O'Brien was grinning ghoulishly down at me. Take all the time you need, O'Brien, Burns said, on his way out with his quaking witness. Get it out of him in the usual way, only leave the face clean.
The usual way, before it was abolished by a charismatic young reformer named Theodore Roosevelt, began with verbal abuse, name-calling, cursing, threatening. This then progressed to the physical, spitting, punching, slapping, pinching, hair-pulling. A typical suspect could be expected to break somewhere near the middle of the method's continuum. Rarely did he last till the third and final degree, which might include the breaking of his thumbs, or the rupturing of a kidney. There were rumors that some subjects had to be carried from the interrogation room in a body bag, their premature demise carefully covered up with a ludicrous explanation. Had a heart attack and dropped over dead, the poor bastard. For a poor bastard whose face resembled hamburger meat. O'Brien followed orders. He did not mar my face. But in every other way, he applied the tried-and-true formula for wresting confessions from recalcitrant witnesses. He screamed into my face, "Your precious doctor's going to hang. It's over for him, and for you unless you talk." He bellowed, "Do you think we're fools, boy? Is that what you think? You think we don't know about the Mountie and that French Canuck? How he killed one to hide the fact that he'd killed the other?
You think we're ignorant, boy? And that fat bohemian at Bellevue, you really believe some 90-pound weakling stole his knife and gutted him like a pig? What fools do you take us for? Your doctor knows his way around the body, don't he? He's cut up his fair share of specimens, ain't he? Knows how to cut him up good, just like he cut off that black butler's face and hung it on the old lady, right? Graduating next to hard slaps to my cheeks, delivered as a kind of exclamation point. Don't you think we know his game? Slap. Oh, it ain't me, it's some monster that's doing it. Slap. Then he takes his knife to his lady love, don't he? Don't he? Then towering behind me, yanking my head back by a fistful of hair and shoving his flushed, pock-marked face into mine. You want to see him before he hangs? Huh? Pulling so hard I could hear the roots ripping free from my scalp. You start talking, you miserable pup. You was with him. You saw it. Say you saw it. Say it! He slammed his fist into my solar plexus. I folded over in the chair and fell into a miserable ball on the concrete floor. O'Brien leisurely stepped over my writhing body and knocked once upon the door. 2 strong arms lifted me from the cold floor. I found myself enfolded in Burns's arm, pulled tightly to his chest. His large hands caressed me and wiped the tears from my cheeks. There, boy," murmured the chief inspector. "It'll all be over soon." I could not speak. I brought my hand to my mouth and sucked on my knuckles like a squalling babe. "It ain't fair what that man's put you through. Why, it just makes me sick, thinking how much hurt he's done. And not just to you, Will. I should have showed you. I should have showed you what he did to that poor lady. That poor, beautiful lady, Will. Do you want to know what he did, Will? You want to know what your doctor's done?" I shook my head fiercely. He told me anyway. And then, "All you got to do is say it, Will," he said. "Say you saw it. You saw him do it." "No." "You want to see him, don't you?" "You can. All you got to do is tell me you were with him and you saw it." I was with him." "Good boy. I'm always with him." "That's the lad." I am with him." "And you saw?" "And I saw." I was shaking uncontrollably in the warmth of his embrace. I had seen... But what had I seen? A dead man straining toward the indifferent sky. The ruins of God's temple impaled upon a tree. I had seen the yellow eye and the emerald eye, the desolation and the abundance. What had been given and what was still owing. There was the heart cradled in the monstrumologist's hands. There was the brilliant smile of the one who had danced with me. And there was the jagged teeth of the one who had ferried me into the golden light. What did you see, William Henry? Chapter 24. He wanted me to see. I was taken to a holding room. Not precisely a cell, since there were no bars anywhere, but close enough. There was a cot, a washstand, and a very narrow window of frosted glass that filtered the weakened autumn sun into a kind of mockery of light, light's emaciated cousin. I threw myself upon the cot and fell almost immediately into a deep sleep. So deep, in fact, that it took Connolly several hard shakes to wake me. "You have a visitor, Will?" I must have been staring uncomprehendingly at him, for he said it again, smiling reassuringly all the while, a friendly hand upon my shoulder. "Take your hands off him!" I heard a familiar voice cry.
"Is that quite enough of your department's hospitality, my good sir?"
Von Hellrung jostled Connolly out of the way and crouched beside me. He cupped my face in his pudgy hands and stared intently into my eyes. Will, he murmured, what have these animals done to you? He swept me up into his arms with surprising vigor and swung round, kicking open the door with his foot and marching out, a panicky Connolly trailing behind us like an abandoned puppy. "Dr. von Hellrung, sir, I don't think you're allowed to do this," huffed Connolly.
"Watch, and you will see what I am allowed to do,"
Von Hellrung roared over his shoulder. "Inspector Burns left strict orders."
"And you may take the orders of Herr Inspector Burns and stick them up your wide Irish ass."
He had reached the front doors. I could see the glare of the bawdy houses glimmering across Mulberry Street. He might have made good his escape then. His bluster had frozen the half-dozen or so personnel in their tracks. But he could not resist a final parting shot across the bow.
"Shame on you! Shame on all of you! The most vicious of the predators I study cannot hold a candle to you. To treat a man like this is one thing, but to torture a child? And a child that has already endured more than any of you could possibly imagine. Diese Scheißpolizisten, so eine Schweinerei! Pah!"
He spat contemptuously, then carried me straight to the curb and heaved me into the back of the calash. He jumped into the seat beside me and shouted for Timmy to take us home. "The doctor?" I gasped. "Safe, Will," answered my rescuer. "Safe. Not well, but safe. And I beg you to forgive me for not extricating you sooner from the clutches of those oafish brutes." "I want to see the doctor," I said. "And you shall, Will. I am taking you to him now." Von Hellrung's personal physician, a young man by the name of Seward, had given the doctor a thorough examination and had found no serious injuries except a painful, and painfully obvious, fracturing of the lower jaw. Seward was concerned about the condition of Worthrop's kidneys. Already ugly bruises had formed along his lower back where the truncheons had been vigorously applied, but there was nothing he could do but wait. The symptoms of renal failure were hard to miss. I found my master propped up in the bed, dressed in one of von Hellrung's nightshirts, which was much too small for him and, to my allegiant eye, added insult to injury. A bag containing ice had been wrapped in a cloth, and the cloth then tied around his head to keep the compress tight against his jaw. He opened his eyes when I stepped inside the room. "Will Henry," he said, wincing from the effort. "Is that you?" "Yes, sir," I said. "Will Henry," he sighed. "Where have you been, Will Henry?" "At the police station, sir." "That cannot be," he said. "My memory is not altogether clear, but I distinctly remember you were not at the police station with me." "I was in another room, sir." "Ah, well, you could have been a little more precise." I took a hesitant step forward, reached for his hand, and stopped myself. "I'm sorry, sir." I could hold it in no longer. It was too much to see him like that. And if it was too much for me, what was it like for him? He motioned for me to come closer and reached for my hand. "You should not be sorry," he said. "You should be glad. You were spared. You did not see what I saw upon that hill." He spoke fiercely through gritted teeth. "What I still see, what I am doomed to see, until I can see no more." He closed his eyes. "He wanted me to see,"
what he had done to her? More than mutilation, an act of desecration. I think I disappointed him. I think he waited for me last night. I think she was alive when he took her to the summit, and he waited a while for me before he exacted his deranged vengeance.
"No," I cried. "Don't say that, sir. Please don't."
He left enough clues for me, but I was blind to them. I think that's why he took her face but left her eyes, as if to say, even she sees more than you. The serving girl butchered on the stairs, the phrase scrawled over the door, the trick of the chamber pot, and the words "Good Job" on the headboard, not job, as in task or accomplishment, but Job, from the Bible, Job crying for justice upon the dung heap. He did everything but draw me a map. I struggled for something to say. But what might be said in such dolorous circumstances? What balm existed to soothe his torment? I had nothing to offer but my own tears, which he tenderly wiped away. A measure of his distress, perhaps his concern for my anguish. She had not been dead long, Will Henry. No more than an hour, I would guess. He gave up on me, and then he consummated the transaction.
Von Hellrung had arranged a hearty repast for my supper, and though I managed to force down but a few sips of soup and a crust of pumpernickel, I felt renewed. I could not recall the last time I had eaten. I was still dreadfully tired, desiring nothing more than another taste of the dreamless sleep I'd feasted on in the holding room on Mulberry Street. My desire was destined to be thwarted. The kitchen door flew open, and Lily Bates skipped into the room, her cheeks aglow with delight. "There you are! I've been looking all over for you, William James Henry. How's your neck? Can I see it? Your Dr. Warthrop wouldn't let me see it, even though I assured him I'd seen worse things than a bite of a Mongolian death worm, much, much worse. Did it liquefy your flesh? That's what happens, you know. Their spit melts your flesh like butter." I confessed I hadn't examined the wound myself, an admission she found shocking. Why wouldn't I want to look at it? "Perhaps you're ashamed to look at it because you're a liar, and that's what happens to liars. Liquefied flesh. Don't you think that's funny, Will? It's so perfectly metaphorical." She was sitting quite close to me, resting her elbows on the table and cupping her chin in her hands, studying me with her disconcertingly wide sapphire-blue eyes. "Muriel Chandler is dead," she stated matter-of-factly. "I know." "Did you see her? Uncle said you were there." "I didn't." "Uncle said the police beat and tortured you." "They tried to make me confess, or not confess, but say that the doctor did it." "But you didn't." "It wasn't the truth." She would not stop staring at me. I stirred my cold soup. "They're going to hunt him down now," she said. "Who is?" "The Monstrumologists. Well, not all of them, just the ones Uncle has picked specially for the job. They're coming over tonight to draw up their battle plans. I told Mother I'm staying. She thinks it's to keep you company. That lonely little Henry boy, she calls you. That poor little orphan stuck with that horrible man. That horrible man is your doctor." For some reason, the wound beneath the bandage began to itch terribly. It took everything in me not to dig into it with my nails. "It's not altogether a lie," said Lily. "For here I am, keeping you company. You're not angry at me, are you? I didn't mean for it to happen, you know. I'm not wicked. I honestly didn't know until Adolphus told me they couldn't be sexed. He killed it, you know. Not Adolphus, your doctor. Adolphus got it off you, and Dr. Warthrop tore it to pieces with his bare hands, as if he were angry at it, as if it had attacked him. I don't think that's right, do you? I mean, it wasn't the death worm's fault. It was just being what it was." "What?" I asked. As usual with Lily Bates, I was having some trouble keeping up. A death worm! All he had to do was put it back into its crate, but instead he killed it. It's not like Dr. Chandler. They have to kill him, because if they don't, he'll just keep feeding. Uncle says there's no prison on Earth that can hold a Wendigo. He's not a Wendigo, I countered, ever Worthrop's loyal servant. Wendigos aren't real. Tell that to Muriel Chandler. My cheeks burned. I had a sudden, nearly overwhelming urge to strike her. She never stopped loving him, she went on. That's something you don't understand, Will, because you're a boy. Dr. Chandler knew it, and he couldn't stand it, so he went off to Canada, and I don't think he ever really believed he was coming back. His heart was broken. The woman he loved had never stopped loving his best friend. Can you imagine anything more tragic than that? And then his best friend rescues him and brings him back to her, only now he's not even human anymore. Stop it, I cried. Please stop it. I pushed away from the table and stumbled toward the door. She followed, saying, What's the matter, Will? Where are you going? Leave me alone. Some apprentice monstrumologist you are, she called after me. What did you suppose it was all about when he accepted you, William James Henry? What did you suppose it was all about? I remained in the room beside the doctor's, restlessly turning this way and that upon the bed, until the clock struck 10 and the monstrumologists began to arrive. I heard their voices below, low-pitched and somber like mourners in a death house, and that made me angry, for them to behave as if the doctor were already lost. My distress motivated me to abandon my desperate need for rest. I peeked into his room on the way downstairs and found him fast asleep. I decided not to wake him. I would risk another encounter with Lily and join their strategy session, if for no other reason than to represent the doctor. He would want to know what was being plotted in his absence. I found them in the library. Von Hellrung, the diminutive Frenchman Damien Gravois, Dr. Pelt, and 2 other monstrumologists whom I had not met, whose names I came to learn were Torrance and Dobrajanu. The library had been converted to their budding operations command center. A large map of the island had been plastered to one wall. Bright red pins dotted its surface, marking the places where Chandler's victims had fallen. I counted 8 in all, 3 more than I knew of. The beast had been busier than I'd realized. It will not stop hunting, von Hellrung had said. It will kill and feed until someone kills it. Beside the map were newspaper clippings with blaring headlines. Madman stalks city. Massive manhunt underway for American Ripper. And this poignant one from an early edition. Police deny rumors of missing woman. Where is Mrs. John Chandler? Where's Worthrop? Asked Dr. Pelt. We shouldn't decide anything without him. He rests from his ordeal at the hands of our esteemed Inspector Burns, answered von Hellrung. May God in his mercy grant Pellinore succor from his woes, and may God in his divine justice send a plague upon the Metropolitan Police. We can always apprise him of our plans later, said Gravois. Or Monsieur Henry, who lurks in the shadows over there by the door. Come, come. Veuillez entrer, Monsieur Henry. You may serve as scribe for our proceedings. Von Hellrung thought it an excellent idea. He seated me at the table and procured some paper and a pen for me to record, in his words, the minutes of the first official inquiry into the species Leptolurconis in the history of monstrumology. It is a seminal moment, mein Freund Will. We are like the first explorers stepping onto the shores of a new continent. This shall ever be remembered as the hour when our science met the grandest mystery of all, the intersection of ignorance and knowledge, light and dark. Ah, if only Pellinore were well enough to be here! If he were, I think he'd pop you in the nose for what you just said, opined Pelt dryly.
He can deny it for only so long, huffed von Hellrung with a wave of his pudgy hand. For 7,000 years the wise believed the earth was flat, and men were murdered for claiming otherwise. Change is always resisted, even by, or especially by, men of Pelinor's caliber. It is the way of things. He clapped his hands and said, "So we begin, yeah? Herr Dr. Pelt has read my paper, so he knows already much of what I am to tell you. He will forgive me, I pray, for ploughing familiar ground, but it must be broken, else no seed may germinate that will yield the fruit of success in this, our most grave undertaking. John Chandler is dead. What has arisen in his place, what animates his lifeless form, is a spirit older than the oldest bedrock. It has many names in many cultures. Wendigo or Utiko are just two of them. There are more, hundreds more. For the sake of clarity, I shall refer to it simply as the beast, for that word describes its nature best. There is no humanity in the thing that was John Chandler."
The monstrumologist Dobrajanu raised his hand and said, "I would dispute that claim, Herr Doctor. While his actions have been abhorrent, there is a method to them, a diabolical method, to be sure, but certainly some humanity remains, if we include the darker angels of our nature. No beast plays pranks or acts out of motives of jealousy and revenge. If so, then we all are beasts. Some vestiges of his personality linger," acknowledged von Hellrung. "That is undeniable, but these we may think of as distant echoes of his evolutionary past. It is no more human than a display at Madame Tussauds museum. It is the hunger that drives it. The rest is like ripples upon the water or the aftershocks of an earthquake. You will note I do not refer to it as John. I purposely do not, and I suggest you do not. For if we wish to destroy it, we must first destroy any impressions we have of its humanity. I could not exterminate the man, nor could any of us, I think, but I can, and I will, if God allows, destroy it. I will repeat, gentlemen, John Chandler is dead. It is the beast that remains."
"I think we're all agreed upon that goal, Dr. von Hellrung," said Torrance. He was the youngest of von Hellrung's recruits, possessing a powerful physique and a commanding baritone. "I'm not altogether convinced that we're dealing with a creature of supernatural origin, but I concur that where the police have failed to capture him, it is our duty, as Chandler's friends and colleagues, to bring the matter to a satisfactory conclusion."
"I pray the police do not try to apprehend him, Dr. Torrance," replied von Hellrung. "For success in that regard would ultimately be a tragic failure. They do not understand that which they hunt. It cannot be captured, and it cannot be killed. Although I have told them how to destroy it, they do not listen."
"Well, I'm listening," said Pelt. "How do we destroy it?"
"Silver, by bullet or knife, to the heart. Only the heart. Then it must be cut from its chest and burned. The head we must remove and inter in running water. Though it is not absolutely required, the rest should be dismembered and scattered, a portion entrusted to each one of us, and none may tell the others where he has buried that portion."
Pelt squinted at him dubiously. "You understand this is quite a mouthful to swallow, Dr. von Hellrung."
"Will Henry was there," von Hellrung replied. "He saw the yellow eye. Did you not, Will?"
All eyes turned to me. I squirmed uncomfortably in my chair. "What did you see?" demanded Gravois. It was the same question Burns had asked. I had an answer, but it was no answer, really. I cleared my throat. Torrance snorted. "Well, I might still go along with it, sort of like hedging a bet, though we could be prosecuted for desecrating a corpse." "Desecration!" cried Gravois. "Gentlemen, we are conspiring tonight to commit murder." "No," von Hellrung insisted heatedly. "No, not murder, Damien. It is an act of mercy." "Only if you're right, Abram," said Dobrojanu. He was von Hellrung's age, but like the stocky Austrian, in excellent physical condition for a man of advanced years. "If you're not, may God grant us more mercy than we show John." "Assuming we are given an opportunity," put in Torrance. "Murder or mercy killing, it's an interesting philosophical argument, but wholly academic if we can't find him. Sorry, it." "Yes," agreed Dr. Pelt. He nodded to the clippings on the wall. "The entire city has been alerted. I won't say panicked. Every able-bodied man on the force is searching every back alleyway and beating down every door. 4 million pairs of eyes are looking for it. Where do you suggest we direct ours?" "Forgive me, dear Dr. Pelt, but you forget who you are," returned von Hellrung. "We shall succeed where others fail because we are monstrumologists. We have devoted our lives to the study and eradication of aberrant species such as Leptolaconis. Where do we look? Where do we begin? We begin with what it is to discern where it might be. So the question is not where is it, but what is it? And what is it?" He paused, and then answered his own question. "It is a predator, more ruthless than any in our catalogue, and far more cunning. It is wounded in a way, in that it perpetually lingers on the edge of starvation, which forces it to keep moving in search of its prey. Thus, the hunger that drives it is also its greatest weakness. The hunger governs everything it does, and like any other predator, it will go where its victims are most plentiful and most vulnerable. It will choose to attack those the herd is willing to sacrifice, the weak, the unprotected, the easily discarded." He pointed out the locations of the pins on the map. "Disregard for the moment the hospital and the Chandler residence, which are merely aberrations of the more general pattern. Where do we have verified victims of our quarry?" His colleagues crowded around the map. 5 points, said Dobrojanu, squinting through his pince-nez. "Hell's Kitchen," read Torrance. "Blind Man's Alley, Bandit's Roost." "The slums," Dr. Pelt said. "The tenement neighborhoods." Von Hellrung was nodding. "I fear so. Thousands upon thousands crammed 12 to a room, the poorest of the poor, most of them recent immigrants who do not speak the language and who are distrustful of the police, and who, in turn, are despised even as they are exploited by the so-called genteel class. What does it matter if 1 or 100 go missing, or are found mutilated beyond recognition? There are so many, and so many thousands more arrive every day from every corner of the civilized world." He had a sickened look on his florid face. "It is a perfect hunting ground." "And quite large," said Dobrojanu. "Even for 5 monstrumologists, 6 counting Pellinor, 2 of which are well past their prime, if you'll forgive me for saying so, Abram. If this indeed is its chosen hunting ground, how do you propose we box in our prey?" "We can't. But we can enlist the aid of someone who knows those grounds better than anyone else on this island. I have taken the liberty of inviting him to join us in our expedition." He was interrupted by the ringing of the front bell. Von Hellrung glanced at his pocket watch. "Ah, and speak of the devil? Right on time. Will, be a dear and escort Mr. Jacob Reese into our assemblage." Chapter 25. His Only Hope. Jacob Reese was a short man on the cusp of middle age, and a study in geometry. Everything about his physique, from his small feet to his large head, suggested the rectangle, offset only by his round spectacles, through which he now glared at me. "I am seeking a Dr. Abram von Hellrung," he growled in a thick Scandinavian accent. "Yes, sir, Mr. Reese. He's expecting you. Right this way, sir." "Ah, Reese! Good, good. Now you are here. Thank you." Von Hellrung pumped his guest's hand vigorously and quickly introduced the Dane to the rest of the hunting party. They knew Reese, of course, if only by reputation. For 10 years, Reese had been unrelenting in his demands for social reform, his calls heard but largely ignored until 1890, with the publication of his book, How the Other Half Lives, a scathing indictment in words and pictures of the evils of tenement life. The book exposed the open, dirty secret of New York's slums in the midst of Gilded Age excess and rocked the city to its self-satisfied core. Like those whose wretched lives he'd immortalized in his work, Reese was an immigrant, a journalist by trade, who maintained an office for the New York Tribune directly across the street from police headquarters on Mulberry Street, where I had just recently enjoyed, and still suffered from, Chief Inspector Burns's particular brand of hospitality. Reese was immediately drawn to the clippings hanging on the wall. "Blackwood," he muttered, reading the byline. "Algernon Henry Blackwood. And now my editors are asking me to cover it. Do you know what I tell them? Ask Blackwood. Blackwood knows everything. That's what I tell them." Von Hellrung smiled easily, placing a convivial hand upon his guest's arm, and turned to the others. "I have given Mr. Reese full confidence in our little trouble. He knows all that you know, and can be trusted completely." Reese grunted. "Well, I can't say I put much stock." Von Hellrung smiled easily, placing a convivial hand upon his guest's arm, and turned to the others. "I have given Mr. Reese full confidence in our little trouble. He knows all that you know, and can be trusted completely." Reese grunted. "Well, I can't say I put much stock in this monstrumology business. Seems to me like an excuse for grown men to act like boys hunting frogs in the forest. But this latest business concerns me very much." He nodded at the map. "Von Hellrung's theory makes good sense, regardless of what may be behind it, man or monster. I will do all that I can, but I am unclear as to what that might be. What do you wish me to do?" "We need a man who knows the territory," explained von Hellrung. "Better than anyone else, better even than the thing we hunt. You have been there. For years you have wandered every side street and alleyway. We have not. You've been in their homes, their churches and synagogues, their speakeasies and penny beer dives and opium dens. They will not speak to us, or to the police, but they will speak to you. They trust you. And it is that very trust that will save them from the beast." Reese stared at him for a moment. Then he looked at the other monstrumologists, who were nodding gravely. For a moment, I actually thought he might burst out laughing. But he did not. He turned back to von Hellrung and said, "When do we start?" "We must wait for tomorrow, though my heart breaks for those who will surely perish this night. It would be foolhardy to hunt it now. We must attack in the daylight hours, for the night belongs to the beast." I returned upstairs after the hunting party, or cabal, depending upon one's perspective, had left for the night. I crept past the doctor's room, lest I wake him and be forced to answer questions I'd rather not until absolutely necessary. The hour was late, and I was more tired than I ever remembered being, even during that interminable march in the wilderness. My prayer for a peaceful night with only a downy pillow and feather mattress for companionship was to be denied, however. He called to me the moment I passed his door. "Did you call, sir?" I asked, hovering quite purposefully with one foot remaining in the hall.
"I thought I heard voices downstairs."
I cocked my head, pretending to listen. I don't hear anything, sir.
Not now, Will Henry. Earlier. Why do you insist on treating me this way? I'm not entirely imbecilic, you know.
No, sir. I was confused, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, stop it. Come in here and close that door. Now tell me what von Hellrung's been up to while I've been trapped in this room, the walls of which, by the way, close in by the minute.
I told him everything. He listened without comment or question, until I concluded with von Hellrung's closing remarks. We pray for the dead, but our duty is to the living. We are no match for it. No mortal man is. But with courage and fortitude, life may conquer death, and all this loss, this unbearable sorrow, will not have been in vain. We cannot bring peace to John. He is past all peace. He is beyond all redemption. Remember that when the test comes. It knows nothing but the hunger, but we know more. Nothing but the hunger drives it, but more than that drives us. We are more than what is reflected in the yellow eye. Remember that always. In the hours to come we may fall into temptation. We may come ourselves to envy the dead, for they are past all suffering, while our suffering, like Judas's in the pit, goes on and on. And if it should take you, if it should call your name upon the high wind, do not despair. Do not give in to fear as John did. His fate reflects the wages of fear. Have pity upon it as you rip out its heart. It is nothing less than the wreckage of God's temple, forlorn and abandoned, the final fleeting echo of Adam's sin. Wearily, the monstrumologist said,
Well, there you have it. He is nothing but marvelously consistent in his madness. The wreckage of God's temple. I'm not surprised about Gravois. He's always been a little bootlicker. Von Hellrung could tell him that the sun rose in the west and that little men lived like monkeys in the hairs of his nose, and Gravois would believe him, or say that he did. Dobrajanu was no surprise either. He and von Hellrung cut their monstrumological teeth together. They are quite close. Torrance is somewhat of a surprise. He always struck me as level-headed, a fine scientist when he wasn't chasing skirts, but he did study under von Hellrung for a time. It could be he's giving his old master the benefit of the doubt. But the presence of Pelt is a bit of a shock. It was Pelt, after all, who alerted me to von Hellrung's ridiculous proposal in the first place. He sighed. We shall see, won't we, Will Henry? God bless Henry Blackwood, anyway. You must remind me to thank him when all this is finished. I still owe him the tale of our journey through the wilderness. Are you going to join them in the hunt? I asked. What choice do I have? I am his only hope now. If the police find him, I'm not so sure they'll be interested in holding him over for trial. If von Hellrung... Well, he's made it clear what he intends to do, hasn't he? The irony of the situation is not lost upon you, I hope. No, I assured him. It was not. I walked slowly to my room, wondering what sort of man was this monstrumologist, who saw his mission as one to save a friend, not to bring to justice a brutal killer who had slaughtered. Desecrated had been his word for it, the woman he loved. Ah, the human heart is darker than the darkest pit, and with more winding paths and confusing turns than a monstrumarium. The more I learned about him, the less I knew. The more I knew, the less I understood. I started when I opened my bedroom door, for sitting on the bed was Lily Bates, wearing a pink dressing gown,
an open book lying on the bed next to her. "I'm sorry." I started to back out of the room. "Where are you going?" she demanded. "I'm in the wrong room." "Don't be silly. This is your room. You should sleep with me tonight." She patted the spot next to her. "Unless you're afraid," she teased. "I'm not afraid," I said, with as much firmness as I could muster. "I'm just used to sleeping alone." "So am I, but you are my guest. At least you are my uncle's guest, which makes you my guest once removed. I promise I do not snore and I do not bite, and I only drool a little bit." She smiled gaily at me and patted the covers again. "Don't you want to be close to the doctor's room in case he needs you?" That argument I had difficulty refuting, and for a moment I considered returning to him and asking if I could share his bed. But then I would have had to explain why, and the cost of that answer would have been very high. He might have never shut up and let me sleep. With a sigh, I dragged myself over to the bed and sat upon the very edge. "You're not on," she pointed out. "I'm on." "You're barely on." "Barely on is still on." "How are you going to sleep like that? And you haven't even put on your nightshirt." "I'm going to sleep in my clothes, in case of an emergency." "What kind of an emergency?" "The kind of emergency where you can't be wearing a nightshirt." "You could curl up on the rug there and sleep at my feet like a faithful dog." "But I'm not a dog." "But you're very faithful like a dog." Inwardly, I groaned. What god had I offended to deserve this? "I think you will make a fine husband one day, William Henry," she decided. "For a woman who likes husbands fearful but faithful. You're not the kind at all I'm going to marry. My husband will be brave and very strong and tall, and he will be musically inclined. He will write poetry, and he will be smarter than my uncle or even your doctor. He will be smarter than Mr. Thomas Alva Edison." "Too bad he already has a wife." "You may make jokes, but don't you ever think about what sort of person you will marry?" "I'm 12. "And I'm 13, nearly 14. What has age got to do with it? Juliet found her Romeo when she was my age." "And look what happened to her." "Well, you are his little apprentice, aren't you? What, you don't believe in love?" "I don't know enough about it to believe or disbelieve." She scooted across the bed and brought her face very close to mine. I dared not turn my head to face her. "What would you do right now, this very moment, if I kissed you?" I answered with a shake of my head. "I believe you would fall over in a dead faint. You've never kissed a girl, have you?" "No." "Should we test my hypothesis?" "I would rather we didn't." "Why not?" I could feel her warm breath on my cheek. "Aren't you studying to be a scientist?" "I think I'd rather have a Mongolian death worm liquefy my flesh." I should not have said that. I think she had forgotten up to that point. Before I could protest, she pulled down the bandage to expose my wound. I remained frozen to the spot as her breath traveled down to the sore. "I don't think I've ever seen a scab that big," she whispered. She ran the tip of her finger over the spot. "Does that hurt?" "No. Yes." "Which is it?" I didn't answer. I was shivering. I felt very warm, but I shivered. The mattress squeaked softly. Her weight compressed the springs, tipping me in her direction. Her moist lips pressed against my violated flesh. "There, Now you've been kissed. I quickly discovered that, among other things, Lillian Trumbull Bates was a terrible liar. Though she did not bite, and did drool only a little bit, she was a terrific snorer. By 1 a.m., I was actually considering placing a pillow over her face to muffle the sound. I was thankful, though, for my clothing. The room became very cold during the night. I lost feeling in the tip of my nose. I think Lily got cold, too, for she rolled over in her sleep and pressed herself against me. The moment was both disconcerting and comforting. "We are more than what is reflected in the yellow eye," von Hellrung had said. With Lily curled against me, I stared at the golden splay of light coming from a street lamp on the avenue below. I rose toward it. I came into it. There was nothing but the golden light. Then I heard the high wind above. There was the light, and there was the wind. There was nothing else. I could hear the wind, but I could not feel it. I floated, incorporeal in the golden light. There was a voice there in the wind. It was beautiful. It called my name. The voice was in the wind, and the wind was in the voice, and they were one. The wind and the voice were one. In the empty room, my mother sits, combing out her hair. I am there with her, and she is alone. Her face is turned away from me. Her bare arms are golden in the light. It is not her voice that calls me. It is the wind's voice. The wind has a current like a river rushing to the sea. It pulls me to her. I do not fight against the current of the wind. I want to be with her in the empty room of golden light. There, my mother turns to look at me. She has no eyes. Her face has been stripped of its skin. Her empty sockets are black holes where the golden light is sucked down and cannot escape. There is no escape. The high wind howls. There is no difference between the wind and my name has no beginning and no ending. I fall into the lightless pit of my mother's eyes. Out of the nothingness, a hand reached out, grabbed my collar, and yanked me backward, away from the open window. I fought against my rescuer, but he had wrapped his long arms around me, and now I could hear his voice, not the wind's voice, calling my name. "Will Henry! Will Henry!" The doctor grunted softly as I strained to free myself, kicking impotently against the smooth floorboards, trying to answer the wind that sighed its cold breath upon our faces. I heard Lily asking again and again in a high-pitched, hysterical voice, "What is it? What is it?" And then I saw Dr. von Hellrung kneeling beside me, holding a lamp close to my face. He was saying to the doctor, Nein, not his name, Pellinor. Do not say his name." He slapped me lightly across the cheek. "Look at me," he shouted. "Listen to me. To me. It is past. Gone." He was right. It was gone. And I started to cry, for I felt so empty without it. I was overwhelmed with shame. I was mortified. I was supposed to answer. The wind wanted me, and I wanted the wind. "Please, Pellinore, please," von Hellrung urged the doctor. Worthrop's grip loosened, and the old man pulled me into his arms. He wrapped one around my shoulders, and with his large hand pressed my ear to his chest. I could hear the beating of his heart. Like the wind upon which my name rode, an irresistible current runs deep in the hidden chambers of our hearts, till human voices wake us, and we drown.
A dream, the monstrumologist said. A hallucination born of Korkoi venom and severe physical and psychological trauma. It is my fault, groaned von Hellrung. I should have barred the window. In all likelihood, he would have survived the fall. He would not have fallen, mein Freund. Oh, if that were the only thing to fear! It has come for him. For him! This cannot be. We cannot allow it, Pellinore. He must be sent away immediately. Don't be ridiculous, snapped the doctor. On the first train to Boston. Will Henry is not going anywhere. He is in grave danger should he remain. And worse if he leaves, von Hellrung. I am all the boy has, and I am not leaving.
Please don't send me away, sir, I whispered. My throat hurt terribly, as if I had been screaming at the top of my lungs. I understand, Pellinore, but you must understand it will not stop. It cannot stop. It will call until it finds him, or he finds it, for it compels him now, as it compelled the others, LaRose, Hawk, Scala, and Bartholomew, and Muriel, Pellinore. Think of Muriel! Would you have him suffer the same fate? In your stubbornness, will you stand idly by and let it take Will too?
I am at the end of my patience with this lunacy. Nothing has called Will Henry. Will Henry had a nightmare. Completely understandable and even predictable, given what has transpired over the past 24 hours.
Von Hellrung threw up his hands in a gesture of dismay.
Eyes that do not see! Ears that do not hear! Ah! I thought I trained you better than that, Pellinore Worthrop. Set it aside, then. Set it all aside. John is not dead. He is not Utiko. He is psychotic, driven to murder by the demons found in the desolation, a monster still, but a monster of human proportions. If it is not the hunger that drives him, what does? Why does he take Muriel, and why now does he try to take Will Henry? What do they share, Pellinore? What is the one thing they have in common? Please, for the love of God, at least admit that. Call it what you will, call it lunacy, call it madness. But within the madness, there is method. You know this to be true. I won't make the same mistake twice, Meister Abram. Will Henry will be safe with me.
Chapter 26. He is not so different. Lily took her leave early the next morning. Though shaken by the strange and disturbing events of the previous night, she was well aware of the plan to hunt down the remnants of Dr. John Chandler, and she was not happy to be excluded from the chase. Her dissatisfaction was made all the more unpalatable by the fact that I, in what she called my deplorable condition, would be a full participant. It's because I'm a girl, she pouted. Look at this! She held up her index finger and flexed it rapidly in my face. It can pull a trigger as well as yours, William Henry. Better even, and probably faster. I wouldn't be afraid either. I'd walk right up to him and blow his brains out. I don't care what sort of man-eating monster he's become. I didn't argue with her. I completely agreed, actually, that she had it in her to walk up to almost anything and blow its brains out. She had the heart of a monstrumologist, that was certain. It just so happened that that heart belonged to a girl. You will see, she promised me. One day I will. You can't keep us down forever. I don't care how hard you try. One day we'll even have the right to vote, and then see what happens to all you pompous men. We'll make a woman president. You'll see. Then, moving with the lightning speed of an attacking Mongolian deathworm, Lily Bates grabbed my shoulders and planted a wet kiss upon my cheek. "That's for luck," she said. "And goodbye. I may never see you again, Will." Shortly thereafter, the first pair of hunters arrived, the experienced Dobrajanu and the young Torrance, followed a few minutes later by Pelt, his drooping mustache dotted with fine grains of snow. Bad weather was coming, he said, and Dobrajanu agreed, averring that the aching in his knees invariably presaged that. Gravois was the last to arrive. He'd had trouble finding a cab, he explained as he brushed crumbs from his vest. His face lit up at the sight of Worthrop, who winced when Gravois hugged him. The doctor begged off the traditional greeting of a kiss on either cheek. Despite the previous day's compress, Worthrop's jaw was horribly swollen. "It is not so bad," opined the Frenchman of my master's distorted features. "An improvement, in my opinion. What does the physician say? You will be able to join us, yes?" "I am here, aren't I?" Worthrop answered testily. Gravois's eyes grew misty. "Eleanor, words cannot express my grief. The loss, it is inexplicable," said the doctor. "And avoidable. You must not blame yourself." "Who do you propose?" "I am open to suggestions." Von Hellrung called the meeting to order and briefly, for him, welcomed Worthrop into their little band. "Good to see you on your feet, Worthrop," Pelt said. "I must admit I had my reservations until Von Hellrung told me you were joining our party." "You'll be hiring an attorney, I suppose," said Dobrajanu. "I would. Demand a formal inquiry, force the city into bankruptcy, have that terrible man Burns arrested for assault and battery." "He is not so different from us," my master replied cryptically. "Yes, thank you, Pellinor," said Von Hellrung quickly. "Now, to the most recent development, which bears directly upon our task." He related to the astonished men the events of the night before. A lively discussion ensued. What did it mean? Was it, as the doctor vehemently maintained, merely a nightmare? A hallucination induced by Korkoi venom and exacerbated by the day's horrific events? Or was it, as Von Hellrung claimed with equal fervor, exactly what it appeared to be, an attempt by their quarry to snatch me? Torrance proposed the latter possibility should be put aside for now, suggesting that if we failed in locating the beast by any other means, we might turn its desire against it. "Let it come to us," he said. "So your plan is to use the boy as bait," said the doctor, "because he has heard voices inside his head." "Only as the last desperate measure," Torrance replied, his face turning red. Worthrop clearly intimidated him. "There is a flavor of desperation about it," Worthrop returned. "For myself," intoned Pelt in his sonorous voice, "I am heartened by the news of this attack. If it was an attack, I do not say that it was, Pellinor, for it's the only news that I've heard from last night. Have any of you seen the papers this morning? I'm happy to report there's nothing that fits our subject's modus operandi." Von Hellrung waved his hand. "That means nothing. The city will suppress all that it can now to avoid panic and political embarrassment. I doubt a reporter can get within 100 yards of police headquarters. If any representative of the Third Estate can, though, it's Reese," said Dobrajanu. "Speaking of Reese, where the devil is he?" wondered Torrance. "It would be terrible, would it not?" Gravois said with a sparkle in his dark eyes. If he, the one indispensable cog in our machine, should have fallen victim to the one we seek— "That is a horrible thought," huffed Pelt. "I am a monstrumologist," returned Gravois easily. "It is my business to think horrible thoughts." Reese had survived the night, of course. He appeared near mid-morning, when the discussion had petered out to an errant comment here and there, with long pauses in between. The day, as if in spite, grew darker. The buildings across Fifth Avenue brooded in semi-darkness. The snow, now half an inch deep, shone gray on the sidewalk. Von Hellrung smoked 2 puffs from his Havana and then put it out. When the bell rang, he jumped from his chair, knocking over the ashtray and sending the extinguished stogie rolling across the Persian carpet. Gravois picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. "Warthrop," the Danish journalist said, shaking the doctor's hand. "You look terrible." "It's a pleasure to see you again, too, Reese." "I meant no offense. If it's any comfort, I've seen much worse coming out of Mulberry Street, the kind that is carted away in a hearse." "Thank you, Reese. I feel much better now." Reese smiled. That smile quickly faded. "Well, Von Hellrung, you'd better break out your box of red pins. Your beast has been quite busy. There have been 3, perhaps 4 more," he informed the monstrumologists. He pointed out the spots on the map, whereupon Von Hellrung stabbed it with his symbolically colored pins. "I say perhaps because one is a disappearance, from the Bohemian Quarter. No body has turned up, but the circumstances seem to fit the disturbing criteria you described. Witnesses report a terrible smell, glimpses of a wraith-like figure with enormous glowing eyes, and, in one remarkable report from a none-too-reliable source, the appearance of a large gray wolf upon a nearby rooftop." "A wolf?" echoed Torrance. "It is a shape-changer," Von Hellrung said, "fully supported by the literature." "Yes, catalogued under fiction," Warthrop responded contemptuously. Reese shrugged. "The others are clearly the work of our man, or whatever it is. Remains, and I do mean remains, were discovered high above the street. 2 upon tenement roofs, the 3rd impaled upon a stovepipe above a restaurant there." He nodded toward the pin. "In Chinatown. That one is particularly striking, I thought, if for no other reason but for the sheer force it would take to drive such an object through a human body." I glanced at the doctor. Was he thinking the same thing as I? Did he see in his mind's eye, as I did, the jagged trunk of a shattered tree, rising from Pierre Larose's desecrated corpse? "All were missing their eyes and the skin on their faces," Reese continued. "It had been stripped from the underlying musculature with surgical precision. All were found nude." He swallowed, for the first time a bit overcome. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed his brow. "And all 3 were young. The oldest was the only son of a Chinaman who immigrated here last August. The boy was 15, and quite small for his age." "The weakest," murmured Von Hellrung. "The most vulnerable." "The youngest was found at Mulberry Bend, only a few blocks from my office. A girl. She was 7. She suffered by far the worst mutilations. I will spare you the details." No one spoke for a moment. Then Von Hellrung asked softly, "Their hearts?" Yes, Reese nodded. "Ripped from their chests, and when I say ripped, I do mean ripped. Flesh flayed open, ribs snapped in 2, and the hearts themselves—" He did not finish. Von Hellrung placed a consoling hand on his shoulder, a hand that Reese immediately shrugged off. I thought I had seen every horror imaginable in the slums of this metropolis. Starvation, drunkenness, depravity, deprivation and despair that rivals the worst of the most wretched European ghetto. But this... It is only the beginning, von Hellrung said somberly. And only the part of the beginning we know of. More victims will be found this day, I fear.
Then we haven't a moment to lose,
said Torrance. Reese's report had gotten his blood up.
Let's do what we're trained to do, gentlemen. Let's hunt down this thing and kill it.
Worthrop's reaction was immediate. He whirled upon the younger man and slammed his cane onto the tabletop, causing Torrance to jerk in his chair.
Any man who harms John Chandler will answer to me,
the doctor snarled.
I will not truck with cold-blooded murder, sir.
Nor I, agreed Pelt. Unless we've no choice. Of course, von Hellrung said hurriedly. He avoided Worthrop's icy glare. The line between what we are and what we pursue is razor thin. We will remember our humanity. Von Hellrung proposed the division of the group into 3 teams, each to investigate the crimes reported by Reese. Worthrop did not like the idea. He insisted the party should stay together. Division only weakened us and diminished our chances for success. He was overruled, but he retreated by inches, not yards, disagreeing next with the composition of the teams as devised by von Hellrung. He had paired Worthrop with Pelt, himself with Dobrajanu, and Torrance with Gravois. Experience should be paired with youth, he argued. I should go with you, Meister Abram, Pelt with Torrance, Gravois with Dobrajanu. Pellinor is correct, agreed Pelt. It would not do if you and Dobrajanu were faced with it, if it is as strong and fast as you say. Dobrajanu stiffened. He was offended. I resent the implication that I can't handle myself in a pinch. Need I remind you, sir, who it was that single-handedly captured, alive, I might add, the only specimen of Malus cerebrum comedo in the history of monstrumology? That was quite a few years ago, Pelt said dryly. I meant no offense. I'm not much younger than you, and I think Pellinor's idea makes capital sense. That, and the urgency of the hour, put an end to the debate. Reese took his leave, promising he would return at nightfall with an update and, hopefully, to congratulate us on a successful prosecution. It fell to me to escort Reese to the door. He tucked his muffler into his coat and tugged the collar high, squinting through his round spectacles at the gray landscape. The snow brought back disquieting memories. We had left the gray land, and now it seemed the gray land had come back for us. I would like to give you a piece of advice, young man, he said. Would you like to hear it? I nodded dutifully. Yes, sir. He leaned toward me, bringing to bear the entire force of his formidable presence. Leave. Run away. At once, without delay. Run as if the devil himself were after you. There is something altogether unnerving about this business. Unfit for children. He shuddered in the cold air. He seems to like children. Back in the war room, von Hellrung had laid out 6 boxes and several long silver-plated knives. All, with the exception of Worthrop, were checking their weapons, testing the firing mechanisms and examining with frank curiosity the contents of the boxes, holding the gleaming silver projectiles up to the light. There's nothing in the literature to suggest that leptolaconis requires sleep, the Austrian monstrumologist was saying. And it is my inclination that we will not find it in such a felicitous state. Legend does tell us with what tremendous speed it attacks, and what frightful power is employed in that attack. The Utico uses its eyes to mesmerize its prey. To look into the yellow eye is to perish. Do not forget. Do not waste your ammunition. It is precious. Only by piercing the heart can you destroy leptolaconis.
And only as a last resort, put in Warthrop.
Von Hellrung cut his eyes away and said, More powerful than its eyes is its voice. Little Will heard it last night and nearly succumbed. If it calls your name, resist. Do not answer. Do not think you can deceive it by pretending to fall under its spell. It will consume you. He looked at each man in turn. The gravity of the moment settled over our little assemblage. Even Gravois seemed subdued, lost in his own dark thoughts. What we seek, gentlemen, is as old as life itself, von Hellrung said, and as constant as death. It is ruthless and cunning and ever hungry. It may be as devious as Lucifer, but in this at least it has been honest with us. It has not hidden from us its true nature. There remained but one small matter. What to do with me? I had expected, naturally, to accompany the doctor, but even Warthrop didn't seem keen on the idea. He worried with some justification that I might be in danger of falling into a venom-induced delirium at any moment, rendering me an unwanted and potentially fatal hindrance. Equally unattractive was leaving me behind. Von Hellrung was particularly opposed to this alternative. He was convinced that the beast had marked me the night before. Dobrajanu suggested they drop me off at the society. If he isn't safe among 100 monstrumologists, where will he be? He wondered. I think you should come with us, Torrance said. Apparently he had not given up on the idea of somehow using me as bait. Other than Warthrop, he's the only one among us who's come face to face with one of these things. Warthrop winced. John Chandler is not a thing, Torrance. Well, whatever he is. But I do agree that his experience could prove indispensable, Warthrop continued. Therefore, he should come, but not with me. Gravois, you and Dobrajanu shall take him. But I don't want them to take me, I cried out, forgetting myself at the intolerable notion of being separated from him. I want to go with you, Doctor. He ignored my entreaty. His eyes had taken on that familiar backlit glow. He seemed both with us and very far away. He pulled me aside as the men loaded their weapons with silver bullets and strapped the silver blades to their belts. Understand, Will Henry, my chief concern is protecting John from these madmen. I cannot be all places at once. I've spoken with Pelt, who has agreed to keep the overeager Torrance on a tight leash. I must rely on you to be my eyes with Gravois and Dobrajanu. Gravois I have little concern about. The man hasn't fired a weapon in his life and couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if he did. And Dobrajanu can't see 4 inches past his own nose. But he is fierce, even if he is old. Do you still have the knife? I nodded. Yes, sir. It is nonsense, you know that. Yes, sir. John Chandler is a very sick man, Will Henry. I do not pretend to understand everything about his illness, but he himself would not argue that you have every right to defend yourself. I told him I understood. The Monstrumologist was giving me permission to kill his best friend. Chapter 27. The Water. They were not so different in the end, the place where he was lost and the place where he was found. They differed only in their topography. The wilderness and the slum were but two faces of the same desolation. The gray land of soul-crushing nothingness in the slum was as bereft of hope as the burned-out, snow-packed brûlée of the forest. The denizens of the slums were stalked by the same hunger, preyed upon by predators no less savage than their woodland counterparts. The immigrants lived in squalid tenements, crowded into rooms not much larger than a closet, and their lives were mean and short. Only 2 of 5 children born into the ghetto could expect to see their 18th year. The rest succumbed to the ravenous hunger of typhoid and cholera, the insatiable appetites of malaria and diphtheria. It was little wonder that the beast had chosen this for its hunting ground. Here was prey numbering in the hundreds of thousands, packed into a radius measured in blocks, not miles. Prey more anonymous and powerless than the most isolated of Yinawak villagers, but just as familiar with the call that rode on the high wind, beckoning them in the universal language of desire. By coming here, the beast had come home. By lot, my group had drawn the Bohemian ghetto, where a young girl named Anushka Novikova had vanished the day before, her disappearance not reported to the police, but to the local priest, who in turn had told Reese. Anushka, we learned, was not the sort of girl who would simply take off. She was extremely shy and small for her age, a dutiful elder daughter who helped her parents roll cigars for $1.20 a day, to feed, clothe, and house a family of 6. She was shut up in their tiny 2-room flat for 18 grueling hours each day, just one of the thousands of indentured slaves of the tobacco lords. Her family had discovered her missing that morning. Sometime in the night, while the family had slept, Anushka Novikova had vanished. Dobrajanu, who spoke passable Czech, obtained the address from the priest, who seemed to have some trouble understanding our interest in the case, but the name of Reese held great currency in his parish. The reformer's involvement granted legitimacy to our cause, though the cleric retained his native distrust of outsiders. "You are not detectives?" he asked Gravois. He seemed particularly suspicious of a Frenchman poking his Gallic snout into the neighborhood. "We are scientists," Gravois answered smoothly. "Scientists? Like detectives, father, only better dressed." Anushka's flat was within walking distance of the church, though the walk was more like a hike in the premature twilight of billowing snow. On every corner the fires of the ash barrels burned like beacons marking our descent into the teeming tenement, the smoke from which thickened the curtain of snow and obscured the landscape. We moved in a world of few contrasts, a purgatory of gray. Midway down the block, Dobrajanu slipped into a narrow space, it could hardly be called an alley, between 2 decrepit buildings, a passage so narrow we were forced to turn sideways and shuffle along, our backs to one wall, our noses only an inch or so from the other. We emerged into an open space no larger than von Hellrung's parlor. We had arrived in the warren of the rear houses, so called because of their location off the main thoroughfare. There were perhaps 30 to 40 hastily constructed tenement buildings crammed 3 or 4 to a single lot, separated by winding passages as narrow as jungle footpaths, Amid a labyrinth of weathered fences and clotheslines strung from posts and rickety stair rails, the lifeless ground packed as hard as concrete by the tread of 1,000 ill-shod feet. I heard the bleating of goats and smelled the reek of the outdoor privies that sat astride shallow trenches brimming with human waste. "Which one is it?" wondered Gravois nervously. His hand had vanished into his overcoat pocket, where he carried the gun loaded with silver bullets. Dobrjanu scowled. "I can't see 3 feet in this hellish soup." A group of 4 ragamuffins materialized out of that soup, the oldest no more than 10, dressed alike in the filthiest of hand-me-downs, their baggy trousers held up with belts fashioned from rags. They crowded around the 2 monstrumologists, tugging on their coats and extending their palms, piping in a cacophonous chorus. "Dollar, dollar, pane, dollar, dollar." "Yes, yes," Gravois said testily. "Anno, anno." He distributed the begged-for coins into the clawing hands, and then withdrew a $5 note from his purse, holding it before their startled faces. Suddenly, they were as quiet as church mice. "Znash Novikova?" asked Dobrjanu. "Kde žije Novikova?" At the mention of the name, the little group grew very grave, their avariciousness replaced by trepidation. They quickly crossed themselves, and 2 made a sign to ward off the evil eye, muttering, "Upir, upir." "Kdo je statični?" Dobrjanu asked in a stern voice. "Kdo mě vezme domu?" While 3 of the boys shuffled their feet and cast their eyes upon the ground, a lad, by no means the oldest or the largest of the lot, stepped forward. His face was drawn, the cheekbones large, the eyes dominant. He tried his best to speak bravely, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Ne bojím se," he said. "Vezmu vás." He snatched the note from Gravois' hand. It disappeared into some secret pocket in his filthy attire. His comrades melted back into the shadows, leaving the 4 of us stranded on that little island of bald earth, ringed on all sides by the crumbling edifices of the rear houses. Our newfound guide navigated the serpentine course through the bewildering snarl of clotheslines and fences with unerring step. This was his universe, and no doubt if every particle of light had been sucked from our atmosphere, he could have found his way through the utter blackness left behind. He stopped at the rear of a building indistinguishable from the rest, the same sagging stairs masquerading as a fire escape, zigzagging 4 stories up to the roof, the same warped platforms that passed for balconies, framed in by broken rails. "Novikova," the boy whispered, pointing at the tenement. "Which floor?" Dobrjanu asked. "Jaki Patro." "What flat? Kateri bit?" The urchin's reply was silent. He merely presented his palm. Gravois sighed heavily and gave him another $5 note. "Večverčem patre. Poslední dverže vlevo." His expression became very serious. "Nikto tam není." Dobrjanu frowned. "Nikto tam není? What do you mean?" "What does he mean?" echoed Gravois. The boy jabbed his finger at the brooding tenement. "Upir." He clawed the air and bared his teeth. "Tomuted patji." He says it belongs to the Upir now. The urchin nodded vigorously. "Upir! Upir!" "Upir?" asked Gravois. "What is this Upir he's talking about?" "Vampire," answered Dobrajanu. "Ah, well, now we are getting somewhere." "The building is empty," the other monstrumologist said. "He says it belongs to Upir now." "Does he? Then we are wasting our time. I suggest we return to Von Herrung and make a full report, tout de suite, before night falls." Dobrajanu turned to ask the boy another question, and was astonished to find him gone. He had disappeared into the icy mist as abruptly as he had appeared. For a moment, no one spoke. Gravois' mind was already made up, but the elderly monstrumologist teetered between charging forward and sounding the retreat. It was a tantalizing lead, an abandoned building that now belonged to the Upir, the closest the lexicon could come to Leptolaconis. Yet he suspected our guide may have been merely giving us our money's worth. For $5 more, he might have gladly informed us that in the basement we might find a stairway to hell. He could be lying, he mused. It may not be abandoned at all. "Do you see any lights inside?" asked Gravois. "I do not see any. Monsieur Henry, your eyes are young. Do you see lights?" I did not. Only dark panes dimly reflecting the glow from the ash barrels in the courtyard. "And we have none," pointed out Gravois. "What good will it do, stumbling about in the dark?" "It isn't dark yet," countered Dobrajanu. "We have a few hours still." "Perhaps our definitions of dark differ. I say we let Monsieur Henry break the tie. What is your opinion, Will?" So rarely was I asked for one, I did not realize I even had an opinion until it came out of my mouth. "We should go in. We have to know." Up the rickety back stairs we climbed, Dobrajanu leading the way, one hand hidden in his cloak, no doubt gripping his revolver. I followed next, fingering the hilt of the knife to steady my nerves. Gravois brought up the rear, muttering in French what sounded like curses. Once or twice I caught the word Pellinor. The stairs were alarmingly insubstantial, swaying with each step of our slow ascent, the old boards crying tremulant squeaks and protesting groans. We reached the fourth-story landing, whereupon our leader pulled the revolver from his pocket and pushed open the door, and we followed him. A narrow, poorly lit hallway ran the length of the building, its walls coated with decades of accumulated grime, the floor speckled with water stains and darker blemishes of unknown origin, perhaps urine or excrement, for the passage reeked of both, and of boiled cabbage, tobacco, wood smoke, and that peculiar funk of human desperation. It was very cold and deathly quiet. We stood for a moment without moving, hardly breathing, straining our ears for any sound that might give proof of life. There was nothing. Dobrajanu whispered, "End of the hall, last door on the left." "Will Henry should investigate," urged Gravois. "He is the smallest and the lightest of tread. We'll stay here and cover his advance." Dobrajanu stared at him from beneath his thick gray eyebrows. "How did you ever become a monstrumologist, Gravois?" "A combination of familiar pressure and social retardation." Dobrajanu grunted softly. "Come along, Will. Gravois, stay here if you like, but watch those stairs." We proceeded carefully down the hall, passing midway down a central staircase on the right. The sole source of light came from the fire escape door, and that light faded as we went. Dobrajanu stepped over a bundle of rags, pointing it out lest I trip over it in the gloom. To my surprise, I saw the bundle was moving. And then I realized the rags were wrapped around an infant, no more than a few months old, its toothless mouth stretched wide in a pitifully silent cry. Its dark eyes moved restlessly in their sockets. Its stick-thin arms flailed the air. I tugged at the old man's sleeve and pointed at the child. His eyebrows rose in astonishment. "Is it alive?" he whispered. I squatted beside the abandoned child. Its little hand caught my finger and held it tight. The eyes, which appeared very large in the emaciated face, had fixed upon me. It considered me with frank curiosity, squeezing my finger. "Its parents must be somewhere," Dobberjanu surmised. "Come, Will." He urged me to my feet. The baby did not cry when I withdrew my finger. Perhaps it was too weak or too sick to cry. Dobberjanu started down the hall, but I did not move. I looked down at the baby by my feet. It was too much for me. How many times had I bemoaned my fate, the gross injustice of my parents' deaths, or my service to an eccentric genius whose dark pursuits demanded that I endure the most alarming of scenarios, unto the risk of my very life. Yet what was my experience compared to that hungry child's? Forlorn in a filthy hall reeking of piss and cabbages. What did I understand of suffering? "What is it?" asked Dobberjanu. He had looked behind and discovered me frozen to the spot. "We can't just leave it here," I said. "If we take it, what will happen when its parents return for it? Leave it alone, Will." "We can take it to the priest," I said. "He'll know what to do with it." I could see its dark eyes in the gathering night, seeking mine. The line between what we are and what we pursue is razor thin. We will remember our humanity. My soul writhed. I felt as if I were being ground between two great stones. Dobberjanu was now at the end of the hall. "Will," he called softly, "leave it." Biting my lip, I stepped over the child. What could I do? Its suffering had nothing to do with me. It would have been in that cold, stinking hall whether or not I'd been there. So I stepped over it. I turned my back upon it and left it there. The baby did not cry after me. In its eyes I had recognized the same dull listlessness I'd seen in the wilderness, the way Sergeant Hawk's eyes had looked the night he'd disappeared, the vacant stare of hunger, the inexpressible ache of desire. Dobberjanu commenced banging on the door. The sound jumped and bounced between the close walls. It seemed very loud, as all sounds do in the near dark. We waited, but no one answered. He tried the knob next, and the door opened with a protesting screech. "Hello?" the old monstrumologist called. "Yenyekto doma?" He drew out his revolver. The Novikova flat was typical of most dismal tenement roosts. Walls of cracked and crumbling plaster, a ceiling pockmarked with water stains, a warped floor that groaned in protest with every step. The room was clean, though, and an effort had been made to brighten the dingy walls with cheap prints of bright sunlit landscapes. It was heartbreaking, almost cruel, those fields of daffodils and lilies mocking the squalor around them. A table and bench ran the length of one wall. Large wicker baskets filled with cut tobacco leaf were lined end to end beneath the table. Here, Anushka and her parents had hunched with cramping fingers, rolling cigars that would, by the great machinations of American commerce, end up in the mouths of men such as Chief Inspector Thomas Burns. There was only one other room, separated from the first by a ratty sheet, a closet-sized sleeping space that was a disaster of wadded clothing and rumpled bedsheets. I spied a doll propped up against the far corner, its bright eyes glittering in the washed-out light filtering through the window behind us. "Where have they gone?" I whispered. "To look for her," Dobrajanu surmised, but it was as much a question as a statement. The rest of the building, too? He shook his head and turned back. He tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a lamp that sat upon the table. I understood at once. After I lit the lamp, he said, "We'll have to search the building. Knock on every door, top to bottom. Either they've fled into this foul weather, and there's only one reason I can think of, or they huddle in terror inside their hovels. Only one way to find out, Will." We left the flat. I looked for the baby immediately, but it was gone. The significance of this was not lost on Dobrajanu. "Someone is here, at least," he said. He turned toward the fire escape and caught his breath. "Filthy coward," he softly snarled. Gravois, like the child in the hall, had vanished. Dobrajanu pushed open the fire escape door and stepped outside. He leaned over the rickety railing and squinted down to the courtyard below. "Useless," he muttered. "Completely useless." He shook his head with frustration. "What to do?" he muttered. "What to do?" From the stairway down the hall came a resounding crash. A moment later we heard the heavy thump, thump, thump of a large object tumbling down the wooden steps. Dobrajanu yanked his gun from his pocket and hurried as fast as his old legs could carry him to the head of the stairs. I trailed a few steps behind, heartbeat thudding in my ears like a sympathetic echo of that unseen fall. Our light fought against the dark, failing to penetrate but a few feet in the deep gloom. Dobrajanu laid a hand upon my shoulder. "Stay here," he whispered. He pulled the lamp from my hand and proceeded downward toward the third-floor landing. He turned the corner, gun thrust in front of him, his shadow hard-edged as if etched upon the boards. And then I lost sight of him. The glow of the lamp faded. "Oh, no." His disembodied voice floated up to me. "Oh, no." I followed the light down. Midway to the next landing, I discovered Dobrajanu sprawled on the stairs, his back pressed against the wall, and cradled in his arms the lifeless, broken body of Damien Gravois, his white shirt front shining with fresh arterial blood, his sanguine face enshrouded by the same soiled swaddling clothes that had wrapped the baby in the hallway. His eyes had been pulled from their sockets. They dangled over his cheeks, still attached to the optic nerves. "I found him," Dobrajanu said. It was an absurdly obvious observation. He eased the body onto the stairs and pushed himself to his feet, using the wall behind him for support. I grabbed the lamp off the step. "What do we do?" I whispered, though my voice seemed terribly loud. "What we are trained to do," he answered grimly, echoing Torrance. His gray eyes sparked with fire. He yelled down the stairs, "Chandler!" And then he took off, descending with the speed of a man half his age. I caught up to him on the first-floor landing, where he had paused, listening. "Do you hear that?" he asked. I shook my head. I heard nothing but the sound of our ragged breath and the far-off drip, drip of a water pipe. And then I did hear it. The soft, plaintive crying of an infant. It seemed to be coming from everywhere, and nowhere. "He has taken the child," Dobrajanu whispered. He peered down the stairs leading to the cellar. He wet his lips nervously. He seemed torn. "Down there, do you think?" We had only minutes to decide. If we chose wrong, if he had taken it instead to the first floor and we chose the other path, the child was doomed. My companion, with his years of experience, seemed paralyzed by indecision. "We'll have to split up," I said. He did not reply. "Sir, are you listening?" Yes, yes, he muttered. Here. He pressed Gravois' pearl-handled pistol into my hand. He nodded toward the blackness beneath us. You keep the lamp, Will. I should have enough light up here. And so I went down, to the very bottom, alone. The steps narrowed. The suppurating walls closed in. A stench rose up to meet me, the smell of raw sewage. A pipe had burst and never been repaired, transforming the tenement cellar into a cesspool. The smell nearly overpowered me. Midway down, I gagged. My throat burned and my stomach rolled in protest. I heard nothing at all now, and that emboldened me, for it must have meant he was not down there. But I knew I had to look to be sure. The water at the bottom was more than 2 feet deep and was covered in a greenish-yellow slime. Broken boards, the remnants of storage barrels, floated in the stagnant, stinking pool. I saw the body of an enormous rat floating near my feet, the skin of its bloated corpse peeling off as it rotted. Something had already devoured its eyes. I could see its yellow fangs glimmering in its mouth, which was yawning open in a silent howl. I stopped on the last step, upon the banks of this foul underground pond, holding my light high, but it could not drive back all the darkness. The far end remained swallowed in Stygian shadow. What was that bobbing just on the edge of the light? A piece of broken wood? An old bottle? The scum-covered surface undulated. The boards seesawed in the reeking black water. I heard nothing except a steady drip, drip of the leaking pipe. I turned to leave. Clearly nothing was down here, and a voice inside my head spoke up. It was the voice of my master. "Pay attention, Will Henry. What do you notice about the water?" I hesitated. I had to get out. I could not breathe in that nasty hole. Chandler was not there. The baby was not there. Dobrajanu needed me. And still the voice persisted. "The water, Will Henry, the water." I started back up the stairs. Should I call out for Dobrajanu? Or had he already met the same fate as Gravois, and now it was my turn? "Will Henry, the water." "Shut up about the water," I shouted silently at the voice. "I have to find Dr. Dobrajanu." I froze about 6 feet above the pool. I turned back. The rat's empty eye socket stared back at me. "The water is moving," I said to the dead rat. "Why would it be moving?" The voice in my head fell silent. Finally, I was using that indispensable appendage between my ears. Hot tears stung my eyes, partly from the smell, but mostly from understanding. I knew why the water moved, and I knew why I'd heard no crying. The lamp created a perfect sphere of light around me. I waded into the sewage, my feet slipping on the slimy brick bottom. I could feel the filthy water seep into my boots. The dead rat nudged my knee with its long nose as I passed. It was not a bottle or an old board I had seen floating in the excremental soup. When I reached for it, my foot slipped and I fell with a soft cry, catching myself by dropping the gun and pushing against the bottom with my right hand. That allowed me to keep the lamp aloft in my left. Its light played along the upturned face that floated a foot away. That was all I could see. The baby's face. The rest was hidden beneath the mustard-yellow scum. I pushed myself up. Now I kneeled before it, coughing, gagging, sobbing. I didn't care anymore if the beast heard me. All I could see was that face, smeared in jelly-like feces, the blank eyes sightlessly staring into the abyss above. I could not leave it there, not in this place. I reached out for it. My knuckles brushed across the cheek. The face dipped down, bobbed up again. It turned leisurely like an unmoored boat. I knew then. I had found him, but not all of him. I had found just his face. "Oh no," I whimpered, as Dobrajanu had. As the doctor had when in the wilderness he'd realized we were lost. The timeless refrain, the ageless response. "No." "We can take it to the priest. He'll know what to do with it." With those words, I had abandoned him in a cold and dirty hallway. I had stepped over him, thinking there was nothing I could do. I had stepped over him, telling myself that his suffering had nothing to do with me. In the wasteland of the gray light, where the black buteos rode on updrafts above the ruins of the forest, a man had heaved his burden over his shoulder. "This is mine," he had cried in the cold, dead air. "Mine." He had not sent him there. It had not been the doctor's choice that he go. But the doctor had claimed his friend after the fall. He had accepted his burden. So overwhelmed was I by the enormity of my crime that I did not hear the beast. The water bubbled behind me. A board bumped against my back. I did not feel it. When the beast rose out of the filth and its shadow fell hard upon me, I did not see it. The sightless eyes of the child held me. The discarnate face gripped me. Out of the corner of my eye, there was the blur of its arm rocketing around before the hard fist slammed into the side of my head. Something tore free in my mind, a violent upheaval like a volcano exploding. The lamp flew from my hand and shattered against the cellar wall with a loud pop before dropping into the sewage and sputtering out. I pitched forward, tumbling into the abyss. Chapter 28. I have found him. My name was in the wind, and the wind was high above the snowbound city. There was no difference between the sound of my name and the sound of the wind. I was in the wind, and the wind was in me, and beneath us were the crystalline halos of golden light wrapped about the street lamps, and the muffled plops of snow falling from eaves, and the dry rattles of dead leaves clinging to the indifferent boughs. It is beautiful here on the high wind. From here our suffering shrinks to insignificance. The wind drowns out the human cry. The city in snow glitters like a diamond, its streets laid out in mathematical precision, the rooftops identical black canvases. There is perfection in the emptiness. They say God looks down upon us, like the buteos that soar above the blasted landscape of the gray land. There is God in the distance. Humanity's stench cannot waft this high. Our betrayals, our jealousies, our fears, they rise no higher than the tops of our heads. In a lightless cellar flooded with human waste, a starving infant is held under until it drowns, its tiny lungs filled with the effluvia of 600 of its fellow human beings. and then its face is peeled off, as one takes off the skin of an apple, peeled off, and cast into Dante's river. In the name of all that's holy, tell me why God felt the need to make a hell. It seems so redundant. I woke in the arms of the beast. I smelled it first, the cloyingly sweet odor of putrefying flesh. Then the powerful arms locked around me, hugging me from behind, like Dobrajanu had embraced Gravois on the tenement stairs. The floor upon which we sprawled was hard and cold. The air was musty and basement damp. I had a sense of gaping space, like a subterranean cave deep in the belly of the earth. Ambient light surrounded us. I could not discern its source. Then I thought, its eyes. The light is coming from its eyes. I could hear my breath, and I could hear its breath, and its breath was as foul as the grave. Its mouth must have been very close to my ear. I could hear every swipe of its tongue across its chapped and bleeding lips. When it spoke, thick spittle dripped from its swollen, blubbery tongue, landed on my exposed neck and soaked into my collar. The tongue fumbled clumsily the simplest words, as if the thinking part of its brain had atrophied from disuse. "What is our name?" You're Dr. Chandler." "What is our name?" The thinking part of its brain had atrophied from disuse. "What is our name?" You're Dr. Chandler." "What is our name?" My legs were jerking uncontrollably. In a moment, my bladder would let go. My bowels would empty. I don't know your name." "Godsnuthneshk. That's a good boy." Something very cold and very sharp pressed into the soft flesh beneath my ear. I felt my skin split open, and the heat of my blood as it welled over the lip of the wound. "It won't hurt much," it blubbered. "Not very much. But the blood, there'll be a lot of blood. We have been interested in the eyes." It paused, hiccuping for breath. Talking taxed it. A starving animal has no energy to waste. "You are studying to be a scientist, Will? Do you want to perform a scientist experiment? Here is our idea. We will pull your eyes out and turn them round so you can look at yourself. We never see ourselves the way we truly are, do we, Will? The mirror lies to us." Its arm was like an iron bar across my chest. My eyes had adjusted to the light, and now I could see its spindly naked legs splayed on either side of mine. The skin was jet black as charcoal, the skin peeling off in thin curling sheets. "Hold out your hand." "Please," I started to sob. "Please." I held out my hand. Its gift to me was small. It fit perfectly in my palm. Around the size of a plum, the surface rubbery and slightly sticky. This one's yours. My body convulsed with revulsion. It was the heart of the baby I'd left in the tenement hall. I flung it away with a strangled cry. Repulsive child. Wasteful. It pressed its drooling mouth against my ear. What have we given? Its arm tightened around my chest, constricting my lungs. I could not breathe. What have we given? I couldn't speak. I had no air with which to speak. I could do nothing but rock my head an inch from side to side. What is? It seemed to be having as much trouble breathing as I. What is the greatest love? What does it look like? The arm relaxed a bit. I gulped air choked in the swill of the beast's decay. My head lolled forward. The beast yanked it back by a fistful of my hair. Its sharp, jagged nails cut into my scalp. Do you want to see its face, Will? Then look at us. Look at us. It dug its claw into my chin and rotated my face around until my neck popped. The proximity of its face skewed my perspective. There was a moment before my mind could absorb what I was seeing. I perceived it in fragmented strobe-like images. The first image was of the huge eyes burning a sickly amber, then the slobbering mouth, the blood-stained chin. Most striking was the flatness of its features, as if all underlying bone had receded into its head. It was the lack of contours that kept me from recognizing it at first. So much of our looks are ordained by our bones. But I had seen this face many times, by the gentle caresses of a fire's glow, by the cool winter light of a November afternoon, by the shimmering brightness of a chandelier in a ballroom where she had danced with me. Her emerald eyes, now smoldering fiendish orange, filled with promise, overflowing with abundance. The beast had taken her face. On top of the steaming pile of human and animal wreckage, he had shaved it off, and had somehow affixed it over the decimated remnants of his own. See us, Will? This is the face of love. I whipped my head from its grasp. Its nails tore open the soft flesh beneath my chin. I heard it sucking my blood from its fingers. You have promised, Will. Good apprentice. We think we'll make you ours. Would you like to be our apprentice? Such a good start with that baby. Something was tugging on my shirt front. I felt a button pop loose, then another, and then the cold of steel against my bare skin. Or was it steel? Did the beast press a knife into the scar that had been made by its teeth in the wilderness? Or was it its nails, grown as sharp as a hawk's talon? I could not bring myself to look. Is so indescribable, it whimpered. You wasteful little shit. You threw it away, our gift. You don't know, but it's deliceful. You bite it when it's still beating, and it pumps the blood, whoosh, whoosh, into your mouth. I could feel the skin parting, the warm trickle of blood, and then a fingertip worming its way into the wound. My heart thundered inches away from its probing digit. Indescribable, it blubbered hungrily into my ear. Like sucking on your precious mother's teat. It stopped. Its breath huffed in my ear. Its body became stock still. It had heard him calling to me. "Will Henry! Will Henry!" It was the doctor. The beast flung me away as if I weighed no more than a rag doll, and it fled the chamber with inconceivable speed. I slammed into a wall and crumpled to the floor, where I lay for a moment, too stunned from the force of the impact to move. I sobbed aloud, unable to speak above a tiny choking whisper. Dr. Worthrop, it's coming. It's coming. I crawled across the floor, groping blindly in the dark. I found a wall and used it to push myself up. I stumbled forward, but it was as if the tenebrous air pushed back. I moved with all the speed of a bather wading in heavy surf. A feeble glow had appeared before me, enough that I could see the outline of the chamber doorway. I lunged through it. I found myself in a narrow hall. Lining the walls were stacks of boxes and wooden crates embossed with the words SASM, New York. It had carried me to the spiritual home of Worthrop's mistress. It had brought me to the monstrumarium. The glow came from the lamps of my would-be rescuers, beacons that beckoned me out of the darkness, and now I ran, if a lurching stagger could be called that, careening off the slick walls and slamming into the listing towers of boxes, which toppled to the floor behind me. I could raise my voice only to the level of a hoarse whisper. "It's coming! It's coming!" My toe caught on the edge of a crate. I pitched forward, meeting the concrete with my forehead. The ground seemed to open up beneath me, and I was falling, crying his name, or perhaps only screaming it in my head. "It's coming! It's coming!" I felt someone's hand upon my shoulder. Brilliant light, brighter than 1,000 suns, rushed up to blind me, and I wasn't falling anymore. The doctor was pulling me up. He gathered me into his arms and whispered my name fiercely. I tried to warn him. I tried. I knew the words. I heard them in my head. "It's coming!" But the ability to speak was lost. "Where is he, Will Henry? Where is John?" When I didn't answer, he raised his head and called out, "Here! I've found him! Over here!" He turned back to me. "Is he here, Will Henry? Is John here?" I looked over his shoulder and saw, through the face of his beloved, the yellow eye looking back down at me. The beast towered behind the doctor. The top of its head brushed the ceiling. Like an angry child flinging a broken toy, it reached down with its enormous claw, seized my master by the nape of the neck, and hurled him down the corridor. Worthrop landed on his back with a startled grunt. He brought up his revolver, but did not fire. As to why he didn't, I can only conjecture. Out of the wilderness he had borne his friend. Through unimaginable suffering and sacrifice he had carried John Chandler home. How could he now end that life he had given so much to save? Would not pulling that trigger negate everything the doctor believed in? Indeed, would it not prove von Hellrun correct in the most fundamental sense? Prove that love itself is the beast that devours all mankind? The blackened wreckage that was John Chandler smacked the gun from the doctor's hand with such velocity that the act painted an after-image upon my eyes. It yanked him close so that he might see clearly what both Muriel and John had given him, and what he had given them in return. This is the face of love. Then it pressed their mouths to his. In the next second, I was upon it, the silver-plated knife in my hand. I thrust the blade to the hilt into the thin neck. The beast shrugged me off its back as easily as a man flicks off a bit of lint from his coat. The doctor thrashed beneath it. One ebony claw was clamped over the doctor's nose and eyes, while it pressed its mouth tightly against the doctor's mouth. The beast was smothering him with its kiss. I leapt again onto the thing's back, von Hellrung's words echoing in my ears. Silver, by bullet or knife, to the heart, only the heart. I swung my arms around in a ludicrous parody of its earlier embrace of me. and plunged the silver blade again and again into its heaving chest. Its skeletal form jerked. Behind Muriel's lips, the bloody mouth came open in an animal squeal of pain. The beast rose, throwing me free, and then fell away. It rose again, collapsed, and curled into a mewling fetal ball. Welling with pain and yearning, the yellow eyes sought out mine. I brought the blade high over my head, and beneath the human mask something inside the beast remembered, and John Chandler smiled. His heart rose up to meet the orgasmic thrust. "God damn it!" the doctor's voice thundered in my ears. "God damn it, why?" He shoved me aside and gathered his attacker into his lap. And now the thing appeared pitifully small and frail. Nothing like the giant wraith of just a moment before. With one hand, the monstrumologist compressed the wound. The blood, as black as tar in the weak light, pulsed between his fingers with each beat of the dying man's heart. Then Warthrop gently peeled off the overlaid face of the one they both had loved, and stared into the unseeing eyes of the one he thought he had brought out of the desolation. But he hadn't brought him out. The desolation was within him. "No, no, no," Pellinore Warthrop protested. The impotent human cry. Chapter 29. The gift was mine to give. On the last Friday of the colloquium, my master rose from his chair. The chamber became still, and 100 of his colleagues leaned forward in their seats, waiting with bated breath to hear his reply to von Hellrung, upon which the future of their discipline hung in the balance. If he should fail, monstrumology would be doomed. It would never be accepted as a legitimate line of inquiry. Its practitioners would henceforward and forever be perceived as laughingstocks, eccentric pseudo-scientists on the fringes of real science. Von Hellrung had presented a compelling case, reworking his original paper to incorporate his star witness, the indispensable proof, as he called it, one William James Henry, special assistant to the chief spokesman for the opposing side. I had expected the doctor's presentation to be as awkward as his practice of it had been, tortured in its logic, inconsistent in its arguments, and I was not disappointed. It was painful to listen to, but everyone listened politely. The real show was to follow, the question-and-answer period, during which Warthrop would have to yield the floor. Von Hellrung posed the first question immediately upon the conclusion of Warthrop's reply. "I thank my dear friend and former pupil, the Honorable Dr. Warthrop, for his cogent and entirely earnest response. I am flattered, indeed I am humbled, to be the recipient of such an impassioned, may I say even passionate, reply. I have taught him well, have I not?" He joined in their nervous laughter. "But I do have 1 or 2 questions before I yield the floor," if that suits the Honorable Doctor. Thank you. I know the hour grows late. We have trains to catch. We long for our homes and families and, of course, our work. And we have friends to bury. Alas, such is our lot. Such is the price we pay for the advancement of human knowledge. Dr. Gravois understood this, and accepted it. We all accept it. Even John. His voice broke. Even John accepted it. But I digress. To my question, then, Dr. Worthrop, mein Freund. If your hypothesis is correct in this most strange and pathetic episode, how do you explain the testimony of your own apprentice regarding the nature of the beast?
I have explained it already, replied the doctor tightly.
Though the swelling of his jaw had receded somewhat, it still pained him to speak.
The evidence is as plain as the wound on his neck.
Ah, by that you mean the bite of the Olkhoi-Korkhoi, which he suffered prior to the events to which he has this day testified.
I mean precisely that. The effects of the creature's venom have been well documented by some of the very people who now sit in this room.
But it is my understanding that the good Adolphus Ainsworth administered to him the antivenom within minutes of the exposure.
Equally supported in the literature, said the doctor through gritted teeth, is the tendency of the victim to suffer lingering, intermittent after-effects, even after the administration of the antidote.
So, your explanation for Herr William Henry's testimony is that it was all a dream? He was chuckling warmly.
A hallucination would be more accurate.
He did not hear the Utico calling him upon the wind?
Of course not.
And the Utico did not remove him to the Monstrumarium by riding with him upon that wind?
I would ask you, and all members present, to close your eyes and imagine such a scenario.
There was a smattering of applause. A point scored by Worthrop. Then how do you propose he brought him there from that tenement cellar? Did he hail a taxi? Now laughter, much louder than the tepid applause. A point for von Hellrung.
I propose he carried him there.
On foot.
Yes, of course, under the cover of darkness.
I see. Von Hellrung was nodding with mock gravity. Now, turning your attention to the first incident, Dr. Worthrop, it is your contention that the creature—
John. His name was John.
Yes, it did used to be John.
It was always John.
It is your contention that he jumped through a fourth-story hospital window.
It is my contention that he escaped through that window. Whether he went up a drain-pipe or down it, he escaped. He did not take to the high wind, as you suggest, unless he sprouted wings, which I suppose you will say he did.
And as to the other eyewitness accounts, what do you say to them? The old Austrian held up the stack of sworn affidavits. Are they also unfortunate victims of the death worm? Worthrop grimaced through the attendant laughter, waiting for it to die away before saying,
I can't say what they suffer from, except perhaps a form of mass hysteria exacerbated by an overzealous press eager to sell newspapers.
So you would have this august assembly reject the sworn testimony of 73 eyewitnesses based upon what? What, Dr. Worthrop? Based upon the fact that since you say it can't be so, it can't be so? Is this not the very thing of which you accuse me? Assuming facts not in evidence?
I don't accuse you of assuming facts not in evidence. I accuse you of making them up out of whole cloth.
Very well, then, von Hellrung cried, throwing the papers down with a dramatic flourish. Tell me, enlighten all of us, good doctor, what killed Pierre Larose? What stripped him of his skin and fed upon his heart and impaled him upon a pole? What dragged Sergeant Jonathan Hawke 40 feet into the sky and crucified him upon the highest tree? What did our beloved colleague find in the desolation that did this to him?" He flung his hand toward the autopsy table, where the body lay exposed under the harsh glare of the stage lights.
"I don't think," said the doctor deliberately, "that he found anything at all." He rose from his chair. I fought the instinct to rush to his side. He looked on the verge of collapse. "I don't know who killed Pierre Larose. It may have been the natives, in an act of superstitious dread. It may have been a disgruntled creditor, or someone to whom he owed a gambling debt. Perhaps John himself did it after he had succumbed to whatever demon possessed him. I doubt anyone will ever know. As for Hawke, clearly a case of bush fever. I ask, what is a better explanation, that something dropped him from above, or that he climbed that tree? A boy half his size climbed it. Why couldn't he?" He turned his head toward the body of his friend, and then turned away again. "And John? I suppose that is the crux of it, isn't it? What happened to John Chandler? You would make a monster of him, and I suppose one could call him that. I do not deny his crimes. I do not say he suffered horribly from something I little understand. The key being— well, I suppose I am the sole gardener on earth who is ignorant of the seeds he plants. But I will say—" and here the monstrumologist's voice became hard, "I will say he did his best to meet all our expectations. You wanted him to be a monster, and he obliged you. Didn't he, Meister Abram? He exceeded your wildest dreams. We do strive to become what others see in us, don't we? I tried to save him. From the beginning I was willing to lay down my life for him, for there is no love greater than this." He stopped, overwhelmed. I rose to go to him. He waved me back. He asked me, "What have we given?" I do not pretend to know all that he meant by that, but I know this much. It shall not stand. I will not allow it to stand. You will not desecrate his body as you desecrated his memory. That is what I can give him. That is all I can give him. I will bury my friend, and I swear I will kill the man who tries to stop me." He swung his eyes to the crowd, and the crowd could not return his righteous glare. "Take your vote now. I will answer no more of your questions." The doctor and I retired to our private box while the vote was taken. It would be, at von Hellrung's request, by secret ballot. Warthrop lay across the divan, arms folded over his chest, head upon the armrest. He stared up at the ornate ceiling and refused to watch the vote. The silence between us was not of the comfortable variety. Since the death of Chandler, he'd barely spoken to me. When he looked at me, I detected that he was more confounded than angry. The affair had begun with his firm conviction that his friend had been past all salvation, and had ended with the equally steadfast belief that he would save him. That the doctor's faith had been shattered by me, the last soul on earth bound to him in any way, seemed beyond his ability to comprehend. So it was with no small amount of courage that I decided to breach the wall he had erected between us. "Dr. Warthrop, sir?" He took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. "Yes, Will Henry, what is it?" I'm sorry, sir, but I've been wondering. How did you know to look for me in the monstrumarium?" How do you think?
Someone must have seen us? He shook his head. His eyes remained closed.
Try again.
Dr. Dobrjanu, he followed us there?
No, he returned straight away to von Hellrung's after he discovered you missing.
Then you must have guessed, I concluded. It was the only explanation.
No, I did not guess. I applied the lessons from the Chandler House massacre. What was that lesson, Will Henry?
Though I gave it my best effort, I could think of nothing instructional in that horrific scene, except the sickening, macabre stab at humor scrawled above the bedroom door. Life is.
John himself told me where to find you, the Monstrumologist explained, just as he tried to tell me where to find Muriel. After Dobrjanu brought us the news, I realized at once where he had taken you. Don't you remember what he said? He'll put you on display in the beastie bin, where all you nasty things belong.
He opened his eyes and, raising his head a bit, peeked over the railing.
They're taking their time. I wonder if that's good or bad.
He lay down again.
They found the Novikova girl, by the way, at the bottom of the sludge, once they drained the cellar.
I knew she was not the only victim who'd been found in that cellar. He noted my troubled expression and said,
There was nothing you could have done, Will Henry.
And I answered, That is what I did, sir. Nothing.
Your guilt serves no purpose. Will it resurrect the child, or change the past? You did exactly what I would have done, what anyone would have done in the circumstance. Suppose you had picked up the child and left. How many more victims might have fallen that night because of your misplaced altruism? There are hard choices to be made in life, Will Henry, and monstrumology has more than its fair share of them.
He waited for me to respond. He knew I would agree. I always agreed with him.
If the house were on fire and I told you to throw gasoline upon it to quench the flames, you would cry, yes, sir, and blow us both to kingdom come.
I should have saved him, I said.
Saved him? Saved him from what? You had no idea at the time if John was in that building.
I should have saved him, I repeated.
Very well. Assume for a moment you did, and assume you managed to find to whom he belonged, and now you may assume he would not live to see his first birthday regardless. For those are the odds, Will Henry. That is the grim fact of the ghetto. You would have saved him from one monster, only to deliver him to another no less murderous.
I shook my head. I should have saved him, I said a third time. His face grew red. His dark eyes flashed. He was not prepared, perhaps, for my obsequious response to his demand that I become less obsequious.
Why? He demanded.
Because I could have, I answered. They were laid to rest side by side, my master's two loves, in the Chandler family plot. For the father of the most wayward son is a father still. The elder Chandler did not speak to Warthrop, except for a few threatening words upon the conclusion of the graveside service, to the effect that he intended to strip him down to his last piece of silver. Warthrop's reply,
Seems only just, but I beg you to leave me at least my microscope.
Von Hellrung was in attendance, as well as several other monstrumologists, including the survivors of the hunting party. Dobrjanu shook my hand gravely and pronounced the doctor fortunate to have found a most resourceful and brave assistant. Lily had come along too. I was never sure how she'd managed to arrange it, but she hopped out of the hansom wearing a black dress with a matching black ribbon in her curls, and during the service she sat next to me, at one point pulling my hand into hers. I did not try to pull it away. "So you're leaving," she said. "Was it your plan to leave without saying goodbye?" "I serve the doctor," I answered. "I have no plans of my own." I think that is the most pitifully tragic thing I've ever heard anyone say. "Will you miss me?" "Yes." "You're just saying that. You won't really miss me." "I will miss you." "Are you planning to kiss me goodbye?" "Oh, sorry, is your doctor planning for you to kiss me goodbye?" I smiled. "I shall ask him." She wanted to know when she would see me again. Would she have to wait a whole year? "Unless the doctor's business brings us here sooner," I answered. "Well, I can't promise you anything, Will," she said. "I may be entirely too busy to fit you in. I will be dating in a year, and I expect my calendar to be quite full." Her eyes danced merrily. "Are you coming back for the next Congress? Or will your doctor leave the society now that he's lost his little vote?" It was true. The doctor had failed. Von Hellrung's resolution had passed by the narrowest of margins, sounding, to Warthrop's mind at least, the death knell of monstrumology. He might soldier on in exile, a solitary vessel of reason in a sea of superstition, but what would be his reward? What meager solace could he take in his principles when the one thing he'd lived for had been snatched away in the space of an hour? He took the news as hard as I'd expected, though his reaction took me completely by surprise.
"I have committed a grievous error, Will Henry," the doctor confessed on the eve of our departure for home. "But unlike yours in the tenement, mine can be rectified. It is not too late."
His face glowed beneficently in the eldritch autumn light, eking through the window that overlooked the park. He spoke with the firmness of one who had perceived his way with untarnished clarity.
"John asked a question of me before he died, a question to which I had no answer. What have we given? I must admit, I am not the kind of man to whom a question like that makes sense. To me, it was just another bit of his gibberish. Your father understood, though, and paid the highest price for his gift. You see, Will Henry, it is not what we give, but what we are willing to give, what we can give. You abandoned that child in the hall. The gift was within your power, and you withheld your hand. You cannot take that back now, any more than your father can take back his gift to me. But I am not so helpless. I have a choice still, to answer John's question."
He drew close to me.
"I have lost everything. John, Muriel, even my work, the one thing that has given me solace through the lonely years, even that I have lost. You are all that's left for me, Will Henry, and I fear I will lose you, too."
"I'll never leave you, sir," I said. And I believed it. Never.
"You do not understand. Tell me again why you should have saved that child in the hallway."
"Because I could have." He nodded.
"And I will save you, Will Henry. Because I can. That is the answer to John's question."
I understood then. I backed away on unsteady legs. The room began to spin around me. "You're sending me away," I said.
"You nearly died," he reminded me, 3 times by my count. If you remain with me, eventually your luck will run out. Just like your father's did. I cannot allow that to happen."
"No!" I shouted. My voice shook with rage. "That isn't why you're doing it. You're sending me away because I killed him."
"Don't raise your voice to me, Will Henry," he cautioned in a level voice.
"You're angry, and you want to punish me for it. For saving your life. I saved your life!" I could hardly contain my fury. "She was right about you. They were both right. You're a terrible man. You're nothing but a... You're full of nothing but yourself, and you don't know anything. You don't know anything about anything."
"I know this," he roared back at me, no longer able to contain his temper. "She would be alive now if not for me. The gift was mine to give, and I withheld it. I withheld it!"
His face was contorted with self-loathing. He struck his breast like a penitent before the sacrificial altar.
"I allowed her to go home. When I knew she was in danger. I turned away just as you turned away, Will Henry. And what happened? Tell me what happens when we turn away."
He fell backward onto the sofa, the place where he had tasted, for the briefest of moments, the love he had denied himself by that plunge into the Danube years before.
"Oh, Will Henry," he cried, "aren't we the pitiful pair? What did Fiddler say? What he loves does not know him, and what he knows cannot love. He was talking about you, but he might as well have been talking about both of us."
He raised his eyes to me. He seemed so lost, so hopelessly bereft, that I stepped toward him in spite of myself. "Don't send me away, sir. Please." He raised his hand. He let it fall.
"Life is," he murmured. "John filled in that blank, didn't he? John gave his answer. But is it the answer, Will Henry? Meister Abram claims we are more than what's reflected in the yellow eye, but are we? I carried him the entire way. We almost died, you and I, to bring him out of the wilderness. So he might kill the only woman I have ever loved."
I sat beside him. "That isn't why you brought him out." He gave a little wave of his hand, dismissing my effort to comfort him.
"And the baby died. That isn't the reason you turned aside. My question remains, Will Henry. Is John's answer the answer?"
I shook my head. I don't think he expected me to decipher a riddle that had plagued humankind from its infancy. I'm not sure to this day what he expected of me. Or what I expected of him. We were indeed a pitiful pair, the Monstrumologist and I, bound to each other in ways inexplicable to both of us. In the monstrumarium, the beast had forced me to turn and behold the true face of love. But love has more than one face, and the yellow eye is not the only eye. There can be no desolation without abundance, and the voice of the beast is not the only voice that rides upon the high wind. It was there in every weary step the doctor took in the wilderness. It was there the night he gathered me into his arms to keep me from freezing to death. It was there in Muriel's eyes the night their shadows met and became one. It is always there, like the hunger that can't be satisfied, though the tiniest sip is more satisfying than the most sumptuous of feasts. I reached across the space that separated us, no farther than a foot, and wider than the universe, and gathered the Monstrumologist's hand into mine.
And the room grows still, the forgotten light remains, a memory nil, but in its silence, there's a lesson to learn. Even in neglect, there's beauty to discern. It burns up, just let you say it, the stairs need back. Let's stop it shining, they may back, the weeks don't plan the game.
Epilogue, November 2009. None of the famous personages mentioned in the journals, Thomas Edison, Algernon Blackwood, Bram Stoker, Henry Irving, John Pemberton, Alexander Gustav Eiffel, Thomas Burns, and Jacob Riis, ever wrote or spoke publicly of anyone named Pellinore Worthrop, or anything remotely resembling the science of monstrumology. This fact, of course, doesn't prove that these real people from the era did not know Worthrop. However, if they did, it is very odd that they never mentioned him or his esoteric philosophy. For example, nowhere have I found any indication that Stoker based his Van Helsing character upon a real doctor named von Hellrung. It was Blackwood's story, published in 1910, that put the Wendigo on the map and established Blackwood as a popular writer of the horror genre. I've found no evidence that the story was inspired or in any way derived from Will Henry's account in the 4th folio, but that interpretation is clearly intended, based on the meeting at the Zeno Club, which I could find no record of having existed either. A careful search of newspaper archives yielded nothing from the time period beyond the articles reproduced at the beginning of this book. I was unable to find any mention, under Blackwood's byline or anyone else's, of the murders described in the 6th folio. No mention of the name Chandler and no stories about an American Ripper running amok on the streets of New York. This part of Will Henry's story, the scene where he mentions the newspaper clippings in the von Hellrung library, is undeniably fictional. A scandal involving a prominent New York family certainly would have been covered by the newspapers of the day. And if that isn't true, the entire record must be called into question. But did I ever really have any doubt the journals were a work of fiction? Frustrated in my efforts to corroborate their contents, I turned to the journals themselves. I contacted an expert in handwriting analysis based in Gainesville at the University of Florida, who was kind enough to take a look at the material. His report contained the following observations. Author has received formal schooling, at least through secondary schools, perhaps some college. Author is extremely meticulous, with anal retentive tendencies. Would probably be extremely neat in appearance, fastidious to a fault, particularly about the way he looks and is perceived by others. Author may be suffering from certain personality disorders, but it is highly doubtful, given the coherence of the text, that he is afflicted with schizophrenia or any other serious mental disease. Unlikely he was delusional. Author loves habit, routine, predictability. Would be extremely uncomfortable in alien surroundings. Shy, introverted, a feeler and thinker, not a doer. The report went on to speculate that Will Henry suffered from arthritis, may have been bipolar, and may have been alone or without companionship for long periods of time. The part about his being meticulous in his appearance I found particularly poignant, given his condition when he was discovered in the drainage ditch, covered in filth, dressed in ratty clothes, with a matted beard and long knotted hair. What had happened to bring a man like him to that point? The other striking thing about the report, to my mind, was the assertion that it was unlikely he was delusional. Wendigos, Mongolian death worms, an organism that secretes some kind of enzyme that gives its host a naturally long life. And it is unlikely this person was delusional? Handwriting analysis is as much art as it is science. Still, at first I found that statement confounding, to put it mildly. On further reflection, though, it makes sense under the theory that Will Henry, or whoever he was a writer of fiction. One can write fiction, it is possible, I hear, and not be delusional. Fiction itself could be characterized as highly organized delusional thinking. Simply because the author wrote about the life of someone named Will Henry doesn't make the story his life. My hope is that the publication of these journals, as with the first 3, may generate a lead. As the director of the nursing home told me in the beginning, everyone has someone. Someone out there knows who this person was. Perhaps not under the name William James Henry, but someone knows him. One day I hope to open up an email or get a phone call from that person, and at last I'll have some answers. After I finished reading this latest set of diaries, it occurred to me that Will Henry had found himself at the end of his life's journey in that desolation he and his enigmatic master had found so terrifying. Perhaps my quest, if one could call it that, is more about bringing him out than finding him out. Perhaps by discovering who he was and to whom he belongs, I can bring Will Henry home.
The End. You've been listening to The Curse of the Wendigo by Rick Yancey, narrated by Stephen Boyer. This book is copyrighted 2010 by Rick Yancey. This recording is copyrighted 2010 by Recorded Books. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.